Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kai a place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you.
What's going on, everybody?
But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is also our broadcast coming to you live from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a spectacular revamp of the 2026 revamp of Hasan is streaming from Just Soup for My Family 2026 edition. What an incredible opener. Normally that's the closer, that's the outro. You guys might not know that, but normally that's the actual outro. Yes, I'm in Canada. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thirsty Thursday, and we're all thirsty, aren't we, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, and MBs? Shout out to Chillax. Shout out to Just Soup for My Family. Shout out to all the beautiful edits that were in there. I'm drinking coffee. Wait, hong, hong, hong. My favorite kind of travel is when I'm on the same time zone. You know what I mean? Same time zone, different country, no bag milk. Are you going to speak at XCC's house? Yes. Shout out to Canada. I have so much to say about Canada. Oh my God. I've never been here, and it's so funny. Like, I get it. I got in, and like, first of all, the Border Patrol was so nice. What the fuck's up with that? Like, there's baddies everywhere. Asian baddies galore. Okay. All of the Border Patrol were baddies, which is, I don't know if they do that like IDF style. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Like, I don't know if they like purposely made it happen like that. But Vancouver is gorgeous. Vancouver is beautiful. Canada is beautiful. Canada is gorgeous. I think I just don't understand why people don't realize that. I know a lot about Canada, but I've just never been here before, and it is fucking awesome. Baddies are in hibernation. Come back in the sundress. Please collaborate with Kyle or even team up with Kyle and Majority Report for a triple threat stream. Sure. I mean, I have done that many, many times over, but would do it in the future. Did you see English, French, Chinese language signs at the airport? I did. Okay. First of all, let's get it started. Yo, FD went in this. What is this? Where Live Agar at? I don't know. We're all Live Agar. So let me get started by saying, first of all, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi Biker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do, right? There's a China Maxing article that came out on GQ. We'll obviously talk about that as well. But did you get a Tim Hortons yet? You need to get a double. No, I haven't gotten a Tim Hortons yet. I fucking flew in. All right. I flew in. Oh, don't you know? I flew in, and all I did was take a shower. All right. First and foremost, let's get started. Oh shit, that's crazy that the room service is here already. That's fast as fuck, dude. Here, take a look at this XQC clip while I go get the door.
Yo, can you not do that, please?
XQC, is that you?
Yeah, just don't pull me back, please. Don't pull me back.
XQC, why are you in Diamond?
Yo, it's my fourth alt account. Relax, man.
Right now is that
Why are you in Diamond?
your head. What the
What's my placement on my alt account? Can you joke?
Looking like a buster right now,
No, see, the correct answer is I'm also in Diamond. That's
Nerd
come on,
XQC.
Then look at my name. See, it's called band player. There's a reason why it's called band player. I could not give a. I don't give a shit. I will talk. I will. Okay, I'm tossing. I'm tossing your game. I could not give a shit. I could not care about your game. I couldn't give a shit. You need this rating. I don't. So I mean. Okay, fair enough. It's all good.
Yeah, hey, you remember that time you sucked Trump's dick to get extra money? I do.
Oh my god, dude. Yo, can you not do that, please?
XQC, is that you?
Yeah, just don't pull me back, please. Don't pull me back.
XQC, why are you in Diamond?
Yo.
It's kind of funny, kind of interesting to see the Lion of Level getting fucking rolled so hard. That's pretty funny. Have you seen the American-born Chinese skier who took second all, dropped out, beautiful customer ski suit? Republicans are so pissed about it. Yes, I've been a fucking fan of her for years at this point. Are you kidding me? She's dope. I was China maxing from the jump. She's American-born. She's an ABC that went to China and is competing for China. What do you think? Of course I'm aware of her. Is the mic too dank? Yeah, Eileen Gu. Mic buzzing? When I speak, you mean? I'll lower the gain a little bit. Hopefully that'll fix the buzzing a little bit. It's a buzz line. The buzzing you might be hearing is from outside of the noise gate. Maybe Mike is fine. Love them. Coffee slurps king. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, Gallup will no longer measure presidential thing. Okay. Hold on. Let's just do the thing that I wanted to do first. Okay, which is personal news. So, ended the broadcast last night. You guys already know. Ended the broadcast last night, and I had to wake up super early. And I had to fly at like 4 a.m. Right? I had a flight at like 6 to come to Canada. Canada. So basically, how's the jet lag? Yeah, it's really funny. No jet lag whatsoever. I went to bed at like 10. I purposely didn't even bring my iPad with me because I'm a screen ager, right? Like I purposely didn't bring my iPad with me, so I was like, I'm gonna force myself to read, and which is precisely what I did this morning, which was cool. I was able to also knock out on the flight too. I was in Air Canada business class, so I was able to actually kind of knock out for a couple hours too. I had like le breakfast, which is in English it means breakfast. Read a little bit. Had a devastating experience at, like, did not think that we were going to actually make it. I forgot that Canada is an international flight. Even though it's not out of the international terminal, and March needed to pack a bag, even though it's a fucking 1-day trip because he's like flying to New York after. Anyway, so basically, don't make that mistake that we did, okay? Just remember that it is an international flight. So, like, luckily we were there exactly an hour before they closed check-in. So we were able to, like, check in our luggage, right? And I never check in my Pelican, but I checked it in for the first time because March convinced me. He's like, bro, don't bring it in. Don't bring it on the flight. Why are you carrying this all the time? I'm like, I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it. It's all of my stuff. I won't be able to live stream for my little rugrats, and they'll lose their minds. They'll go crazy if I don't live stream if I'm in Canada and I just do an IRL stream, right? Like, they'll lose their minds. Like, my Pelican is my desktop setup. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. I will do it. Chatter said, did you gain weight or is that just your coat? What do you think, Chatter? But anyway, as I was saying, maybe it's the coat. I have not gained weight. I've actually lost weight. But in any case, where was I? Oh, so Dark Woke is back, baby. It is back. So we put our we check in our luggage to the flight, and there is no like prio access. There's no like pay to win. Socialism, by the way. And TSA is like extra nutty. Okay. It's extra nutty. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here at this airport? Like, what the hell is happening? This is worse than ever before. They won't even let you get to the TSA line. There's like massive lines forming. And it turns out it's because I asked someone that works at TSA, I was like, what the hell is this? Like, I've never seen something so bad before, right? What the heliante? We're not going to make it to our flight. And the guy goes, oh yeah, Thursdays are the cheapest. Apparently, for Canada, for Air Canada, Thursdays are the cheapest flights. And apparently that's like when it's slammed. Mad people are flying out here on Thursdays. And I did not know that. But it was like insane. It was like chaotic, more chaotic than usual. LAX is not as chaotic as this experience normally is. So I was like, all right, well, beats me. U.S. Exodus, I guess. It's a holiday on Monday, Family Day. Yeah, I found that out too late because Ryan Leturnabu, or however you say Northern Lion's last name, it informed me that is what's going on. Anyway, so yeah, it's fucking Family Day apparently, which is crazy. It's like, who the hell takes time off for family, bro? This is a bunch of goddamn commies up in this country, okay? Which I will get into in a second. This is a commie country. This is Europe, by the way. This is a European country. It's kind of crazy. Family is communism. Let's be real. Family is communistic. You should be working all the time. I'm an American. Get back to work. So we make it. We make it right on time. We get on the flight. It's a very pleasant experience. I ordered the brekkie. We got the breakfast. It was French toast or omelette. Omelette du fromage, which means cheese omelet for you non-Canadians, because Canada is duolingual. They have francophones and they have anglophones in France. So, I mean, not France, sorry. See, I'm talking about Canada and I said France. What the fuck? I think someone's trying to knock on my door. Anyway, so oui. I say omelette du fromage instead of the French toast, which is toast but French. Again, a lot of you are probably uncultured Philistines, and you are oblivious to this. But yes, French toast is just toast but French. So I'm like, no, I want omelette du fromage. Oui, for me, please. And It was actually not bad. It was actually surprisingly not bad. Anyway, I knocked out, read some of the book, the Mao book that I've been reading, knocked out, woke up, got down to the airport. And let me tell you, okay, Vancouver airport, it's Europe. Like Canada, it has the most European airport experience. Like it was just so European coded. Everything is so European coded here. I just like did not realize how Europe Canada is. Canada is infinitely more Europe than it is America, at least at a first glance. Straight up. It's kind of shocking, actually. Like, it's not just about like modest social democracy, which obviously is one of the major reasons why it's infinitely more Europe than it is America. But it's not even like it's not even just like, you know, public transit, readily availability, all this stuff. Like, it is just Europe. It just feels like Europe. It's got European vibes. European country with the USA infrastructure? I mean, sure. But I love it. It's beautiful. Anyway, the baddies were crazy. Like, it really worked on me. Like the introduction into the state is just a bunch of baddies working at Customs and Border Patrol. Like, what the fuck? And they're so nice. Like, the Customs and Border Patrol people are so nice. They're so pleasant. They're in shape. It's just, March and I were talking about this. We're like, I kind of understand why, like, the ACAB conversation is, like, much more difficult to have in Europe and in Canada and other places. Because, like, I mean, I'm sure your cops suck shit, too. As they do everywhere, right? But, like, until you've had an experience with an American police officer or any member of law enforcement in the United States of America, I don't think you will ever understand. Like, you will probably come back to your country and hug and kiss your cops. You will be like, I did not know how wonderful you guys were in comparison. Like, every conversation that you have with an American law enforcement person is basically like a life or death situation. And I'm not even fucking exaggerating. I mean, you guys already know. You already know because you see it in the news. But, like, there is always a constant, ever-present threat that this high school dropout that's sitting in front of you, that's like white knuckling through the social interaction, might at any point become like, turn on the family annihilator switch. You know what I mean? And you happen to be in his immediate vicinity. Like I've never, you walk up with your paperwork, right? And you're just like, all right, here's my paperwork. Like, I did the thing I'm supposed to do. I told you I don't have any illicit substances on me. And like in America, that experience is constantly peppered with like an environment of super tension where the guy in front of you is basically, he's not believing you. Like, he's just looking at you like, no, you are Pablo Escobar. I want to kill you. Please, for the love of Christ, let me kill this one. I genuinely feel like every interaction I have is mired in tension for no fucking reason until I just have a conversation with like a member of law enforcement in another country. Not to say that they're good, but it's just like, it's just so strange. It's such a strange experience to like compare to, because Canada is so fucking close, especially Vancouver. Like Vancouver Island, you could swim to America. Don't do it. Definitely awful here. Okay, don't come to the United States of America. That's just ULO what? RCPM can get pretty hoggy, but they're generally way more restrained, probably education requirements. I'm a watcher in the UBC Political Science Students Association. Can we set up a bar chat before or after your event tonight on behalf of the students? I don't think I'll be able to do all of that because it's a slammed schedule. But yeah, I just open presents, goddamn, with another 100 gifted subs. RCMP. I read it wrong. So, American CBP are nicer to me than Canadian. I'm American, though. I don't think so. So, I think it's more so where you were. I don't know if Vancouver, especially airport area, is nowhere near Toronto cops level awful. It's probably not as bad as American cops, but it's not surprising Toronto cops idolize American cops. Yeah, I just wish that, like, I wish there was a way for Canada to just like cut itself off from the United States of America, because I feel like every day that goes by, our brain rot is probably constantly impacting your dumbest individuals, your stupid style individuals, and it's probably making them more American adjacent, and I hate that. Like, it's not good. It's not good at all. I mean, it's just like, you have a good thing going here, you know? You have a good thing going here. Also, kind of like going to heaven and finding out that it's Chinese and going, you know, I don't have an issue with it. I just didn't know it was so Chinese. That's how I felt about Vancouver. I got into Vancouver and I'm driving around and I was like, I love it. It's beautiful. I just didn't realize it was so Chinese. And I mean it. Like, sincerely, I kind of understand why it bricks like right-wing reactionaries' brains if they ever come to a city like Vancouver. It is way more Chinese than the most Chinese part of an American major city. Like, straight up. It's it's awesome. You know, I just didn't think it would be Chinese. It's awesome. It's beautiful. I love it. Architecture is great. Vibes are cool. Just didn't realize it was fucking so Chinese. Okay? New York City Chinatown is up there? No. I stay in Chinatown when I stay in New York. I have friends that live near Chinatown. I love Chinatown, New York. Vancouver is... The entire Vancouver area that I saw, unless I was just only driving through Chinatown, is Chinatown. China, duh? Yeah. I get why those motherfuckers out here are like, oh, them immigrants are coming in and purchasing all our real estate. Like, they just, I mean, it's just straight up Cantonese lettering everywhere. You know what I mean? It's Mandarin, Cantonese. Y'all have been occupied without even realizing. Perhaps that's the reason why it's so cool. It was already China, duh. You know? Richmond is the Chinese enclave. Bro, you went through Richmond. YVRs in Richmond. Richmond is just China. Yeah. So, actual Chinatown is kind of sketchy. Okay, that's probably what it is. I just thought it was like regular Vancouver. I've heard, bro, not even Chinese people stay in Chinatown, New York City. First of all, the reason why Chinese people don't stay in Chinatown, New York City, is because that's where all of the right-wing, like Kuomintang, dick riders, right-wing separatists have turned themselves into an enclave. That's probably why, if you're like a Chinese guy from China, you don't want to go anywhere near that. Also, it's not sketchy at all. What the fuck are you talking about? It's New York City. There's nothing that's... Oh my God, this door. What the fuck? Hold on. That was weird. Taking too long. It's Mossad for sure. I don't know what it was. It was just they thought that they left something while they were cleaning the room this morning. I'm like, I'm fine. You can't come in anymore. I'm filming. Anyway. So. Where was I? I live in Richmond. It's awesome. Great food and good transit. Did room service deliver you a customary bag of bagged milk? No, they did not. Which is pretty messed up as far as hospitality goes, I'll say. It's definitely a big L. Vancouver is 1/3 China, 1/3 EU, and 1/3 US. Yeah, they need to up those numbers. They need to lower the American influence. Where was I? What was I talking about? Canadian here, there's no bag milk in Vancouver. It's more of an Eastern Canada thing. Yeah. Totally think you are doing OnlyFans? Yeah, I am. I'm masturbating in the hotel room. In this nice hotel room that that I got just so I can crank one out. Hot loads, you know the deal. So where was I? What was I talking about, chat? Oh, I went through the security. Well, the security was nice, but then after March convinced me to check my luggage for the first time ever, even though I was very resistant to this change because I'm autistic as fuck. Okay? I come in, bags are rolling in. Bags. I'm in Canada, so I have to say it Canadian style. Bags are rolling in, right? That's how they say it out here. And everyone's bags come in except for mine. Bags. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? I'm looking at March. March is looking at me. He's like, I don't know. Well, it turns out my bag doesn't come out. We wait. My bag doesn't come out. I'm like, fuck this. This is crazy. I was like saying, March, you're going to sit there. We're going to throw on the IRL stream and you're going to be my laptop. Okay. I'm going to make you be my laptop if this fucking bag doesn't come out. You son of a bitch. You made me, you made me check my luggage in for the first time ever. Okay. And we're panicking a little bit. We go to the counter and the guy's like, well, it's been scanned. So at least it made it to Canada. We just don't know where it is. I'm like, that's not great. And he's like, well, in a couple hours we can send it to you if you give us your hotel. I'm like, I don't have a couple hours. I have right now. This is like, I'm panicking. I'm panicking. Okay. This is the shit I have to deal with as March. Yeah. I'm panicking. March is panicking as well. Even though we're just not trying to show that we're panicking because there's a lot of baddies around. There's a lot of baddies in the Customs and Border Patrol in Canada. And so we're trying to keep our cool so we can look cool and sexy. And we're panicking quietly. Anyway, the guy basically, as I'm walking back, I go, well, we didn't see the bag. I said, we didn't see the bag. But it's a pelican. And as soon as he hears the word pelican, he goes, oh, don't you know? If it's a pelican, it's on 35, eh? Apparently, they put the pelicans automatically on a separate thing, on a separate conveyor belt with like all the large items. Also, I got a TSA inspection on my oversized luggage on the oversized luggage side, even though it's not oversized at all. Someone said 35A? Yes. So apparently, how the fuck do all of the Vancouverites know exactly where it is? 35A or 35A? No, it's 35A. So yeah, they had this like fucked airport logistics. It's fine. Whatever. What is this? Your new TikTok is popping off?
So I was wondering where all the Asian baddies are. Apparently they're in Vancouver. I'm in the wrong place. Edmonton doesn't have a population of Asian baddies that Vancouver does.
Bro, Vancouver is like a Valorant e-girl lobby. Like, it's just weird. No, not on some fetish shit. Okay, don't get mad at me for saying it. If I see it, I call it out. I have to call it out as I see it. I saw like 8 Customs and Border Patrol ladies that literally all look like Valo e-girls. That's crazy. Okay, do you know what Customs and Border Patrol looks like in America? Yeah, that's what I sound like. Okay, well, get mad at me for saying the truth. I don't know, just like Jesus Christ, okay? Crucify me just like Jesus Christ. They hated him because he said the truth, okay? It is what it is. Stop gooning, we get it. I'm not even gooning. I'm not even on some goon shit. I'm calling the balls and I'm calling the fucking strikes, okay? I have said the truth. You are not Kanye, buddy. As someone who works with suicidal detainees in a Canadian ER, CBP are not baddies in Toronto, but we have the dumbest and most well-staffed cops to grace my ER, and I have to deal with the fucking Toronto police. That's always minimum 2 to 3 of them with any given patient, and they always don't know shit about anything, no useful information to give me about my patients. Of course, I mean, that's just cops. That's the universality of hogs and the universality of cops in general. Asian, Vancouver-born, hard agree. Okay, so... where the fuck was I? Anyway, yeah, Vancouver is great. Dude, are you on Adderall today? Does it seem like I'm on Adderall today, brother? I literally keep swapping from stupid ass take to take. I can't even stay on one message. So, as I was saying, yeah, we get the bag big. I got in. March actually did the setup while I was showering. I have a different fit for when I do the talk. I'm actually gonna wear a suit. I'm suited out and booted out. And yeah, we're here. Pelican then what? Yeah, we just got the bag big. Got into the hotel, checked in, showered, and I'm live. That's all that has happened so far. But it was, I mean, Vancouver is incredible. It's incredible. It's fantastic. And no, it's not because of the Asian baddies or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. No, I didn't realize how Chinese Vancouver was. If I did, I would have worn the suit. But no, I don't have the suit. I have the regular business suit that I'll be wearing. Are you streaming the college talk? Maybe. I can't say. Are you going to start saying Crody? Yes, fam. Don't be such a Gerbert. Bro had to go to UBC, bro. SFU gets nothing. I think that's what the neurotypical people have when they take Adderall. Amount shouted and didn't realize the opposite otherwise. Welcome to the Pacific Northwest. Bega. Be respectful when you assimilate. Yeah, Bega. Bega. You were spotted in Vancouver already? Jay Ma, son of the richest man in China, spotted leaving his 2 Lamborghinis to eat at the most expensive restaurant in Vancouver. This is me. This is all the money I get from saying the Democrats suck dick. Okay? This is me and the baddie I acquired by saying the Democrats suck. If you ask all these fucking shit libs on the timeline, all these centrist liberalism defenders on the timeline, they think like I'm making $17 gorillion a day by being like Democrats are the worst party in the planet, in the country, perhaps the worst party of all time. And everyone is just like, oh my God, no one has ever said that before. Please have all of my money. Please sponsor. They're all the same person. What is this? This is the guy, huh? This is the fucking the guy who's been talking mad shit. I love when they fucking unmask. It's pretty funny. Because they have no comprehension. Clearly, you're such a leftist grifter. Yeah, exactly. Gorillions is a real monetary metric? For me, it is. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? I'm a UBC student. Couldn't get a ticket. Come see you. Also, the SFU guys cabbing. They got Mavericks last semester. Okay, but who's cooler, me or the Mavericks? Let's be real. I think it's me. He also posted a YouTube video with your last 90 outfits you wore on stream last night. The last 90 outfits I wore on stream? Are these guys okay? He has absolutely gotten ground into powder on Twitter, Lamau. Okay, you need to understand those guys don't actually have any sort of fucking shame. Like, That's why they behave the way that they do. So you just remember that. Centrist lib meltdown continues. Icebacks down in Minneapolis. PAMBONDI CRASHOUT HOGWATCH. Speech at UBC later. Do we have a blast off meme? I think we do, actually. We do have one. Hold on. All right, let's blast off and let's get it popping. Let's get it popping. Let's get it twisted. You already know what it is. I got the blast off meme. Left melts down over Hasan Parker's comments on Gavin Newsom. This is why we lose. We'll obviously cover that a little bit as well. Shouts out to Ms. Welch. Shouts out to Jennifer Welsh, my queen. It's like the master. Is it Master Roshi? Like the rat? It's like the Ninja Turtles meme of like me holding the hands of other people, and then they grow, and then they carry me. That's how I feel, like ideologically speaking, you know. Master Splinter, sorry, not Roshi. Master Splinter. Fake fan? Okay, stop. I'm not very good with names. Stop. Why do you always do this? Why do you always do this to me? The fuck you doing, Canada? Big dog? I'm taking over. It's mine now. Donald Trump sent me as the vizier, the grand vizier, ahead of time. Okay. Donald Trump sent me as the grand vizier ahead of time. I'm scouting. I'm doing a scouting operation before we turn Canada into an American protectorate. Don't get frame mogged in Vancouver by ASU Hasan. I'm going to get frame mogged. Where was I? So yeah. Turtis. Someone in the chat said Turtis. I hate that you guys will call me out on my weakest moments. Okay. Turtis that was a private instance. Okay. That was a private situation. Why the fuck would you bring up Turtis right now? Yes. Yes, I don't have very good name recall, okay? I don't have very good name recall. You know this. That's why the Pokemon I came up with was Turtis. Will Neff leaked your guest for the pod Saturday? Yeah, we're going to have a very sweet Valentine's Day with my new Valentine that we will be replacing Austin Show with. Caleb Heron. But that's Saturday. Very excited about this guest, of course. Yeah. It's finally happening. Are you dead ass, HasanAbi? I'm dead ass. Turtis. Anyway, where the frick was I? Oh, yeah. So, timeline is still, the block is still hot. Timeline is still lit the fuck up. And I probably should, I said my piece, and I should probably stop dealing with these losers, and I most likely will eventually. But for the time being, I'm still enjoying the liberal congregation of like centrist libs being shit libs and just like screaming. Sony State of the Play, my lord. You're out of your fucking mind if you think I'm going to watch the Sony State of Play right now. I don't even know what time it starts. But if you think I'm going to watch that right now, you are on crack cocaine. Okay, you are a victim. Ronald Reagan gave you crack directly. You might be a crack baby, as a matter of fact. You might be more crack than man. Okay? If you think I'm going to watch the Sony State of Play right now, when there's a fuck ton of news to cover, Okay, it's at 2 p.m. PST. It's an hour long. Most liked left talk yesterday.
The left
related.
is not going to vote.
Oh, this is more of the discourse
for Gavin Newsom because that is a dangerous proposition. There is a reason those right-wing freaks currently favor Gavin Newsom over JD Vance. And it's not just because they hate JD Vance and think he's a little piggy, although he is. It's because they're thinking long-term. Gavin Newsom, the difference between him and Trump right now, substantively on policy, really not that different. Because Gavin Newsom is running on locking in the fascist agenda. He doesn't want to tax billionaires. He's not going to get rid of ICE. He doesn't want to talk about trans people. He doesn't talk about universal health care. He's not going to cut military funding. He's not going to change policy on Venezuela. He's just going to be a handsome version of Trump, a blue version of red. And those right-wing freaks know that he's not going to fix the fundamental problems that led to fascism. He's not going to solve inequality. He's not going to make life better for the average American. He certainly doesn't give a shit about black and brown people. And he ends up setting the table for something much worse to come after him. After he is just a neoliberal failure, they can bring in something that makes Trump look cute. So I don't know why you're surprised that Hasan would not support Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, I mean, I literally said, I think what is often misunderstood about a lot of my comments is that Gavin Newsom will oversee the complete fascist takeover of American politics. Like, this was a major problem with Joe Biden in 2020. A lot of people think, oh, it's because Joe Biden was old. Sure, Joe Biden's age played a major role in this. But it also was Joe Biden and his administration's inability to address all of these longstanding issues around affordability, all of these longstanding issues around affordability that pertain to healthcare, okay, that even pertain to a more tolerant pathway towards amnesty, a more tolerant pathway towards migration, okay, refusing to address it outright. Refusing to address the housing crisis outright. These are the reasons as to why fascism keeps brewing, especially in the absence of alternatives like socialism. Okay? This is the problem. They get triggered and latch on to you think they're the exact same. I don't even care. I know that they're not the exact same, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. And I don't care if they say, Hasan, you're privileged, you're wealthy, you represent the interests of the wealthy. You just want Trump to win so you can make money. I don't care if they say that. It's wrong and they're lying and they can keep lying all day, every day. Perhaps this kind of lie makes them feel a little bit more comfortable about their inability to address these issues. Okay? That's what it is. A big part of the enmity, a big part of the animosity, a big part of the anger and resentment that comes from these centrist, libtarded, like establishment Democrat adjacent content creators who just want a fraction of the center of power in the Democratic Party and hopefully some checks down the line. And the reason why they engage in this kind of advocacy is because they... I forgot what I was going to say. Someone at my fucking door again. Holy shit. The reason why these guys do this centrist, neoliberal, third-way neoliberalism argumentation and basically get together with Gavin Newsom or stake their claim on Gavin Newsom is because ultimately they do not care about what happens. They don't want to actually do an autopsy on why Kamala Harris lost. They don't want to do an autopsy on why Joe Biden was seen as an abject failure. They don't want to do an autopsy on why Hillary Clinton lost. Okay? That's it. They don't want to do that, and the only way that they can argue, just as Israel defenders, which, by the way, many of these centrist liberals are also Israel defenders. I am aware of that. I am noticing that. But just as Israel defenders refuse to have an argument around Israel being an apartheid ethno-state and simply just go anti-Semite, 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 you're anti-Semitic, you need to stop talking, you're anti-Semitic, you need to stop talking. A lot of these centrist liberals will just go, you're a Republican, you love Republicans, you want to be Republican. Well, that's not the case now, is it? Because if I was a Republican, you'd probably be courting my votes. You would love to court my vote because you want to fuck Republicans. You want to hug Republicans. You want to suck Republicans. You want to be Republican. This is my problem. My anger and resentment towards the establishment wing of the Democratic Party, the moderates that are simply constantly trying to appeal to this mythical moderate voter, is their closeness to the Republicans on their agenda when it's completely fucking unnecessary. At best, it's unnecessary. At worst, it's conciliatory, and it locks in, it ratchets right-wing fascist ideology, right-wing fascist policy. It has the capacity to normalize it to the base of self-identifying liberals. That's it. If I was a Republican, you would be sucking my cock. You would be going, oh my God, this beautiful, moderate Republican voter, how do we get him on our side? How do we get him on our side? It is because you know that I am a leftist. You know that I'm a socialist, that you fucking chirp like this. Okay? You're not looking for reason. You're the one who's being unreasonable. You understand? Ayatse shouted me out. Let's go. Bro, the production on this shit is fucking nutty, by the way. Think about how much time and effort goes in to making a live production like this work. I want to give a huge shout out to the Ayatse folks, the union folks that fucking poured their blood, sweat, and tears into making this production work in real time. Shouts out to the dudes who were in the trees. Like, every part of this is incredible work. Yeah. I don't know what that feedback is, but that's not, that's just from that clip in general. If they really believed in compromise, they would be compromising their position towards you. They just want to be Republicans. I know they want to be Republicans, but also still maintain the moral superiority of not voting for the Republicans. That's precisely the reason why. That's precisely the reason why they love when Republicans advance the same fascist agenda against the very same people that these guys talk about as a talking point whenever the harm reduction conversation comes around. These are the same liberals that turn around and say, I'm calling my neighbors, my Latino neighbors who voted for Trump, I'm calling ICE on them, right? It's that mentality where it's like, I get to literally participate in this like fascist action, this fascist militancy without actually having the moral baggage and the association with said fascist militancy. I get to feign moral superiority while simultaneously allowing this fascist regime to do whatever the fuck it wants. It's always this. Democrats courting Republicans. Ooh, we'll do anything for your votes. We'll be happy to compromise on anything. Democrats courting the left. We owe you shitheads nothing. Vote for us or you're personally responsible for the rise of fascism, you fucking idiots. And you know what's really beautiful about this? You know what's really funny about this? This might have motion on the liberal echo chamber that remains on the neo-Nazi website, Twitter. And even then, I think there's not a lot of motion there either, right? But you know who also is tired of the same old business as usual bullshit? Average self-identifying liberals who vote for the Democratic Party consistently every single fucking election cycle. Okay? This is such a nowhere conversation. No one is talking to each other about their disagreements. It's just talking past each other and creating some kind of character to yell at. Really? You think I'm creating a character to yell at? You think I'm not addressing my very same enmity, my very same animosity that I have had for the past fucking decade or so? I'm not creating a straw man. I'm tackling the issue at its heart. And I'm trying to also identify where this resentment from centrist liberals comes from. It's that simple. Not you, dum-dum. Oh, yeah, they want to present a straw man. They want to tackle a straw man because the actual argument itself is virtually impossible for them to address. That's why I likened it to the way that many Israel defenders argue. They can't argue on maintaining a humanitarian approach and wanting to build a liberal society in Israel because Israel is an apartheid ethno-state doing a genocide. So what do? They say, you're an anti-Semite, you're a terrorist, you're an Islamist, you need to stop talking, you need to lose your job, you can no longer have gainful employment. That is the only argument that they have. Because if they were to have the argument on the boundaries of humanitarian principles, a shared understanding of how we must uplift all, marginalized communities, all of a sudden, having a, 14th century style siege approach to a captive population of indigenous people in 2026 in real time, conducting a Holocaust with modern weapons that is live broadcasted to every single person's phones, it comes across as insane. It's indefensible, and they recognize that it's indefensible. So they have to just go on the attack constantly. And the centrist liberals do the exact same thing. Oh, we want to slap a D next to Republican policies because there's this mythical moderate voter, right? There's this mythical moderate voter that we have to compromise with. There's this mythical moderate that is also saying we want to make sure that there's a strong Republican Party. No, bitch, that person doesn't actually exist. And for years and years, you have created this carefully concocted propaganda to make it seem as though people actually demand this, to make it seem as though people actually want this. And now people are actually aware that they don't want this at all. They've realized that failure after failure after failure, you've caused people to recognize, in spite of the unlimited amount of propaganda coming from centrist Democrats, from mainstream media, that no, actually they want something more. Okay? They want something more. It's totally understandable. People are coming to our side on this issue. The Democratic Party's base of support, the voters, are coming to our side on this issue. Okay? No voter in the United States of America that is going to vote for the Democratic Party is like, can we please continue unlimited funds to the American military so they can do whatever the fuck they want to do so that our pedophilic billionaire cabal can turn super profits year over year by extracting natural resources from the third world? Can we give Israel more money, please? Everyone that is speaking out against Israel needs to shut the fuck up and be censured and go to prison. Like, that's not a real position. And yet the Democrats make it seem like there's a mythical moderate voter out there that demands this. They're like, no, actually, don't fix the fucking potholes. I want to give more money to Israel. Like, shut the fuck up. Just like there's no mythical moderate voter that's like, no, actually, I do care about United Healthcare and its profit margins. No, it's fine. It's fine that I spend thousands and thousands of dollars on my fucking increasing premiums year over year. And then all of a sudden, when I, God forbid, get cancer or my grandparents get cancer, I have to spend hours on the fucking phone and then they still don't pay the entire medical bill. I love that system. I want to make sure that United Healthcare actually has even more super profits. I love that shit. Please. Do you understand? These poli-sci major liberals can't understand that the average liberal American would rather have decentralized reg guards than whatever the fuck is going on right now. Yeah. And it's crazy because they're obsolete, but they're still chirping into the fucking wind. This is what my takeaway was from the DNC. If you recall, this was the famous whisper scream speech, the whisper scream rant. After I heard Kamala Harris say, I want to have the most lethal military. This is when I realized, like, the Democrats are going to lose. Let's take a look. And you can maybe find out whether or not this was prescient. The only motherfucker that actually hates Republicans, okay? I'm going to say it. I'm saying it, dude. I think Democrats don't fucking hate Republicans as much as I do, okay? They love saying, oh, I guess you want to vote for Trump then. But, like, dude, you don't fucking hate Republicans. You want them in your party. You desperately advocate for them to come to your party. You literally have them at your convention. You have them at your fucking convention. You have them come and speak at your convention. You literally have their loyal soldiers come speak at your convention. The border guards, the fucking cops. Like, you love them. You want to fuck the Republicans. You want to hug the Republicans. You want to kiss the Republicans. You want to be Republican. You want to be Republican. You're just a fucking Republican. I hate Republicans. You don't. You want to fuck them and you want to suck them. Okay? So stop with this bullshit. That's it. Once again, right but too early on this assessment, even though, I mean, I guess you can't even say right but too early because this is how the Democrats have operated over and over again, establishment Democrats in particular. Like, there is, when people say, Hasan, you're presenting this false dichotomy, you're making it seem as though there's no difference between the Republicans and the Democrats. I am angry at the Democrats presenting themselves as that. Okay? And what's really funny, better yet, what's really funny about all this back and forth is that these people keep saying, Hasan, you're only popular because Trump is president. Hasan, your popularity stems from you constantly shitting on the Democrats. Okay. Doesn't that imply that the Democrats are unimaginably popular? Do you not realize why the Democrats are unimaginably popular? Perhaps you should listen to what I am saying. Perhaps you should listen to what I'm saying about why the Democrats are unimaginably popular, because that's my argument. Okay? That's it. You can't constantly be this annoying school marm about unimaginably unpopular. Sorry, did I say popular? Okay. You can't constantly be this incredibly woke, boring school marm that only deploys identity politics when it comes to defending centrist, neoliberal, third-way Democrats. You can't do that. No one is biting this shit. Okay? Did I say unimaginably unpopular? You said popular twice. Unimaginably unpopular. Unimaginably unpopular. Okay? That's it. Why are you saying marm? Isn't that a term? What does that mean? Isn't that what the word is? Like, school marm. It means like a mistress in a school. Like the headmaster. It is a word. What? Why are you? Yo, what the fuck's going on? I'm ESL up in this bitch, and you guys are, yeah, like a hall monitor. Hello? Hey, yo, monolinguist. See yourself out of this conversation. Read a fucking book every now and then. You're illiterate, okay? Read a goddamn book. Don't fucking do this shit to me. And you make me question myself, too. I'm like, I am ESL after all. Oh, and it's like, it's also these like dumbass, like liberal adjacent content creators as well. This is a bad argument from Hasan. Democrats are rainbow capitalists. Trans people have much stronger legal protections. I'm dying. I'm dying. Is there ever going to be a point where we have a normal conversation where people understand, or is it just going to be fucking shit stirring over and over again? Okay? Because that's another thing that is like really fucking annoying too. That's another thing that's really fucking annoying about these people that will be like, well, Hasan said Democrats hate trans people and will kill them. No, I said if it was electorally viable, Democrats would sell trans people as they have over and over again. Okay? That's it. That's it. The idea that like Democrats actually care about marginalized communities is anything but like a talking point. And even then, they don't really use that talking point all that much unless they're talking to someone like myself, where they know I have a large trans community. They know I care about trans people. That's the only time where they ever deploy this argument. Okay? Democrats on the streets will run around and be like, no, trans people, cut it out. We don't fuck with them either. Come on, vote for us, Republicans, please. Vote for us, moderate voters, please. But then they fucking turn around and go, when they're talking to a leftist who does care about trans people, they go, how dare you don't vote for us? You must want every trans person dead. You know what I mean? That's it. You don't give a fuck about trans people beyond like a talking point that you can use against the left, that you can deploy against the left. That's all you do. All you do. That's all you do. Okay? Like, this is stupid. Andy Bashar is the governor of Kentucky and vetoed anti-trans laws during the election year when there was a negative incentive to do so. I know your ass watches enough of my streams to know I make that point regularly. Is the $10 Twitter revenue that important that you're acting like that's what I'm trying to communicate here? There are moderate forces in the party backed by third wayers that have absolutely demanded the right trans people off. I've watched like 10 to 15 hours of your stream total in my entire life, like a lot of it. I think using the catch-all Democrats is misconstruing the issue. I've spent plenty of time talking about my thoughts on third way and those people, blah, 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 all this shit. Okay? I'm not saying all Democrats do this. I'm saying that the National Democratic Party is trying to move away from it. It's just like professional misunderstanders, bro. Professional misunderstanders on the liberal side. What is the reactionary tendency that people to my right always have, whether they are liberal or whether they're far-right reactionaries, that often goes, oh, you're making a point here. I'm going to argue against the different point. What is that? Organizer memes never organizes or posts memes. What's up with that? I know. Yeah. Worked for the Kamala Harris campaign, by the way. And definitely came up to me on the fucking stream at the DNC to talk about how big of a fan he was, by the way. Very odd that he's openly talking about how he's not a fan anymore, like, right now. He's probably watching right now. You son of a bitch. What happened? When you came up to me to talk about how much of a fucking fan you were at the DNC when you were doing social media for the Kamala Harris team, that was a different attitude you had. Oh, I've only watched 10 to 15 hours of your streams. Oh, really? That's not what you were saying when you came up to me at the DNC, organizer memes. That was a different thing that you were saying at the DNC in person than what you're saying right now. This is what I mean. Not to get all Drake up in this bitch now that I'm in fucking Vancouver, Canada, but it is kind of weird how everybody pulls up super different in person. Everybody pulls up super different in person. They're like, oh my God, Hasan, your content has been transformational. It's changed my mind on so many issues. Thank you so much for doing what you're doing. Only to fucking turn around and be like, on Twitter, be like, oh, this guy fucking sucks. Am I right? Come on, please hire me. Democrats, please hire me again. I will do all of the social media for you, please. What is that? What is that about? What's that about? Just don't be fucking weird. Don't be weird. Don't do this. You know what my positions are. I know he knows what my positions are. I don't like when people do that. I don't like when people do that at all. I think it's so lame. It's so fucking lame to do that. I don't mind people that work for the DNC. There are a lot of wonderful HasanAbi heads that are actually you know, they work in the DNC. I have no issues. See, I called it. I said he's watching right now. Exactly. It's crazy. Why the switch up? Why are you being a bitch? Are you too afraid to talk to the other centrist liberals about like what I'm actually saying here? Is that what it is? Don't be a bitch. Have some fucking backbone. Have some courage. Have some decency. I can't be the only one who's sticking my fucking neck out here. These guys don't have any sort of real world motion anyway. Don't do that. You are actually in those rooms. If you are going into those rooms and you're not having these conversations in those fucking rooms with those other people, you are selling the population down the line. You are literally not doing your fucking job. What good is it to say you're a DSA guy? What good is it to be a socialist if you're not going to fucking try to pull in the rooms that you're in, try to pull these people in a reasonable direction? Not gonna lie, this discourse is boring. It's not news that libs don't like you. I know, but it's just like disappointing. That's what I'm saying. Leverage the fucking positions that you get inside of those rooms. Otherwise, you're not doing anything. Okay? This shouldn't be just for you to get a fucking bag. Yeah. Yeah, these guys are so mad that Jennifer Welsh doesn't agree with them either. Jennifer Welsh, for some reason, valid criticism. Don't do that. Why bother learning from our mistakes when we can just relive the 2016 election cycle all over again every year? I know. I just, I'm endlessly frustrated by this stuff because I obviously have a reasonable critique here that many people agree with. It's not like I'm alone here. There has to be a reason to a certain degree that there are so many people in this community and the community keeps growing. And the people that I see that have never even heard of me experience the same frustrations. Maybe they don't have the adequate outlet to vent those frustrations. Maybe they don't have the political education to understand exactly why they feel the way that they do. But there are so many people. There are so many people who feel this way. After all, as I've said over and over again, 60% disapproval for the Democrats right now when they are supposed to be the only game in town that is opposing the Trump regime means something. Okay? You can't let these Democrats get away with fucking failure after failure. I'm not one of these guys who's an ultra. I'm not one of these guys who says you can't work with any Democrats. Although I understand that the Democratic Party is a liberal capitalist party that is a part of the bourgeois democratic process that makes it seem like there is like major disagreements between the two major parties, even though there is very clearly established consensus politics here at play, which is a major problem, right? I still don't shy away from trying to elect good Democrats that are close to my worldview. I don't shy away from working with Democrats who are not even close to my worldview, right? I talk to elected representatives all the time, elected representatives that are antagonistic to my worldview even. I'll talk to anyone and everyone. I work with more Democrats than a lot of these fucking chirpers do. Maybe not Organizer Memes, because he is literally a fucking DNC operative, but like, I do. That's part of the reason why a lot of leftists get mad at me and say I'm a fucking sheepdog for the Democratic Party, that I'm all, but I'm taking all this revolutionary potential and like slamming it back into the Democratic Party. I'm a vote blue no matter who guy. That's what they say about me all the fucking time. Liberals think I'm a Marxist-Leninist third worldist who is like trying to build the revolutionary proletarian vanguard and says electoralism is fucking bullshit all the time. And the people to my left, the leftists, say I'm far too conciliatory with liberal bourgeois democracy. I'm far too conciliatory, and I am actually destroying the revolutionary potential of the American proletariat. It's literally constant. It's constant. I also think why I think you're instant. I vote for a third party disingenuous answer to Jennifer Welsh's question. It's not a disingenuous answer. Do you want me? Did I stutter? Should I say it again? Should I say it again? Harm reduction narratives do not fucking work. Harm reduction narratives do not work on even someone like me, a fucking lifelong Democratic Party voter. That's something to consider when you're making this calculation. Okay? That's all I'm saying. No, it's not a disingenuous answer at all. No more of this harm reduction narrative, especially not 2 years out from the fucking election. It's the correct answer. You still got your Stein-Ware 2024 sticker, comrade? First of all, I never will vote for Jill Stein, and I did not vote for Jill Stein, and I told people not to vote for Jill Stein. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, there's other alternatives out there. I think given your stance, I want more people to come my way. Your answer is disingenuous. I don't think people are third party voters. I think people just don't vote. That's it. Yeah, I'm not voting. Would that have been better for you? If your goal is to reach the masses, if your goal is for me to present myself as a member of the masses, okay, I'm not voting if Gavin Newsom is the president. Or Gavin Newsom is running for president? Because that is the majority, right? That's the plurality. The plurality, election cycle after election cycle after election cycle, are non-voters. Does that help you understand? Perhaps I should have reworded it differently by saying, yeah, I'm a non-voter at that point. Because I did bring that up. Organizer Memes is implying you supported the Green Party. Yes, they have to lie. They have to lie, no matter who it is. Even if they're like a DSA comrade who's working with the DNC, they have to lie. Okay? You here already know that. They have to try and negatively polarize people against my position because they think my position is a threat. And they're right. My position is a threat. I am a threat to establishment Democrats. They need to understand that. I think a lot of those liberal, centrist adjacent content creators who want to get a chorus bag or who want to basically become like campaign, play a role in the campaign structure for like DNC establishment Democrats know that. And that's precisely the reason why they're latching on to this statement early on and attacking early on. That's it. I do not want Republicans to win. I do not want Republicans to win. These guys, whether they recognize it or not, make Republicans win all the time. All of our candidates are good. Hillary was good. Joe was good. Kamala was good. The next candidate will be good. The problem is y'all want a perfect candidate, not a good one. And you're weirdly comfortable with throwing vulnerable people under the bus if you don't get one. Okay? This last year has been Democratic Party consultants desperately trying to figure out how to reach young men over and over again, being like, oh, perhaps we were being so disingenuous in our identity politics laden commentary. Okay, perhaps that was an ineffective messaging strategy. Perhaps we should go on the Joe Rogan Experience. All of these conversations took place already. And now all it took was for some fucking leftist bro coded guy to turn around and say, sorry, Gavin Newsom sucks. We need something better. And the people are demanding something better. And Gavin Newsom is either not going to win, or if he were to be the candidate and then eke out a marginal victory, what comes after is going to be even more heinous than what we have seen. This is what the cycle has been for the last 50 fucking years at this point, especially post Ronald Reagan. This is what has been the cycle. Third way neoliberalism that locks in Republican deregulation, that locks in Republican tax cuts for the super wealthy. And it doesn't make sense. The argument here doesn't make sense for a couple different reasons. One, am I irrelevant and should not be listened to, or am I the fucking kingmaker? Did I single-handedly cause Kamala Harris to lose the election, or am I someone that should be avoided? Okay, because you're saying both right now. And if I'm farming off of the unpopularity of the Democratic Party, doesn't that say more about the unpopularity of the Democratic Party? Shouldn't you try to understand where and why and how the Democratic Party is unpopular rather than yell at a fucking random guy on Twitch? Why is there so much voter apathy? Why is there so much distrust in the Democratic Party, especially right now when historically, when you have a deeply unpopular Republican Party, a Republican candidate, a Republican president, or a Republican administration, automatically the only alternative, the only game in town, the harm reduction kicks in because they see the harm, right? And the harm reduction kicks in and they go, oh, of course I like the Democrats now in comparison. Why has that not happened this time? This is why one of my predictions was like, if the Democrats don't change their strategy, the midterms won't be as favorable to them as they believe it will be. I think it can. There's a real opportunity there because there's so much discontent. But they have to at least lean into it. That's exactly why I don't get why you're jumping in so hardcore on this. I think you do have the motion, which is with the chronically online only. Normies was 4 minutes of news a day. They aren't going to listen to the rest of what you're saying third party is actual poison the median voter. What are you talking about? Okay, stop trying to argue with like the optics of exactly how I responded to this. Okay, I should have said I'm a non-voter. I don't care about voting because that is literally the median voter's position. They don't vote, okay? The average American does not fucking vote. Jesus Christ. This guy's like, no, if I was in your shoes in that moment, I would have answered much better, dude. And everyone would be sucking my dick right now, left to right. Everyone would be like, wow, this is a brilliant analysis. You do realize that most of these people that are criticizing right now are not actually criticizing my position, my well thought out position that I've advocated for years and years and years. They're simply developing a straw man and attacking that straw man in an effort to try and forcibly excise someone like myself and this community away from the Democrats. They want the Democrats to go to them. They want the Democrats to go to them so that 50 people can watch what they have to say. They don't want the Democrats to go to people like myself. They don't want the Democrats to listen to people like myself. That's all this is. Many of you are either going through their second cycle of failure and hatred and anger and wondering, like, I've been there. Like, I'm a lifelong Democrat, okay? I've been a Democrat my whole life. All right? I've been a Democrat my whole fucking life. I've went through more election cycles than you. That's just it. That's the big difference here. But there will come a point in time when your third eye will open as well, where you go, kind of feels like the controlled opposition attitude that the Democrats represent is part of the reason why there's a lot of enmity towards them. Okay? This doesn't mean that, like, the Democrats are not, the Democrats are unsalvageable, or they cannot have good candidates that we can use, right? This doesn't mean that at all. You can. Zoran is a great example of this. AOC is a good example of this as well. See, look at these fucking morons, dude. Look at this fucking idiot, dude. You hold a lot of power and followers. You should be encouraging voting. I do. I always do. There has never been a moment where you can find a singular instance where I said, don't vote. Voting is bullshit. You can't find it because that doesn't exist. Stop believing liars. You're in here right now. Okay? I have never urged people not to vote. I have never told people to go and vote for the Green Party, and I've never urged people not to vote. Ever, 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 ever. That's fucking bullshit. Okay? Stop being a fucking moron that gets duped. Every fucking election cycle, I have voted on stream, as a matter of fact. I filled out my ballot on stream. Shut the fuck up. Stop believing these dumb donkeys on the internet. The only difference between me and someone like Hutch, for example, who said he would vote for Jeffrey Epstein as long as Jeffrey Epstein was a Democrat, is that he has discouraged people from voting. He has. I never did. Notice how a lot of the libs attacking you are also pushing for the Dem Party to try and pull Epstein. Imagine how popular they would be after people find out the streaming version of Weinstein is being popularized by the Dems. I know. The Republicans would literally make fucking mincemeat out of the Democrats if the Democrats basically got close to a dude who procured child sexual abuse material from victims of sex crimes that he committed, that is constantly in a fucking court battle over this process, that has literally highlighted Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern and Sam Hyde and numerous other fucking white nationalists, white supremacists, neo-Nazis who says the N-word. Like, the Republicans love a guy like that. They love that hypocrisy, even if they agree with that shit, right? On the one hand, they will defend Nick Fuentes. On the other hand, they will say, see, this is your guy, a guy who loves Nick Fuentes. They'll do a highlight reel. His own son is a fucking neo-Nazi. These Democrats are so stupid if they think... No, they're not that stupid. Let's be real. These people are on crack cocaine if they think that, like, as long as we take out Hasan and Democrats no longer want to associate with Hasan at all or don't want to go on a stream at all, that they'll turn around and they'll love destiny, sex destiny. You know what I mean? Hasan is like Homeland. He just want to be liked. Yeah, that's why I take these positions that seemingly cause a lot of fucking anger and animosity. Yeah. I love this. My whole life, regardless of the perceived popularity of socialism, I have been told over and over again, oh, you're just saying this because it's popular. You're just saying this because it's popular. You're just saying this because it's popular. And then year over year, they keep consistently turning around and saying it's actually unpopular. We can't be socialist because it's unpopular. But you're just saying it because it's popular. Okay. What is it? What is this fucking inconsistency? What is this inconsistency? I am consistent in my positions, okay? I've always been consistent in my positions. That's why you can go back to like 8 years ago and watch videos, watch articles that are written, or read articles that are written, watch videos that are made about calling ICE Gestapo, about warning the Biden administration, about not tackling the issue of immigration if they don't actually follow through on the promises that Joe Biden had made in the first 100 days of their immigration agenda. They're ultimately going to fucking have major problems. The Republicans are going to use it and abuse it, and they did, warning the Democrats to not lean into right-wing reactionary sentiment on immigration. Nobody listens to that shit. And then when the predictions actually unfold, I just feel like a rich white guy telling black and brown people who are literally under occupation in cities, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, stop. We're not doing that, okay? This kind of shit is just for the birds, okay? It's just for the birds. If you want to say I'm a rich white guy and I'm racist and I love the Republican Party, whatever, you can keep chirping that. Maybe in your little fucking group, they'll believe you, they'll agree with you. It doesn't matter. None of the Democrats that you actually want to get elected have actually gone out to those fucking streets. I have, okay? Stop it. Stop it. You are a wrecker. You don't want progress. You just want to keep chirping, okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. It's idiotic. It's also electoral poison. If all you care about is electability, that's electoral poison, okay? Democrats, when we were talking about the genocide in Gaza, we're like, la, 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 can't hear you, shut the fuck up, bitch. All of a sudden, they care about marginalized people. Get the fuck out of here. No one believes this shit. During the time, liberals like Hutch argued that leftists like Hasan were not needed for Kamala to win. Those same liberals now blame Hasan for Kamala losing. Oh, wow, we had a 50-50 chance of getting that right. How amazing. Yeah, if only the Democrats didn't blow that 50-50 chance. I'm not saying the odds are fucking incredibly difficult to comprehend. I'm saying that it was a 50-50 chance and the Democrats blew it. All right? GQ took that propaganda China magazine story and using your face. I know. I'm gonna read it. Anyway, let's watch Jennifer Welsh's takeaway from that conversation, or at least like the major controversy that came out after the fact.
Is winning right now. They're winning because MAGA is so horrible. They're polling historically low. And within the Democratic Party, you have a couple of different sects. You have the corporate Democrats, the vote blue no matter who. And then you have real progressive Democrats who kind of feel homeless but end up voting with the Democrats because of harm reduction. And I was the former, and I'm morphing into the latter. After Kamala lost, I really started taking a look. Why?
Jennifer Welsh is not alone. Jennifer Welsh is speaking to a very common experience. Jennifer Welsh's experience going from vote blue no matter who and a harm reduction voter to a voter that says, I think we need to demand more from the Democratic electeds, and clearly the harm reduction narratives are not working, is an experience shared by many people, okay? Many average American liberal Democratic Party voters. A lot of these centrists are relying on the harm reduction to kick in. A lot of these centrists are relying on Democrats basically looking at the current state of affairs with the Republican Party and its unlimited cruelty and saying, oh, they're going to come back to us. They're going to come back to us. We don't have to do anything. Okay? Yeah. That's it. I really, really, really appreciate that she is sticking her neck out on this too.
Are Democrats losing to this man, this moronic, fascist man? How are we losing? So I had a conversation with leftist streamer Hasan Piker and Austin Show on I've Had It in New York City. And a clip from our conversation is going viral all over Twitter and social media, TikTok, Instagram, etc. And this conversation to me is it appears that people online are trying to shut this conversation down. And when somebody's trying to do that, then I think, oh, this is the conversation we absolutely need to have. And so I'm going to play a little bit of it right now. Please do not back out of this video, because to me, this is the most important conversation to be had within the political spaces right now for anybody that wants to fight fascism. Play the clip.
Disappointed in
Who
Gavin
do you vote
Newsom.
for, J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of
too.
course, 100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable. And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right? Mm-hmm. If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course. And they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds.
Okay, pause that right there, Kylie, and leave it up. So what he's saying here, I think, is really true. Number one, when it comes to Gavin Newsom, for somebody like Hasan, who has felt very homeless in the American two-party system, you have Gavin. I gave him a hypothetical question: Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance. Gavin Newsom, instead of going on Hasan's
chat moves so slow, it's because they're all locked in listening to Mother.
He has had Charlie Kirk on, and he has had Ben Shapiro on. Gavin Newsom has. In each case, he ceded progressive causes. He ceded trans rights, and he ceded ICE to Ben Shapiro very easily. He's fumbled on Israel big time, and he's a huge corporate donor. Receives a lot of PAC money, and he has said that he will not tax billionaires. All of these things are very unpopular with Democrats at large, specifically with this group of people that feel homeless in the America two-party system. So from Hasan's perspective here, he's like, I'm going to vote third party because he doesn't see any difference in the help for marginalized people. He sees one person that campaigns as slightly liberal, yet takes all of the same money from these corporate PACs. And so online, the liberals have completely wet the bed, and they're going after Hasan 2.5 years out from a general election, and are trying to pigeonhole him in that he's a terrible American and, you know, all of this could be his fault, which is insane. If we look at historically what's been happening in American politics, Bernie started beating this drum. And his message, in my opinion, and I didn't vote for Bernie, and I have recently said I regret that vote because I have been doing a lot of internal thinking and studying as to what are my politics, because my politics have typically been my whole adult life. I'm liberal and I vote with Democrats. Well, the Democrats keep losing.
I do want to mention something, though. It's not a good sign that Democrats are running the electability, or not even the electability argument, but like the harm reduction narratives like 2 years out. It's not a good sign at all that a lot of these like liberal content creators who feel as though like they have to do this over and over again. They're doing it so far out right now before the primaries even happen. Especially when like the harm reduction narratives are just not, they're not good. They're not good at getting people off the couch is precisely what I'm saying. Right? Like, I can't believe I'm literally being pre-blamed for a loss that might take place in the fucking future.
And so I started digging beneath that surface. Why are Democrats losing? Specifically during Kamala Harris's campaign, when she started trotting around with Liz Cheney, it really struck me. Like, why is she trying to get these people to vote for her that will never, ever vote for her? Why isn't she courting the progressive side of the party? And here's what's so critical. In the last campaign, it's not that Trump grew his vote. It's that less people that typically vote Democrat turned out. So the Democratic Party, instead of courting the progressive side, they go and court the Ben Shapiros, the Liz Cheneys, the Charlie Kirks, these elusive right-wingers that are never, ever, ever going to peel off and vote for a liberal. Because here's the thing. In middle America, everybody believes Kamala to be super progressive. The Hasans of the world are like, no, she's a corporate Dem. Gavin Newsom is a corporate Dem. But in the psyche of the American public, they're like, oh, they're so liberal. So moving to the center is a fool's errand and is perceived as disingenuous. So Kylie,
it's not only perceived as disingenuous, it almost looks like you're caught with your pants down, right? But also, it's not for like a real base. If Kamala Harris said, I'm in it for Medicare for all, baby, affordability is a major crisis that Americans are facing, and a big part of that is the affordability of healthcare, and therefore, I'm going to solve this fucking problem. If she ran on that, people would at least have something to hold on to. That's the main success of Zohran Mamdani. Okay? That is the main success of Zohran Mamdani. He had 5 policies that directly tackle some of the key issues that New Yorkers were facing that were within the confines of permissibility. It was totally doable, and he's doing them right now. It's that simple. That's the reason why he won, in spite of the establishment Democrats going after him, even though he won the primary. Right? In spite of the entire Republican machine coming after him, in spite of the Israel lobby coming after him. Why are liberals freaking out about Hasan not committed to vote for Gavin Newsom? Isn't the point of a centrist campaign to win over Republican voters? If you're confident in the moderation strategy, Hasan's comments shouldn't concern you. If they do, ask yourself why. Yes. Exactly. And if you think I'm a Republican, right? If I'm MAGA, then you should court my MAGA vote, okay? You love courting MAGA voters. Now Republicans are moderates and people just highlighting that leftists aren't worth the energy. They say they would vote for Kamala with an arms embargo. We no longer believe them. Okay. If leftists aren't worth the energy, why are you freaking out about it? If we're not worth the energy, why are you spending all your time chirping? Perhaps it's because you recognize that there is a change, there's a shift happening in the base of support, and you're losing your fucking grip. You're losing your grip at the core of the party. You at least recognize that the establishment Democrats that are losing their grip of power at the core of the party, they're losing the base, are no longer going to be able to give you money. It's super simple. All you can do in this situation is recognize what the demands are of the public and then communicate those demands to the establishment representatives that you're courting the campaign contributions of. You want those campaign contributions to come down into your pockets. You want to get paid by them. That's why you're playing the role of this like servant of the DNC for free right now. Just tell them the truth. It's a mutually beneficial relationship regardless. It's win-win. If you say the truth, you'll become more popular. Okay? If you're running around thinking like, why won't people understand that the establishment Dems are fucking awesome? Okay? Why is Hasan so popular? If you're running around thinking that, because I know some of you are, right? The haters that are in here right now. This is the reason, because I have uncompromising positions. I have a mechanism for change. I believe in it. I believe in the affirmative vision for American society. I will work with people in the Democratic Party to get that vision across. I'm not going to be inauthentic. I'm not going to fucking lie to my audience. I'm not going to say Joe Biden isn't a dog shit old ass cadaver that is going to lead the country into a horrible state, right? I'm not gonna shelter my audience from that truth. You can get mad if you want, but I'm principled, and I'm always going to be honest. I'm principled, I'm stubborn, and I'm always going to be honest about my perspective. You might not agree with that perspective. If you don't want to fucking agree with that perspective, that's fine. We can have a conversation about why I might be right and you might be wrong. I'm unbought and unbossed, which is why a lot of these guys get really fucking mad, because I'm backed by my own community. That's it. I don't need to go to the DNC and beg them for finances. I don't need to go to Democratic candidacies and go, hey, can I get like $7,000 for a post, please? That's it. And it fucking pisses people off. And the reality of the matter is the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. As you know, your subscriptions help me maintain my editorial independence. But like, even before I had a fuck ton of subscribers, I still was saying the same shit. I was saying the same shit. I was preaching to a much smaller audience. It was my principled stance that allowed me to reach this level of success. Not because what I was saying was automatically popular. It took fucking years and years and years for people to get there. Okay?
Pop up, or let's finish this clip and then I'll pop up some of the reactions.
Combat against the couch, not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch, people who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways, just as they did with Joe Biden as well, which led to Trump too, then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell you something. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years, I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many young, queer, Black, brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long term.
You are still young and hopeful. Some of us have seen a lifetime of third-party candidates lose over and over again. We're worn out and afraid. What are you talking about? I'm not even a fucking third-party advocate, okay? At least for the time being. There is no third-party viability. Like, this is... If you listen to my commentary all the time, I speak on it all the fucking time. This is part of the reason why I work within the confines of the Democratic Party, because it's unfortunately the only viable outlet that we have right now that is closest to our agenda. Okay? Like, the third-party viability conversation is basically the same conversation that liberals are having with someone like myself. Okay? Which is, you're the reason why Kamala lost, and you're the reason why the third party is not viable. I don't think you guys understand. There's a reason why Zohran Mamdani ran as the Democratic mayor of New York, as a Democratic socialist. Okay? If he ran as a third-party candidate in New York City, he would not have won that fucking primary, regardless of how good his policies are. Unfortunately, that's how his politics works. Okay? That's how politics work in general. Can y'all please internalize that Hasan said he'd vote third party because of the situation? If it was Gavin versus JD Vance, would already be so cooked to be pointless. He doesn't actually think third party is viable. Get this through your skulls, please. Exactly. Are you seriously ignoring the what witch hunt your community is doing against me? Who are you? What? Hasan, can we have a sex stream soon?
Game. In the short-term game, a President Newsom over a President J.D. Vance. Okay, so that's the clip, and that's where they cut it off that went viral. And Hasan was making the point to me, and we're friends. And so we're having a political conversation, and these conversations should not be shut down. This is the most important conversation as far as Democrats winning moving forward. Hasan is saying, look, Democrats are up against the couch. What are you going to do to motivate people to get up off their ass and go vote? Going and playing patty cake with Ben Shapiro is not going to do it. Playing patty cake with Liz Cheney is not going to do it. Taking AIPAC money is not going to do it. It's going to make people like Hasan and many, many others that feel homeless in the United States political two-party political system stay on the couch. And so I think that's a really valid point. Now, I have this red state trauma of living in a red state for 50 years and seeing how damaging.
A complimentary point to the position that Jennifer Welsh is making here, but it's not just people who feel homeless in the base of the Democratic Party. It's a lot of moderates too. Because like there is an economy of time that you spend on the campaign trail, because Democrats unfortunately only run every 2 years, every 4 years, if at that. They forget that Republicans are running all the time. They're always advancing their agenda, right? And the reality of the matter is, there is no real argument for we are pro-Israel Democrats. Like, that's not real. The swing district voters, the median voters, are not sitting around and going, oh, I really want to vote for the Democratic Party because they're pro-Israel. I really want to vote for the Democratic Party because they are continuing the genocide of Palestinians with my tax dollars. Like, that is my, like, I was going to vote for the Republicans, but now I'm voting for the Democrats for that. There is no swing district voter, for example, that's going around and saying, I actually want to make sure that, you know, Cigna, Aetna, United Healthcare CEOs deliver super profits for the shareholders. Okay? I don't want to take that away from them. Like, they're not making decisions on this. They're making decisions on the Democrats looking silly because the Republicans take advantage of the fact that the Democrats don't have discernible policies, decipherable policies. They don't have like key plank positions that you can identify them with. They are not definable by key plank positional policy making in the same way that Republicans are, as a matter of fact. This was a major difference between Bernie Sanders, for example, and someone like Kamala Harris. You know what Bernie's about. You know what Bernie's about, right? He's been telling you what he's about for years. Okay? You don't know what Kamala Harris is about. So when you don't know what she's about, then Republicans can present her as like a silly person who wants to give, whose only decipherable policy position is like giving bottom surgeries to transgender Guatemalans in a detention facility. Right? And then Democrats look at that and go, oh, we got cleaned out on this trans shit. We got to cut the trans people out of this conversation. It's like, no, if you want to defend trans people, and you should be uncompromising in your defense for trans people and for all marginalized communities, then you present a comprehensive, universal policy agenda that people can get on board with so that the discourse is around those things, the good things that you're going to give them. And you're not constantly finding yourself in a defensive posture on culture war issues where you get fucking owned by the dumbass Republicans who lie about everything. It's that simple. If you had a vision and an agenda that said, hey, we want free healthcare, we want free college, you're going to get attacked. Let's be real. You're going to get destroyed by mainstream media. But at a time when mainstream media is also losing its influence, there are people like me and many others who will ride for you, who will make up for the lack of support that you're getting from newspapers. There are people out there who will go to your town halls. You will be able to have a real populist, grassroots-backed candidacy. This is the reason why Zoran was able to win against all odds. There is no mathematical equation where this works, by the way. Kamala was able to change 3% of voters' minds, but she lost 11% who voted for Biden. This math did not work, and people like myself could see it from a mile away. This idea that you're like posturing to the moderates, posturing to the right-wingers, you're gonna pull right-wing voters away from the Trump campaign, and they're gonna come back to you. It was bullshit.
Republican policies are. And so I will vote for these short-term solutions to mitigate so that a woman who has been raped can receive health care, can get an abortion, because in Oklahoma right now, she can't. And I'm interested in having this conversation with Hasan because what we voted for with Biden is we voted for a sober driver. We had a drunk driver with Trump, and we needed a sober driver. And Joe Biden was our sober driver. And Joe Biden did some good things. There was a lot of policies that he did that were good, but a lot of things he did continued and incubated fascism. And it's a really important conversation we have to have. The Democratic Party taking corporate money, giving blank checks to Israel, compromises them. And then to the voters at large, they go, well, there's really no difference in the two. And then you end up voting, your preconceived default settings of politics. And so here's what happens. That's where they cut off the video. And stay with me here. Here's all the liberals just bashing Hasan. This guy, Tim, this is incredible when you think about it. If leftists like Hasan had their way, Republicans would be in charge from 2016 to 2032 at least. How is he even considered any?
It's so funny because there's only been a brief moment in between where the Democrats actually won back power, for the record. Even in his hypothetical, it's okay, really? If it wasn't Joe Biden, it was Bernie Sanders in 2020, it would be bad? They're all centrist opportunists, okay? That's
left. And what I would say to Tim here is what Hasan is saying is we need to build a party that has an FDR style impact that really, really impacts the lives of people instead of this slow moving incremental change that the current Democratic Party always proposes and leaves so many people out in the pasture and incubates them to go vote for the change candidate. And in both 2016 and 2024, that change candidate was Donald Trump. When Kamala Harris put herself with Liz Cheney, they reeked of the two-party system establishment. And again, Donald Trump seemed like the disruptor. Go to the next one. This is the one that really popped up. Usurp the chef says, when asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance for president, Hasan said he'd vote third party. This proves Hasan doesn't care about any of the marginalized groups he pretends to support. All he cares about is taking money from them so he can buy more outfits for stream. Okay, usurp the chef. This is intellectually dishonest completely from top to bottom. Gavin Newsom has proven that he doesn't care about trans people. Gavin Newsom has proven that
people will say oh, Gavin Newsom advanced so many bills that are LGBT friendly. Of course he did. No one is saying that blue states are not safe havens for trans people, okay? The point is, after all of that, why is he positioning himself as more moderate on trans issues? Because he wants to run for president. That signals that he's going to pivot, okay? And if all you care about is the protection of trans people, which I don't think anyone is actually like that, for the record. No one is a single issue voter on trans people. And yes, this includes trans people as well. Guess why? Because trans people still need to pay for fucking healthcare. Trans people are not magical, mystical beings that live in this separate plane of existence where they don't give a shit about healthcare. They don't give a shit about making rent. They don't give a shit about having a good job, right? Everybody cares about the universal policies that we're talking about. But the issue here comes from the fact that these guys will be like, oh, well, you don't care about marginalized people. You don't care about trans people. Bitch, you don't care about trans people. You want Gavin Newsom, who is openly communicating that he's going to pivot away from this trans shit. You think that's your candidate, right? It's so stupid. Yes, of course blue states are better for trans people. than red states are. It's not even a question. Gavin Newsom himself has also unironically advocated against the trans bills as well internally within the party structure. Like, a lot of those bills get passed. Like, Tim Walz took a lot of credit for the Democrat Farmer Labor Party's wins with the one-person majority that they had in the state Congress, right? And what's interesting about that is that apparently, and I have some inside baseball on this. Tim Walz wasn't exactly on board with a lot of these bills. They take credit for it after the fact in the same way that Republicans take credit for the infrastructure spending that they vote against. Okay? These guys will stand in opposition to progressive legislation and then take credit for it after the fact. Kathy Hochul did this as well. It's just very frustrating. But this is not just about trans people anyway. Like, my argument is not just about trans people regardless. Okay? It's not. My argument for trans defense revolves around a good offense on universal policies so that the trans conversation is not even a major point of contention, so that the opposition looks silly and ridiculous. Because at the end of the day, transphobes need healthcare too. At the end of the day, transphobes also want to fucking make rent, right? You want to give them an argument to vote for you in spite of their transphobia. Same with racists. Same with homophobes. So when one side is saying, hey, listen, you're transphobic, fine, sucks to suck, trans people exist, nothing you can do about it, but do you want universal health care? Because we'll give it to you regardless of your fucking idiotic worldview. Versus the other side going, no, we're going to kill trans people, we're going to kill trans people. You have a much higher likelihood of winning those guys over to vote for you than constantly being even on a defensive posture about trans people, being like, no, trans people are beautiful, they're wonderful, we care about our trans allies. We care about trans people, even though the Democrats aren't even doing that. I saw someone talk about the FDR stuff, right? Where they were like, FDR got the New Deal across because he caved to the fucking white supremacists. And it got me thinking. I was like, yeah, you know, there is truth to this. Like, politics is the art of what's possible, right? Except Democrats don't have the material improvements in their agenda, and they're just caving to the racists. Like people don't understand that the conversation around FDR is oftentimes turned on its head, right? Where people will be like, oh, FDR only was able to get the New Deal across, which spelled material improvements for large segments of society by carving out concessions against black people. Okay? By carving out concessions against black people, like basically implemented what the practice known as, like, historic practice known as redlining, all this stuff, right? Except Democrats are doing that, right? They're conceding on the racism stuff without even advocating for material improvements at all. It's a demonstrable fucking failure. I'm saying you don't need to do any of that. The ahistorical interpretation of FDR pissed me off. They built beautiful public housing in black neighborhoods like the Harlem houses, which still exist today. I know. I'm just saying that even in the false interpretation, it still doesn't help their analysis. Right? Yeah, one dozen rats at a keyboard says, this whole meltdown is going to be hilarious in retrospect after Newsom gets dog-walked out of his lane by Bashar or Ossoff next year, which I agree. That's another thing that I agree as well. Like, Gavin Newsom is no motion. The whole reason Newsom is astroturfing this presumptive 2028 nominee status so hard is that in an actually open field, he doesn't really bring anything uniquely beneficial to the table. He's a bland, generic governor with good hair and skeletons in his closet. Is boring. Not everything is that deep, man. No one cares about Newsom per se. Just the idea that the largest lefty content creator can say, of course I'll vote for the Democrat, is going to make people wonder about his priorities. I think it's fine not to pledge an unconditional vote to a politician who hasn't even announced that they're running in the presidential primaries that are still 2 years away. I think it'd probably be good if the largest leftist content creator would stop pushing the bullshit both sides of the same narrative in a midterm year and maybe galvanize a big audience into taking electoral action. I think he's actually doing an important service to the party by making it clear early on that Newsom would carry a lot of baggage as a candidate in the form of deep distrust and skepticism within the progressive base, which in some ways needs to be addressed if he's going to run. You can be mad about it, but he's acting as a mouthpiece for a very commonly held sentiment within a core constituency of the Democratic base, not actively shaping it. Whether Newsom wants to mollify those concerns or plan around them is up to him, but you can't just ignore it. Yeah, I agree, man. Why would he try to help his audience make grounded, responsible decisions when instead he could further inflame the delusions by saying stuff like every Democrat would shoot all trans folks in the head if it meant getting one more vote, Lamau? You're not engaging with anything I'm talking about, so I'm just going to opt out now. Exactly. They never have this. They never want to have an argument. They never want to have an honest conversation. They just want to fucking move the needle in a million different directions and be like, Hasan bad, Hasan bad, Hasan bad. This is not going to address the real issues that you have in terms of advancing a successful campaign. Okay? You can think I am singularly responsible for hypnotizing the fucking masses away from voting for the Democratic Party like a fucking moron, or you can recognize that I'm simply a vehicle for that enmity. Okay? I am simply a mouthpiece for that anger and that very real resentment that people experience. And it's not just the progressive base either. It's not just the progressive base either.
He doesn't care.
Because it's hypotheticals, bro. Liberals are so fucking comfy. They are spending their time under fascism to ponder on realities that don't exist. I know. We still obviously don't like Trump. A lot of Americans don't like Trump. But people forgot how frustrating it was for millions of people with no sense of reality to feel so emboldened in this way.
What is happening in terms of, look, you say you care about law enforcement resources being put into this because of these serious
That's the worst angle. Who gives a fuck about cops, man? Oh my God.
A productive, good
These
life
are people. They're black people
and
too.
lies.
Like, you're a black woman. You are the daughter of immigrants. They are trying to incite a race riot against black immigrants.
The other day,
please, who gives a fuck about the police resources?
This is not new. This is not new in terms of these tropes.
Yeah, I guess I hit the hard B on that again. And people, now that this clip is resurfaced, I'm sure people will refuse to understand the point that I'm making and will get mad at the aesthetics once again. This was my criticism to Kamala Harris and the way she was addressing the Haitians are eating cats and dogs narrative. Okay? Bringing up the fact that like back when Republicans were in charge, it was unimaginably frustrating for every single American to constantly hear the dumbest morons chirping over and over and over again. Like, it's so stupid. I was saying, like, remind people of that. Remind people of how annoyed they were at the stupidity of the Republican Party. The Haitians are eating the dogs. Aren't you eating babies, bro? Lamau? Yes. Pied Piker law? Yes, I'm eating babies, dude.
About the illegal nature of what ICE is doing when he platformed Ben Shapiro. And so to put the burden of this on Hasan, who's saying, I'm not going to settle for a fascist collaborator who always is reaching to platform fascists. And
that also struck me as insane. On this stream, you cover politics, go to protests, talk to politicians, etc., while these lib streamers have debates about a hypothetical election between Hasan Piker and Ben Shapiro, or what if Epstein was a Democrat, or ethical incest and ethical CP, right? That's what they fucking talk about endlessly. And it's very frustrating. And then they go, Hasan doesn't care about any of this shit because he's rich. And then dumb fucks eat it up. I mean, I responded to one of those dumb fucks. Hold on. Where is it? I do want to point this out. Yeah, there's this like terminally online take that people love advancing over and over again, which was, Hasan Piker is a very rich man from a very rich family. He lives in a mansion and drives expensive cars and makes millions of dollars a year for Jeff Bezos. So obviously all leftists need to listen to him when he says not to vote for the Democrats. I said, yes, between me and Gavin Newsom, I'm the one who's compromised by the super wealthy and their interests. Like, what are you saying? This is unironically the strike breaker narratives that you hear from reactionaries where they go, oh, these workers have far too much and they're jealous. They are lazy. They want more. Whenever there's like a work stoppage that takes place, there's this weird reactionary tendency among the masses to go, why the fuck are they stopping work? Are they lazy? Not realizing that you're just fucking defending the wealthy bosses in that situation by shitting on the people that have the same class interest as you. Motherfucker, Gavin Newsom is infinitely wealthier than me. What are you talking about? And not only is he infinitely wealthier than me, he's also representing the interests of the fucking billionaires when he stands in opposition to a billionaire wealth tax. What is this conversation? He's not even a good candidate. I haven't even been able to address why he's not a good candidate for even the moderates, because he has that stink associated with, yeah, Hasan Moneybags. Why would Hasan Piker say this? Hakeem Jeffries is telling Democrats not to protest Trump during his State of the Union address. According to Axios, he needs to go. It's so strange. It's so fucking strange. It's not even just about like whether Gavin would be better marginally than like a Republican on trans issues, because he probably would be. Like he would be. But it's the fact that he's trying to write out trans people from the conversation to begin with when he doesn't have to do that at all.
And find common ground with them. It's just intellectually dishonest, because Hasan has a record of standing up for trans people. And when Gavin Newsom did that with Charlie Kirk, that pain was felt through the trans community far and wide. And Pete Buttigieg did the same. And Rahm Emanuel came on my podcast and did the same. And so to say that Hasan doesn't care about marginalized groups is completely disingenuous, because what he's saying is, I'm not buying the lie that Gavin Newsom does. I'm not buying that anymore, because each time I do, or each time we do, it incubates a more and more fascist culture. Here's the part of the video that they cut out that I think provides incredible context for the remainder of our conversation. Pop this up, Kylie. Enthusiastically crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the marginalized people.
Do you feel like the Democrats know that, and that's why they get away with their ineptitude?
100%.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so 100%. I'm like,
okay, pause right there.
I don't even.
So Hasan clocked me right there, and I'll own it, because my politics are open-minded. They're not fixed. I don't play nanny boo-boo politics that, oh my God, you said you would vote third party, therefore you must be canceled. Number one, Hasan's not a politician. Number two, Hasan gets to think whatever he thinks. Number three, there is a large growing number of Americans in Gen Z and as millennials that have felt completely unseen and left behind by the two-party political system, who hate and despise how much they suck up to corporations, who see the moral duplicity in a Hakeem Jeffries, a Gavin Newsom, a Chuck Schumer, a Cory Booker, who take money from the MAGA corporate donors and also take it from them. And so when Hasan said that to me, do you think the Democrats know that and take your vote for granted? And I said 100%. He's right, because they do, because I have this red state trauma. So I end up thinking, okay, I'm going to do a harm reduction vote. The reason why this conversation is so important, listener, is because we have time right now to have these conversations and to move our politicians to a progressive populist platform. We have the opportunity right now to rid ourselves
Michael from Pennsylvania had a good take on this. We shouldn't say we are not going to vote for him, that he's unelectable. He is. He is. But I'll stick my neck out to say, like, if I'm representative of such a viable constituency that you need to secure the votes of, I'll fucking stick my neck out. I don't care. I'll stick my fucking neck out. I'll talk the way that they want to. I'll talk the language that they want to hear. Okay. They can try and use that as a way to like negatively polarize against myself and people like myself and the community that I represent. But like, you know, you have to listen to us. Like, it's ridiculous. We're all in this together. If you hate the Republicans and you want to make this electoral calculation, if you think you can win without us, well, Kamala Harris tried that and fucking lost. And it's ironic because there are plenty of people who didn't fucking vote third party. You know what I mean? Even if all the third party voters turned around and voted for Kamala Harris, she still would have lost. She still would have lost. So it turns out there's a much larger coalition of voters out there that aren't like super woke or anything like that. But simply choose not to because they're like, this doesn't fucking bother me. Who cares? I can't do anything about it. Bro, this loser can't help herself. I think I broke him. This is my regime pilled goat, Stacey K, right? It's so funny. These people say like, oh, your dad's favorite comedian, but like, are they funny? Is she funny at all? I've never heard her make a joke. You know? Like they constantly run around being like, oh, noticing there's been considerably less pushback in the chat since Jen started speaking. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and act as though it's not more valuable, nice bathroom, to hear from a Southern blonde woman saying the exact same things that I'm saying. It is, okay? It is what it is. I'm not going to fucking sit here and posture, okay? I'm not going to sit here and posture and be like, man, you guys don't listen to me. Who cares? It is what it is. You know, you work with whatever you can. Democrats literally stripped out the provision in the one big beautiful bill that would have banned Medicaid coverage for gender affirming care. They stripped out all the anti-trans provisions in the appropriations bill that just passed, as Eric Michael Garcia, DC bureau chief of The Independent, MS Now News columnist. Democrats moved significantly to the center on immigration last year on Minneapolis, but one of the few areas they didn't pivot was trans people. Just wait. The issue here, for the record, the issue here is that a lot of these guys will inevitably come to our side. The problem is they're not coming to our side fast enough. And I'm glad, and I will take the help of any single person like Jen who says, you know what, I was wrong about this stuff. I think we should be demanding more. Sick of people using trans people like me as a football. Yeah, I know. As a trans person, Democrats' failure to win elections is why these past 2 years have had me give out more DIY HRT resources to people who can't access it. If the Democrats give a shit about us, they would win elections. Thank you. Exactly my point. Exactly my point. The biggest failure of the Democrats is the pivot to moderation. That's my biggest argument against the establishment Democrats, because their endless pivot to this like reasonable center is the reason why Republicans keep fucking winning. Just have some backbone, have some decency, have some courage, advocate for the positions that you actually stand on. You know, her strength is she's got is making these libs listen to her. Your strength is making doom-pilled young men listen to you. We just got to be grateful we have both of you. Exactly. We all have our own lane that we occupy, right?
See primaries of corporate Democrats who lie to us and use our votes and take advantage of our votes and our compassion for
all the libs on Threads are talking shit about you. I know. What they fail to understand is I might look like I am an island alone in the internet discourse, But there is a reason why I have this sizable audience that I have. There's a reason why so many of the other like left adjacent, otherwise liberal content creators like Midas Touch or Pod Save America also command the interests of massive audiences, because they have realized that the momentum and the real grassroots support is on the side of people like ourselves, even in the base of the Democratic Party's voter base, right? The Democratic Party's base of support has also absolutely shifted in this direction. So a lot of these guys are simply yelling at an audience that is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay? This is unfortunately another cycle of the internet is not real life. But the reason why I'm actively fighting back right now is because these sentiments are going to calcify once again. And I want to get those guys who are chirping at me, who are chirping at like the supposed left spoiler position, all this shit, to stop doing this, because I don't want to lose to the Republicans again. Okay? And a lot of these people feel emboldened when they don't get any pushback for these fucking stupid takes. So we have to fucking tell them that they're wrong. Just help them address why the Democratic Party approval ratings are so poor right now when it's the opposition party. Just ask that question. They have no answer for it. I have an answer for it. They don't. Every single liberal content creator that wants to get a fucking check from the DNC that is currently punching left actively, ask them why the National Democratic Party's approval ratings are in the shitter. That's it. Ask them if they like Zohran Mamdani. Ask them if they think that a Zohran Mamdani-like candidacy would be bad. Libs, vote for Gavin. What's his platform? What do you mean? What's he offering? Fuck you, selfish prick. My friends are being killed by ICE. How the fuck dare you make demands? Oh, sorry. Is Gavin anti-ICE? No, he wants to triple their budget. No new funding. Christy No must resign. What do you mean no new funding? Cut the funding. Abolish ICE. This is what you should be advocating for. No new funding is a cowardly way to reform ICE. Okay? I like that people present that no new funding as like this strong opposition to ICE. Get the fuck out of here. This is what people mean when they talk about the ratchet effect on U.S. politics and the Democrats and Dem media's role in moving the country to the right. Trump triples DHS budget, and this becomes the new consensus baseline for both parties with zero movement in the other direction. It is objectively unserious that the liberal consensus feigns outrage at Trump's DHS abuses, but never broaches, much less demands, their funding return to at least 2024 levels, e.g. reduced by 66%. Body cams and redundant laws do nothing but change the fundamental incentives. Do nothing to change the fundamental incentives. Yeah, 90% of the libs in your replies were anti-Zohran all of last year until he won. Exactly. Exactly. They have no shame. They're not vote blue no matter who. They literally think that like a centrist Democrat must win all the time so that they can feel like their priors have been confirmed. That's all this is. Oh, it's so frustrating to have these fucking conversations all the time.
Marginalized groups and use them to their advantage to then curry favor with corporations and then go make massive stock exchange trades while in Congress. Okay, continue with that clip.
Even entertain that stuff, especially this far out from an election. But even in the primary season, that's immediately the conversation. It's like, well, whoever is the candidate, you're going to vote for them, right? And you know what's really indecent about that too? They never return the favor for left flank candidates.
Yeah, no.
Because no one ever made hay about Bernie Sanders potentially becoming the candidate and all of the articles that came out about how Trump might be more preferable to Bernie Sanders. Because they were writing those. Liberals were writing those articles talking about how, you know, the head of Goldman Sachs, who's like, I'm a lifetime Democratic Party voter. I think, Donald Trump is better than Bernie Sanders.
I know.
So I just think this is a super important conversation to have. And if you have people on the left that are shutting this down, They are failing to do a proper autopsy. We know that Ken Martin at the DNC spiked the autopsy as to why we lost. He spiked it. I suspect that in that autopsy as to why Kamala lost is because the Democrats refuse to listen to voices like this. And I am willing to go into these conversations with Hasan and get owned. Do you think the Democrats know that you're always going to do that and take advantage of your vote? Yes, I do. I do think that. Anytime you have a political party or political movement that is shutting down this type of conversation, when we lost 2 elections to a complete dipshit, an incompetent con man, and we can't have the conversation with the progressive flank of our party that Bernie Sanders created a movement and it continues to permeate through the Democratic Party.
Yeah, it was an MSNBC host who famously said if Bernie Sanders won, that they would do mass executions in Central Park.
So much so that you see progressives winning right now. Zoran Mom.
Kaivan, who worked for Hillary in 2016, has knocked off the left since. Posted after he voted that he ranked Cuomo number 1 in the mayoral primary and that leftists didn't actually know what was coming, and then deleted it after Zoran won. Yeah. Early voted in New York City, Andrew Cuomo, Adrian Adams, Brad Lander, Whitney Tilson, Zollner Myrie. Roast me if you want, but just because people are afraid to tweet how they voted doesn't mean they didn't vote that way too. Don't be too surprised about the outcome. Yeah. Can we move on from these left-wing creators that have built a business just on hating Democrats? They help nothing. They help nobody but themselves. That's it. These guys are fucking not only irrelevant, they're unpopular. 1/3 wow. The next day after what you said is even more important. I know. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this in a second. I already posted about this on my Twitter as well. Once this part of the segment is over.
Dunny. And when you look at all of the issues that Zoran won on, line item by line item by line item, and you take them out of being progressive, conservative, Democrat, Republican, they're all super popular policies. So this Democratic establishment that Hasan is speaking out so much against they don't want people to know that. So I have a really hard time with the liberals online right now trying to shut this conversation down and deny Hasan his opinion or browbeat Hasan from here to Timbuktu because he is pointing out a conversation that we need to have. And I think the reason Kamala lost because nobody wanted to get off their couch that was super progressive because they feel like both parties are the same, because they're not lazy corporate news voters that just takes what MSNBC says and takes what CNN says and then goes out and votes. They have dug deeper. These are very high information voters that go, now, wait a minute. AIPAC spent $200-something million to get Trump elected. It's clear Benjamin Netanyahu wants him elected. Kamala is taking money from the same PAC, really isn't talking about this genocide and the blank check to Israel. I see this as a continuation as more of the same with it being slightly rebranded. And I just think it's very MAGA-esque to shut down a conversation like that with Hasan and me and to take a side on that and not understand that.
It's blue and on. It's blue and on. It's blue MAGA.
Hasan and I were having a super important conversation that should be front and center of every Democratic conversation right now.
Yeah, this too. This is exactly right. Normie Dems and leftists share way more in common to the corporate centrists who maintain their power by making us believe the opposite is true. This person posted the classic cringe Maoist LARPer. Have you considered the economic anxiety of those poor Trump voters? Nicole, suburban mom, and successful corporate lawyer. Every Republican is an affront to God. To which I said, even attendance at a No Kings rally will instantly help you cringe Twitter liberals realize that the suburban mom and the Maoists both despise the Republican Party more than the consultant moderation demanding Democratic Party boosters do. I'm out there. I see it. I see the anger. I see the resentment. That's why it's not confusing to me when I see the Democratic Party's unpopularity, because they've lost their own fucking base. It's that simple. Okay? They have lost their own base of support. Sean Vid says, I promise right now, years away from an election, to vote for an awful shitbag bigot because he isn't the other guy. Shut the fuck up. You are making things worse. Your vote is wait outside of election day. Regardless of how you end up voting, until then, you can bargain with it. The lesser evils are watching you. If you promise your vote for nothing, you'll get nothing. Say you won't vote for a bad candidate. Say you'll only vote for policies you like. That's it. That's why I don't mind sticking my neck out and saying I'm not voting for Gavin Newsom. Unless Gavin Newsom becomes this fucking radical advocate for Medicare for all of a sudden and can actually convince people like myself. It's that simple. Bro, I had people on threads and Twitter tell me Blue MAGA is a racist dog whistle. I don't understand how people eat the boo so easily. You don't need to have a conversation with those people. Let's be real. Whenever people hit the identity politics button over and over again to be like, oh, you, sir, are actually a racist. You hate black people. You hate brown people. You hate ICE. You hate trans. I mean, you hate ICE, sorry. You love ICE. You hate trans people. Just, you don't really have to have a conversation with them. You could just be like, did this policy work in 2016? Did this work in 2016? Fuck you, Hasan, you dumb moron. Nothing, by the way, nothing makes centrist liberals more mad than seeing someone like myself succeed in this media ecosystem. Nothing. I mean, they literally have developed so much hatred for everything that I represent as a spokesperson for a very real constituency. Nothing pisses them off more than seeing their favorite Democrats come and talk to me. Nothing pisses them off more than when people that I love, that people whose policies that I ride for end up winning, and then they have to sit there and act like they were there all along. They fucking have so much anger. It's awesome. It's fucking awesome. They are preying on my fucking downfall every damn day of the week. Very important. Me when it's ICE in the USA versus me when it's USA on ICE. Are you turning into Charlie Kirk then, Blau? Is that what you're saying?
We head into midterms. How do we build a majority party that services the most people without throwing any groups under the bus and doesn't prioritize servicing corporations? And that's what he's saying. And I'm okay with us being, at the end of the day, that Hasan might.
Yeah, it's all people going, if Hasan criticized Republicans half as much as he criticized them, he would actually be worth listening to. That's so funny. Just say you don't actually listen to anything that I'm saying. Okay? Just say that you have never actually tuned into a fucking broadcast, because if you did, you would know that I rail against the Republicans all the fucking time. And the only reason why I rail against the Democrats is because of their closeness to the Republicans for some hypothetical, mystical, moderate voter that doesn't actually fucking exist. That's the point. They have no answer for why. They have no answer for why Bernie Sanders is far more popular than Kamala Harris. They have no answer for why Zohran Mamdani is one of the most nationally popular politicians in the country, in spite of all of the Republican attacks that he receives. The far left won't win the Dems in the election. They're too radical. The far left wants free healthcare for everyone, higher tax for the top 1%, well-funded schools and free colleges, LGBTQ plus people to be seen as human, immigrants to be seen as human, no more Holocaust. These guys are so silly. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to talk about this in a second. I'm going to talk about this analysis in a second. Soy Pill says, yes, because trans people, Latinos, and every other marginalized group is going to be worse off if a Republican wins. These people can only imagine a world where marginalized people are in a perpetual state of torment, saddled between both parties, bad and worse. We need to have a very real conversation that the continual offering of this false choice is, in and of itself, bigoted. We are 2 years out, and you are not even able to imagine a good candidate for the Democratic Party perfectly demonstrates why normal working-class marginalized people feel so disenfranchised. Exactly. And then they turn around and fucking say, why? Why are these people not voting for us? Then they start trying to fucking yell about black men. Black men are not voting for the Democrats. What the fuck's going on? It's like, first of all, that's a ridiculous position to have because black voters are so reliable in terms of voting for the Democratic Party. Even if you were to think that the Democratic Party is like voting for the Democrats is the most righteous moment of civil rights activism that you can engage in, which I don't believe, right?
Person that sits on the couch, and I might be the person that goes and votes for the corporate Dem. And I'm still evolving on that. And I have to keep an open mind about it. But more than anything, Hasan and I are online personalities. We are not politicians. And we both get to have our opinions about this. And we get to succinctly disagree or push each other and evolve. But when I see liberals or people in the Democratic Party trying to completely shut him down and shut down this conversation, it feels very cultist to me. It feels the opposite of what a progressive movement, a resistant movement to fascism should be. And then Kylie, put up the tweet and the graph about where the Democrats are right now. Okay, Hasan says, liberal Twitter has erupted, demanding party loyalty, hitting lesser evilism and harm reduction lines 2 years out from the presidential election. But they refuse to reckon with this historic unpopularity for the Dems as Trump is deeply unpopular. Hold your electeds accountable, please. So here we have the Democratic Party. The favorability is 33%, historic lows. And what Hasan is saying is, why do I, as a voter, why did this large voting group, why do we have to concede? Why aren't the politicians conceding that corporations are not in the best interest of the people? And the people in the Democratic Party that are trying to shut this down, all you're doing is giving his platform more power. Because when I see the Democratic establishment behave this way in a cult-like way to say that we can't have an honest conversation about this, it makes me really lean into what Hasan is saying and dive into it more and more, because oftentimes progressives are just, they're just right way too early. And so if you think about where Bernie Sanders was in 2016, he was right. His message has aged far better. I didn't buy it at the time. I thought, oh, Bernie's crazy. He can't win an election. The fact of the matter is he probably would have beaten Trump. And where would we be now if we would stop listening to corporate Dems and the personalities that prop up this? We have to be a fixed party that
I see you get dumb hate all the time, but never did I expect it to be you about promoting democracy. No, that is at the heart of this issue. A lot of the blue anon voters, the blue MAGA voters, demand party loyalty and don't want accountability and don't want to extract concessions from their elected representatives, which is inherently undemocratic. They take advantage of the two-party system to say, you got to vote for us, my way or the fucking highway. You got to vote for these guys instead. Even if I don't like them, look at me. Look at how moral I am. I'm holding my nose and voting for the shit candidate. Okay, well, other people don't make that decision and don't go out and fucking vote. That's why the Democrats keep losing, and that's why the Republicans keep fucking winning. I'm tired of it. I don't want the Republicans to win. I think it's fucking ridiculous that they keep winning. I know why they keep winning. It's because Democrats have no fucking backbone, have no investment in defending anything at all. They concede on everything for no fucking reason. And then they spend more time trying to sell you why they actually have to do these concessions rather than advocate for the opposition.
Serves this two-party system, and we cannot push our elected officials to service the American people more. So I just wanted to respond to all of this and say that me as a voter and as an online commentator, I'm going to continue to have these conversations. And the more the Democratic Party tells people to shut up, the more I realize how rigged the whole thing is. And then I end up going further and further left. Every Democratic politician should be shutting down corporate money. Every Democratic politician should be going on shows like mine, and especially shows like Hasan's, because that's where the people didn't show up, because they are tired of being lied to by Democrats.
Hell yeah. That's why primaries are so important. When you need to weed out the corporate Dems, it boils down to corporate money. Ban that. That's why candidate vetting and research in primaries is so important. Are we a resistance party or just another cult under the blue banner? I have felt for years that the establishment Dems have just been bought as the GOP, and deny that is to have your head in the sand as a MAGAT. I totally agree with Hasan that we need an FDR representative at this moment in time who is willing to go the extra mile to include everyone in their policies. In addition, I want America to walk the walk when it comes to equality. Look at that. People don't have any answer for this. They think, oh, everybody hates. They think, oh no, everybody just hates the Republicans and they're going to be fine with eating whatever corporate-backed establishment Democrat slop that we fucking present. That's not going to happen. That hasn't happened. And even when it does sometimes happen with Joe Biden, for example, when everybody, myself included, plugged their nose and fucking voted because we wanted to get Trump out of office, look where that brought us. It brought us to Trump too. It brought us to concentration camps. It brought us to ICE. It's utterly ridiculous. We cannot do return to normalcy politics, okay? Yeah, according to Twitter libs, Hakeem Jeffries has the same position as you. Exactly. No, but when Hakeem Jeffries says it, he says it with Riz. So I understand why liberals are like enamored with Hakeem Jeffries saying like you shouldn't protest against Donald Trump. Okay. There was another thing that I wanted to mention here, obviously, which is this part of the conversation. Harry Emden. At an all-time high, 58% of voters say the Dem Party is too liberal. This comes as 1 in 3 Democrats think of themselves as democratic socialists. And the percentage of Dems who say they're very liberal has quadrupled since 1999. New Jersey 11, New York City Mayor, and Bernie Sanders are no aberration.
From that special election, that Democratic primary.
I have a criticism of this, and I'll talk about what this means for the future of politics in this country. But I do have a criticism of this that I have consistently talked about. Holy Toledo time.
New Jersey speak to a larger point within the Democratic Party, and that is that the far left is significantly more powerful than they once were. This sort of gives the game away here. Democrats who identify as very liberal or conservative. You know, there used to be a lot of conservative Democrats, right? Back in 1999, 26% of Democrats self-identified as conservative. Just 5% said that they were very liberal. It was a smidgen. Now that far left has gained considerably in power. Look at this. Now we're talking about a fifth of Democrats. 21% say they're very liberal. That conservative part of the Democratic Party, adios amigos, goodbye, just 8%. And when you combine the 21% who are very liberal with those who say that they're somewhat liberal, we're talking about 3 in 5 Democrats who identify as either somewhat liberal or very liberal, with the very liberals a much larger portion of the party. The far left, which used to just be a smidgen within the Democratic Party, has gained considerable power, as you saw in New Jersey's 11th district.
What about Democratic socialists, like the likes of, you've got Bernie Sanders or Zoran Mandani here in New York City? Where is that line up?
Okay, so on a separate question where you essentially, CNN asked this last year, which was, okay, Democrats who think of themselves as democratic socialists, among all Democrats, including those independents who lean towards the Democratic Party, look at this. We're talking about a third of all Democrats who identify as democratic socialists. Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mandani are not alone. They are a considerable part of the Democratic base at this point. And more than that, if you look at Democrats under the age of 35, they are nearly half of the Democratic Party. Look at this. 42% of Democrats think of themselves as democratic socialists under the age of 35, just like Zoran Mandani. What happened in New York City is not some aberration, right? It is not something that just happened in New York City. It is something that we are seeing grow within the Democratic Party at this particular point, when we're talking about 42% of Democrats under the age of 35 identifying as democratic socialists, and a third of all Democrats. My goodness gracious.
So if the ideology of the Democratic Party is shifting or changing.
20% very liberal, 33% Dem socialist. American polling is so dumb. Yes, it is very dumb. And that is because in the United States of America, liberalism is seen as the left flank position. Whereas in the rest of the world, even including in fucking Canada, for example, and certainly in Europe and all the other OECD nations, liberalism is not actually a leftist ideology. The U.S. is the only country where the entire left base is bracketed under liberalism, a right-wing/center-right ideology in virtually every other OECD nation. Given the rise of socialism, it would be wise to start using the better terminology. And that is by design, for the record. Before people say, well, in Canada, that's not the case. Yes, it is. NDP is the actual left position party. And there's certainly in the parliamentary structure further left positions as well. It's insane and leads to, Carl Bayer says, it's insane and leads to hilarious internal logic problems in the polls. Like they'll ask, are you a socialist or a liberal? But then crosstabs will break the answers down into liberal, indie, and conservative. So you'll have tons of I'm not a liberal and answers under liberal. I don't, and for the record, I'm not saying that like if this change were to take place, that like most people would self-identify as socialists and a lot would not self-identify as liberals or anything like that. I still think my theory is that given the lack of political education on this, given the lack of ideological delineation on this, there are still plenty of people who would be sympathetic to socialism or socialist policy making that still self-identify as liberals. It would take years and years for people to finally come to that conclusion that maybe they're not actually fucking liberals after all. But I'm still willing to segment it appropriately because it's important to do that. It's important to fucking bracket these different ideological tendencies because they are different from one another. And yes, the reality of the matter is there is a far bigger ideological difference between liberalism and socialism than there is between fascism and Republicans who are also technically liberals, right? Most people in America don't understand this, though. But I would say that even the fact that we're having this conversation and many people understand what I'm saying when we're having this conversation is a good thing. It means that the political evolution and the forcible education of a lot of people is here. Okay? The time is now. That's why I get very frustrated whenever people come to me, whenever people write articles about me, like liberal mainstream press. Whenever they write articles about me, they'll be like, very liberal Hasan. This is the only thing that Hasan and Iglesias agree on. It's so unfortunate that the United States is stuck with this vocabulary where socialist and very liberal roughly mean the same thing. Wish we would all rediscover the terminology where liberalism has distinct meaning and its own varietals and socialism is a different thing. I agree. This use of liberal to describe more left-wing Democrats is getting increasingly unhelpful because actual left-wing Democrats self-describe as progressive or even socialist, so no one actually thinks more liberal describes them. Hasan is mostly just upset because his great strategic efforts of reminding everyone that both sides are bad, so vote third party have somehow not led to this label getting more traction. Yeah, that's what it is, guy who blocked me and probably has a normal opinion about what I fucking represent. Hasan calling liberalism a right-wing/center-right ideology is absolutely delusional, though. It's not. It is a right-wing, center-right ideology in every other fucking country because it's not an ideology that revolves around social policies. It's an ideology that revolves around the economy, okay? Economic policies. That's the reason why it's a center-right ideology. That's what it is. It's just factually accurate. And these guys would rather fucking go, la, 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 I can't hear you. Liberalism, historically, in political theory, and in contemporary society certainly, is considered a right-wing or center-right economic ideology, okay? That's it. It's about freeing the markets. It's so fucking stupid. I hate having a conversation up with dumb American chuds who fancy themselves to be much more intelligent than the MAGA Republicans that they lord over, and yet they have the political education of those same fucking chuds. They literally do, and they go, la, 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 I can't fucking hear you. Yes, the Democratic Party is technically a Big Tent party for this reason, because in America, you just have liberals and Republicans. That's how they see it. That's why liberal Democrats in the UK are seen as a center-right party. Yeah, you should do what HasanAbi suggested. Exactly. Hasan needs to actually start saying he'd vote for J.D. Vance so these brain-dead morons decide they need to win his vote as a conservative. Yeah. I don't want to vote for Gavin Newsom because he's too liberal. I want a real conservative. If you want to win my vote, I'm a MAGA conservative. You have to win my vote now. All of a sudden, you have to pay attention to me. Dems being center to center right is literally taught in any world studies class I've ever taken, whether it's politics, sociology, or history. I learned that in my world government class when I was 15. What ideology is center left? Social democracy and labor capitalism. Labor parties, social democratic parties, self-described social democratic parties. That is a center-left ideology. Communists, socialists, and democratic socialists, to varying degrees, are seen as the actual left party. That's just the reality. Trade unionism, communism, and socialism is the actual left position. Anti-capitalism normally begins as the starting point of the left position. Obviously, as capitalism is calcified in Western liberal democracies, you have to look at it. You have to look at every case individually. But that is the reality. Wow, we doing poli-sci international relations 101 now? Yes, I have to. Someone, not me, might say in response to moderates are a bigger demographic. Self-described moderates in a political education environment like the one that I just described, where people don't even know anything about what their real, true ideological positions are, where they just if they are even invested in political participation at all, where they bracket themselves as like either Democrat or Republican, is idiotic. That's the reason why all of these fucking polls are so inconsistent. Harry Enden talking right here shows that inconsistency. How is this hard to comprehend? He's literally saying that Democrats are self-identifying as like democratic socialists. The self-described moderates, if you ever talk to them and ask, like, would you like free health care? You already pay a shit ton in premiums. Would you like a system where you pay less in taxes overall and then get free health care unconditionally without having to call up, your insurance provider? Would say, fuck yes. Now, is that a moderate position? It reads as a moderate position. On the polls, a guy who would say they're a moderate would say yes to that. How do you deal with that? If you ask a centrist Democrat, they'll say that is the most radical position of all time. Right? Centrist think tankoids want you to believe people thought Harris was too liberal because people love private health insurance and the military-industrial complex, and what they likely mean is black lady from California is purposely misleading. Exactly. This is a meaningless and inscrutable poll without defining what too liberal means. It can mean too right-wing, too left-wing, too woke on social issues, etc. All this is working to do is manufacture consent to be even more conservative. That's exactly what it is. The party that did this in Canada is not the Liberal Party because the Libs are center-right.
Every day, Maurice Tryhook visits his wife at Golden Door Geriatric Center. His only previous indication the personal care home might close, some beds were empty.
When I first was approached about coming here, it was a matter of waiting for months. And now I go over here and I see vacancies. Well, it doesn't add up.
Now he knows that last year, the owners informed the province they would close the...
That's not always true, dude. What? Liberals in Canada were center-left under Trudeau? I know, man. I know. Depending on... That's why I said it's situational, because capitalism is so pervasive and so dogmatic and has become the inscrutable hegemony. It is so firmly the monoculture that that's why I said it's case by case. Okay? It shifts. Sometimes the liberal Democrats might come across like the center-left party, depending on how conservative the government actually is. You may Philip DeFranco again with this topic.
ISIS finally getting out of Minnesota.
ISIS is true. ISIS is getting out of Minnesota.
Point difference. But also when it comes to real potential matchups for 2028, we should talk about this backlash and controversy, because we're going to see this play out. And one of the most recent ways it has is you have tons of people slamming political commentator Hasan Piker for how he might be voting. Right? Because on a recent appearance on Jennifer Welch's I've Had It podcast, she brought up some hypothetical presidential tickets.
Let's say that Gavin Newsom becomes the nominee, that we make it midterms.
Devastating.
Do you vote for him over J.D. Vance?
I don't know.
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink. What about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh, yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as, like, my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive, but also unconscionable.
And that, it prompted a ton of outrage and a lot of, are you fucking kidding me? With a lot of people thinking that Hasan shouldn't be encouraging third-party votes to his massive following, and some saying things like, insanely irresponsible take, given the harm this administration has unleashed just 1 year in. As well as, can we move on from these left-wing creators that...
Yeah, Hillary Clinton's staffer, once again, that openly said he didn't vote for Zohran Mamdani.
Have built a business on just hating Democrats. It helps nobody but themselves. You also had tons of people accusing Hasan of being a grifter, arguing that he, quote, wants Republicans in office because he gets to cosplay a revolutionary, which raises his profile and makes him more money. And then separately from takes on Hasan, you had some pushing back on criticisms of Gavin Newsom. We're saying, I live in California, my gay friends have basic rights, my girlfriend can access reproductive care, and we've raised the minimum...
Of course, Philip is going to cook me on this, because he is, you know, when the cards fall, he will be he will be a professional misunderstander as well. Once again, Philip, I mean, we talk all the time privately. I like Philip DeFranco. I'd love to have this conversation with you. I think it would be a productive conversation.
Wage for service workers. Spare me the disingenuous bullshit. But then as far as Hasan, he's defended himself in a series of posts saying, do you want free healthcare? Do you want free college? Do you want to stop Israel? I'll vote for anyone who sincerely believes in making that happen. And adding, I never said J.D. Vance is better than Newsom. You want to believe I said that because you can't comprehend a world where democracy implies asking for concessions from your elected representatives before doing loyalty pledges to them like a happy serf. With Hasan then saying, shit libs who don't care about losing to Trump now want you to obey in advance to their hypothetical establishment candidate while there isn't even a guarantee there will be an election 2 years from now, using marginalized people as a cudgel as Gavin threw trans people under the bus. And while he had his supporters, you also had a number of people pushing back at that response, saying things like, no one is asking anyone to obey in advance, so please come
like John Fetterman's staffer, who only recently left John Fetterman.
Down off the cross. Your fellow panelists recognize the material difference for marginalized communities between a hypothetical Democrat and Republican administration. You repeatedly use your large audience to flatten the difference, and it's abject nonsense. And some others also taking issue with how he framed Newsom's stance on trans rights. With one person saying, actual trans person here, Gavin Newsom made a comment about trans athletes that I don't agree with, but California is still one of the best places to be trans in the country. See the difference? You don't care about what happens to us, so stop acting like you speak for us. Now with all this, you actually had Jennifer Welch ending up posting a video in his defense claiming
what Hasan is saying is we need to build a party that has an FDR style impact that really, really impacts the lives of people instead of this slow moving incremental change that the current Democratic Party always proposes. Number one, Hasan's not a politician. Number two, Hasan gets to think whatever he thinks. Number three, there is a large growing number of Americans in Gen Z and as millennials that have felt completely unseen and left behind by the two-party political system, who hate and despise how much they suck up to corporations. We have time right now to have these conversations and to move our politicians to a progressive populist platform.
With Welch even going so far as to say one of the reasons that Democrats lose is because they do not listen to voices like Hasan Piker. So it's also worth noting that during the podcast, Hasan did preempt any potential backlash, claiming that Democrats might lose solely because of him.
I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right?
You know, with all that said, I would really love to know your thoughts here. Obviously, with any election, whether it be local or national, I think you should weigh the difference between the two people.
I think he did a decent job of showing both sides.
Ideally, I'd love a ranked choice system that brings in more voices, different voices, but that's a whole other video. And then I'm going to vote for the best or least worst of the two top options. That is why I voted for Kamala Harris. Does she represent everything I want in the country? No. But to think or argue that a government and a country led by her versus Donald Trump would be the exact same thing with the exact same things happening, no. But I hope most of us can agree when we look at this last year that this seems to be the way worse option. And I know, this part is separate from the clips that we talked about on today's show, but it is an argument that I've seen just playing out in public. But I also think we need to hash out these disagreements very early on. We handle business disagreements, all the messiness in the primaries, and then when it's one versus one, picking the best and or least worst option. And it's more important than ever if you are in a battleground state, though it really
Okay, they're not even talking about that stuff yet. But I'm not saying that Kamala Harris would be identical to Donald Trump. And there are certain areas where the Democrats would definitely be identical to Trump. It's, Israel being one of them, or at least they don't shy away from communicating that they would be the same, right? That's what Kamala Harris did. But once again, someone made a comment that Gavin would come on the show if you said you were a conservative law. Exactly. Yeah, that's my real grift, is I'm positioning myself as anti-Gavin Newsom and a conservative MAGA guy so that Gavin Newsom comes on the show so I can grill him on some of his fucking positions. But I do think that we should be having these conversations. Especially now, far away from the actual election. Okay? We should be having these conversations far away from the actual election so that we can nip this shit in the fucking bud. You understand? So when people chirp at me to get clicks or whatever the fuck, you can keep doing that if you want to do that. But I do think that I should have a conversation with like the Midas Touch guys, Pod Johns. I'll go on neutral territory like that to talk to some of these fucking centrist liberals. Like I'll duke it out with Trey Easton, even though he's a irrelevant figure overall. Thank God he closed the Epstein Orbiter vid. That guy's another like pedophilia sex cult member. Is that what it is? You know how I say that there is like, you need to be definable by your opinions, by your policies, by what you put out there for the Democrats in general. I feel like for Destiny, or also known as Sex Pestiny, he is definable by having a son who is a neo-Nazi, constantly aligning with white nationalist, white supremacist neo-Nazis, being able to say the N-word and all these other slurs as a white guy, and also on top of that, I guess, being super pro-Israel and procuring child sexual abuse material. Those are his, like, if there was a Zoran-style situation here to define Sex Pestiny as, it would be that. Also, here it is. Pisco saying, so you would vote for Trump over Hasan, correct? I would vote for the guy who supported January 6th versus the guy who supported October 7th, yes. Guy who has positioned himself as being anti-Trump above all else turns around and says, actually, Trump is better than Hasan Piker. If you can't call that Hasan derangement syndrome, not sure what you can call that. Okay? Like, given the opportunity, crazy that people that leave the orbit are able to understand your positions. So far out from a presidential election, I'm not sure. Yeah, this person used to be a Destiny orbiter, now hates Destiny. So far out from a presidential election, I'm not sure how consequential this is outside of signaling your opinion on the dire need for change. This is a strategy to apply pressure as a minority voting bloc that is usually secure for Democrats. Totally understand why mainstream Dem voters and influencers hate it. Concerningly, I see people trying to get smaller coalitions of the periphery in line via bullying like MAGA does. This won't work. Republicans are servile by nature, so yelling at them to fall in line works. Liberals and progressives do not respect authority or value loyalty in the same way, so taking the same approach is doomed to fail. Find a way to get these voters on your side with incentives or move on to another voting bloc. Hand-wringing about the lack of loyalty is a waste of everyone's time. You'll never insult or bully people your way into gaining their vote. You'll only increase their apathy. The irony, of course, is that because I'm so goddamn stubborn, I don't turn around and go, okay, the Democrats lost me as a person who will work for them, as a person who will work with them. Okay? That's just another thing. Like, you can yell at me all day, every day. You can say I'm a MAGA voter or whatever the fuck you want. The reality of the matter is, if I was a MAGA voter, you would probably be sucking my dick right now. Nina Turner also chimed in. You're making a damn dent, but I appreciate that. Gavin Newsom and Charlie Kirk last year while glowing about Kirk. This isn't the person that trusts to fight for marginalized communities.
Literally last night, trying to put my son to bed. He's like, no, Dad, what time? What time's Charlie going to be here? What time? And I'm like, dude, you're in school tomorrow. He's 13. He's like, no. This morning, wakes up at 6 something. He's like, I'm coming. I'm like, he literally would not leave the house.
Did you let him take off school?
No, he did. Of course not. He's not here.
Please explain what hope people see in the Dems. It makes no sense. Well, for me in particular, the hope that I see, you might consider it naivete, but what I see is opportunity to use the Democratic Party platform to move this country in the right trajectory. Okay? It's not necessarily about like being a diehard Democratic Party loyalist. Not at all. But it's more so to use one of the only two viable mechanisms to our advantage to move the country further left, to make them recognize that they actually are more radical than what the Democrats have led them to believe. Okay? This is what Bernie was able to do as well. This is what the Bernie-crats are doing currently. It's not entryism. It's not entryism. Okay? I know many of you will say this is entryism. Entryism indicates that you can take the bourgeois Democratic Party and turn it into a socialist or working class party. It's not. This is Newsom's Liz Cheney tour. He's from the Bay Area of California, has no authentic connections to moderates, independents, Republicans, disaffected. So he had to do cringe stuff like this to show he's not a big old lib. Exactly. I really thought the Dem supporters would wake up and see they can't reform the system and say they need revolution and revolt. It seems like entryism. The reason why, for the record, the reason why it's not entryism is because, like, I don't want to talk too much about this, but here, I'll fucking say it. All right. This is the opportunity for people to see. Americans, and I constantly have this conversation, but it bears repeating all the time. Americans do not self-identify as socialists, even if they have sympathies towards socialist policies. Okay? Americans have no class consciousness. So in order to even unlock the class consciousness of the American proletariat, you have to use whatever viable electoral machine you have to your advantage. And right now, you have tremendous opportunity. Okay? You have tremendous opportunity with an incredibly weak Democratic Party that has positioned itself whenever they run for office as like little radicals. Oh, yeah, we want socialized medicine. We want better access to healthcare, all this shit. Like, most Americans understand simple terms. Use that to your advantage. Oh, okay. So you want Medicare for all. You want universal policies. You want Medicare for all. Like, this is what it is. It's not about taking over the party in its entirety, but it's about using the party and its platform to unlock the revolutionary potential of the proletariat. That's it. Because it is out there. That's it. Anyway, imagine a world where we have a second FDR and a second New Deal. Imagine how much more open the socialist country would be if they got a second New Deal from someone calling themselves a democratic socialist. Yes. So you see the way, you see the party as a way to educate before a revolution. When does what you're saying become entryism? Entryism is the failed notion, in my opinion, to assume that you can like single-handedly take the bourgeois liberal capitalist democratic party and turn it into a socialist party by slowly but surely entering in these races. I'm not saying that's the end goal. I don't think that can be the end goal. We must always strive for more. Okay? Entryism is unsuccessful because the people that you end up putting in those positions of power end up being molded by the establishment democratic consensus, and they start repeating the positions of the establishment Democrats. Okay? Many people, unfortunately, do not have the ideological discipline to keep pushing beyond what we have, to demand more. That's just the reality of the matter. This is why some of those liberals that fucking constantly yell at me are yelling at me because they've been taught to be fearful of a true left position. Okay? I am a liberal, and now I finally see your true colors. You'll turn me into a Manchurian candidate. Begone, devil spawn. Exactly. But for the time being, getting people to at least drop the unnecessary fear that they have about a left position, about socialism, is what is appropriate, is what is necessary. Okay? Yeah, Gavin Newsom while this shit is blowing up, Gavin Newsom to visit New Hampshire as he eyes presidential run. Gavin Newsom is also going to the Munich Security Conference. Top Democrats eyeing potential 2028 presidential runs hope to use the Munich Security Conference this weekend to burnish their foreign policy credentials, elevate their profiles, and convince an anxious group of European leaders that there is life after President Donald Trump. Who do you think would be my pick here? Come on now. Entryism has failed because it's viewing gradual incremental takeover as the final step necessary, even though it cannot succeed. It can, however, have acute high visibility impact cases like in Zoran or even Bernie had. That with a dual inside-outside strategy to build movement for an outside group to replace is better for sure, and that's why it's more feasible. Yes. So you're saying it's moot to chase the long-term goal of usurping, taking over the Democratic Party from within and converting it to a full-on social party if a viable third-party option doesn't ever rise within our lifetime? There is no viable third-party option right now for a multitude of different reasons, but one of the major reasons is because there is no political education. The very fact that most people have to bracket themselves into self-identifying as liberals, liberalism being the mass political movement, okay, in the United States of America, in the absence of alternatives, where the alternatives are seen as scary, at a time when liberalism is fucking failing, The only option that is the only way to even maintain or create a viable the only way that you can even create a viable third option alternative is by unlocking class consciousness. It's that simple. How can we go about making socialist policies a more populist one in time for 2028? Socialist policies are populist. Hello. Back in the day when there was better political education, even in the United States of America, that was always the counter to socialism was, oh, you just want everything. You want what? What do you want? You want free? You want free everything. You're fucking lazy. Heck yeah, I want free everything. Fuck you. We have the money for it. How do you own a black sweater with a giant dog? Very carefully. The Leninist position in the early aughts of the development of the Communist Party of China was to align with the Kuomintang. The Kuomintang was a reactionary nationalist movement comprised of the bourgeois classes that had no interest whatsoever in changing the previous landed gentry-backed institutional power that was in the hands of the warlords. They were not warlords, but they were totally in line with working with the warlords. At the time, the Communist Party of China had 193 paying members. The Kuomintang, on the other hand, had 60,000. Who runs the People's Republic of China now? There was a lot of resistance internally within the CPC structure as well at the time. But Lenin forced their hands into joining forces with the Kuomintang, at least for a period of time, as they built their movement. Keep Lenin's name out of your mouth. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, you still need the party. You aren't proposing that. You are proposing being a part of the Democrats. You were just wrong theoretically and historically. No, I have better, I have a better mechanism of change than you. It wasn't to enter the Kuomintang, brother. Historical illiteracy. You literally didn't. You are incapable of reading between the lines. Okay? You are incapable of reading between the lines. It's okay. You're just angry. As long as people self-ID as liberals, and that is where the masses are, you cannot invent an alternative vision where the masses should be. You can pontificate endlessly on where the masses and mass politics should be, but you have to work with the masses. Socialism, in all of its historic development, has still abso-fucking-lutely needed to build the vanguard, for example. If you don't even have a self-identifying 5% of Bolsheviks, if you don't have any sort of, like, even before we get to democratic centralization, you still need to have, even a self-declared, invested, decent percentage of self-identifying socialists, self-identifying communists. If you don't have that, then you have no movement. In the United States of America, you don't have that at all. It's that simple. The CNN poll you just shows that not everyone's a liberal anymore. If you think that those people that self-identify as democratic socialists already have the adequate political education and the ideological discipline or the consistency, you are out of your mind. Okay? You need class consciousness and frustrated reforms. We have neither. Yes. The material conditions are not bad enough for the average person yet either. And there is also no fucking proof and no evidence that the frustrated masses that say enough with liberalism will then turn around and become socialists magically. Okay? They will become fascists. They are becoming fascists. Please stop with this fucking nonsense. I think this is the most viable way to engage in socialist organizing in the United States of America in 2026, the year of our holy Lord. That's what I believe. There are others who believe in relitigating historic attempts without taking into consideration the material conditions at all. We do not have an assembly line. We have an increasingly atomized society. We do not have an assembly line structure in commodity production. We do not have child labor. Well, we kind of have child labor now, actually. So I guess we did return to that form. But by and large, people don't think we have child labor. Let's just say it. Let's just put it like that. Okay. What is this? I said it last month and I'm saying it this month. We need to start treating leftists like Hasan Piker and his followers the same way we treat their MAGA counterparts. Are you a Zionist? What child labor do we have? Actually asking, states like Arkansas have actually rolled back child labor protections in an effort to make it easier for people to legally engage in child labor. Something that is often not talked about at all. Anyway, let's get to Tom Homan and a massive dub for a decentralized network of resistance. Tiff Mahogany 44, NATO member. Hasan Piker, the black and brown communities in the U.S. must live under the boot of the GOP until Gaza is free or something. Yeah, this person definitely. George Smiley, black woman, pro-West, pro-NATO, pro-Ukraine, dark Brandon Democrat, NAFO forever. I think if this person got their wishes and the Democratic Party actually, ran on whatever the fuck she cares about, they would get like a total of 18 votes, maybe. I suspect that they would get 18 total votes. Now, this is not a real position at all. This is coming directly from Langley, I think. That this is a federal agent, right? But it's pretty funny that this person thinks like the average American would vote for, being a pro NAFO supporter or something rather than free healthcare. Hasan's not gay. He's not an immigrant. He's a multimillionaire who gets more views the worse things are. He has more to benefit from a Trump-Vance presidency than 99.9% of Americans. Identity politics in 2026, multimillionaire streamer is not an identity. This is awesome because this person literally is a ultra Zionist. Who will the median voter listen to? we should stop giving Israel quintillion dollars and instead spend it on ourselves. My position. Versus if you don't give Israel 17 quintillion dollars, you are a anti-Semite who must be removed from their position of power, who must no longer be able to get gainful employment. I wonder, out of these two ideas, whose ideas are more popular? Here's a fun game, says leftist lawyer. Whenever you see centrist slop, slinging loser, complaining about the left, search their posts for the word genocide. It's always, look at what they think about Gaza. Look at what they think about Israel. Look at what they think about ICE. Even though some of these centrists have actually moved on ICE, luckily. Search Gaza and Palestine can be a real eye-opener. So many Jasmine Crockett stands tried it with me. Almost every single one was actively cheering on genocide, or at the very least making an excuse for it. Same old, same old. This tweet is so funny because you would do 100K concurrent in an AOC presidency? Yes. 100%. That's what's so hilarious about it. Also, this kind of attitude is so stupid because I do well regardless. People said, oh, when Biden gets elected, you'll lose your audience. And guess what? I didn't. It's fucking stupid. How about you worry about building your own platform? You know what I mean? How about you worry about building your own audience with your own shit-ass ideas? That Basil Cuck voted for Cuomo. Oh, that's the other thing. When you see people chirp like this, see what they said about voting for Andrew Cuomo over Zohran Mamdani. Yeah, MacD Jacobs. Historically, I've been open about the fact that Democrats demolishing Republicans' elections makes me horny. I'm not discovering another force that can approach this aphrodisiacal power. Democrats growing a collective spine against the performatively destructive online left. Yeah, you're not going to be nutting too hard. I'm going to be honest with you, MacD Jacobs. Sorry to fucking burst your bubble. I don't like that guy, but he did not vote for Cuomo. He voted for Zellner. No, in the general. Really? In the general? Yeah, Greg Bovino is horny again, by the way, before we continue with, hang on, sorry, just a fact check law. Just not true law. Love that this happened after you posting the whole people will lie about you. They indeed did, right? Primary ballot looked the same, but I ranked Zellner first. I still don't believe it. I believe this person in shame took a photo of someone else's ballot. But I'm glad that they feel the need to lie about it. Yeah, this was the other one. Facts Lives Matter. Zohran Mamdani barely won a local election in liberal New York City against terrible candidates. The leftists will never win a national election in this country, and Hasan is willing to help a Republican inflict harm on the marginalized people he claims to care about. He's an awful person. I think Mamdani ran a good campaign and should be given a chance, but you leftists need to stop kissing his ass. Zohran sucks, and I hope he loses. Well, give it some more time. You'd be sucking his dick. The percentage of corporate Dems that are mad at you, 42% of Lay's customers didn't know their chips were made from actual potatoes, survey found. Semi-related, but going through the replies in your tweet storm, I noticed the libs will at least pretend they've always been at our position with Mamdani specifically, but generally too. I know. Good. That's good. They're bending the knee. They're genuflecting. That's my point. My point is these guys are regime pilled, okay? They will defend whatever the Democratic Party puts out. So it is pertinent upon us to make sure that the people that the Democrats are putting out are fucking socialists. That's it. It's that simple. Because some of these people do unironically believe that socialists are a dead end. Okay? They do. They legitimately believe that socialists are a dead end. Just as they legitimately believe that resisting against ICE occupation in Minneapolis would not lead to anything promising. They have no vision. They lack political courage. They lack vision. Destiny said in a recent stream that he likes Mamdani when he does good things, but when things fall apart in New York, he'll say, I told you so. Yeah.
Seen a big change here in the last couple of weeks. And it's all good changes.
Womp, womp.
I'm also pleased to report that we're seeing a notable decrease on unlawful agitator activity here in Minneapolis and overall throughout the state. This is great news for Minnesota communities that have been adversely impacted by the lawlessness and chaos on the street. We have what we call here QRFs, Quick Response Force, security teams, that get called out when ICE officers are out doing operations. They get into trouble.
Tom, don't say this. The Dow is doing well. Tom, stop. Think about the Dow. Thomas. I'm the Walter White meme in the car screaming, Tom! The fuck? Your mom hated you before birth enough to give you a blocked airway, Tom Holman. Oh my God. Thomathan. Stop. Consider the Dow before saying such silly things.
If agitators get out of control, if there's a danger and public safety is at risk, these QRFs respond to help these officers get off the X and get out of that situation. I asked today when I got here, I want to know what the QRFs call outs are, what their deployments are. I want to know every time a QRF is called out. The QRF deployments have dropped dramatically because we have less of that occurring. Less of the agitator that crossed that line. That is a good thing. That is a win for everybody. Not just for the safety of law enforcement officers, it's a win for this community. With that, and success that has been made arresting public safety threats and other priorities since this surge operation began, as well as the unprecedented levels of coordination we have obtained from state officials and local law enforcement, I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude. A significant drawdown has already been underway this week.
Yeah, we did. It was tremendously successful. It was blah, 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 blah. The comments doing what about Jay-Z really highlights how off the path we are. If we're talking about drugs, let's talk about Epstein and friends drugging underage girls to rape them. Why y'all don't want to talk about the Epstein files? I mean, a lot of people are just cattle. You can just avoid them, honestly. Like anyone that responds to Cardi B talking about the Epstein cover up as with like a Jay-Z dunk or something is just is just cattle that you can avoid. You can just like jiggle keys in front of their eyes. That's it. You can convince them to sell you the deed for their home if they have one for $0.
To the next week. We have a lot of work to do across this country to remove public safety.
Did they arrest anyone for the Somali fraud hoax, or did everyone forget about that now? I mean, it was never about that anyway, especially because ICE and the Department of Homeland Security has no basis in in dealing with hoaxes and things like that.
Risk who shouldn't even be in this country. And to deliver on President Trump's promise for strong border security and mass deportation, law enforcement officers drawing down from this surge operation will either return to their duty stations or be assigned elsewhere to achieve just that.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our...
Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ellison, let me start with you. You're the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. Do I have that correct?
I saw a Majority Report this morning talk about that Cato guy who fucking cooked. I mean, he had some dumb libertarian takes as well in between, but I do want to watch that clip if someone has it.
Correct. That's a yes.
Sir, you're aware of my job. You know the answer to that.
You're not going to answer my questions? Are we going to start this way? Are you the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota? Yes or no?
You know the answer.
Mr. Ellison, you're in my courtroom now. You're under oath. So I suggest that you answer my questions. You the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the state of Minnesota? Yes or no? Let's try another question. Are you familiar with the $9 billion in historic fraud out of your state, including the $250 million in the Feeding Our Future program alone? You familiar with that? Don't turn to the pages in your book to get your potted answers. Are you familiar with it? Yes or no?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Very familiar, aren't you? Because the people who ran the Feeding Our Futures program came to you in your official office in the state capitol December 11th, 2021, and asked for your help in getting investigators off their backs. They complained to you.
Are you aware that Twitch is forcing ads on your stream? I don't think so. Unless there's some issue here, but I don't think that is the case. I think, but you should subscribe regardless to avoid the ads at the top of the hour, which I don't think they are. I think it's just because you have an ad blocker on, so it just serves a commercial break, but there's no actual ad. Insulin dependent. I'm ad free and not subscribed. Bitch, change that right now. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. What the hell? What the hell do you mean you're not fucking subscribed? Subscribe now for free with a Twitch Prime right now, or for $6 a month, or gift a sub to those who do not have it. I mean, it's voluntary though. Let's be real. Don't pre-roll still happen? No, not on the politics tab. Do you get paid from Twitch Prime subs? Yes. The greedy insulin dependent. What do you have to pay for? Your fucking insulin? Lame. But with Turbo, with Twitch Turbo, it doesn't give me anything. Unless I serve ads. And if I don't serve ads, then I don't get any revenue from Twitch Turbo. Philly Decentrist audience is on your side between you and Gavin? Hell yes. Oh my God. Even if Philip DeFranco's audience is on my side, I'm telling you, man, even the libs on the internet, self-IDing libs, lifelong Democratic Party voters are like, fuck Gavin Newsom. Yes. Yes. That's why all the chirping from these fucking Twitter centrist libs are irrelevant.
Upwards of an hour about state investigators going after them, and they begged you to help them, and you agreed to it, amazingly. And we know you did. That's not because true. It's all caught on tape. Yeah, every single sentence is caught on tape. Here's what you said. Let's take a look. You said, it's not a question. You said to them, send me the names of all these folks who are investigating them. You said to them, send me their names. And I'll take that list, and I'll call the person over at Education who is investigating them and say, what's going on? Why am I getting these complaints? Then he went on to say, I already have my team working on this. What day should we get together to discuss it again? You made pledge after pledge to them. You said, we've got to make sure this guy who's investigating them stops it. You said, you have my attention. I'm concerned about this. You said, let's go fight these people, meaning the people who are investigating the fraud. Why'd you do it? Why'd you help them?
Are you going to let me answer?
Please, we're all ears.
So first of all, you're cherry picking quotes out of there.
Why did you help them?
I thought you were going to let me answer.
Why did you help them?
Are you going to let me answer?
Why did you help
them? You let me answer and I'll answer you.
Tell the truth and I'll let you answer.
I will tell the truth.
Good.
Let's do that.
That'd be a nice change. Why'd you help them?
Now see, Mr. Chairman, I didn't come here to be insulted. I came here voluntarily.
You came here for the truth. Let's have it. Why did you help them? The quotes are here. They're in black and white, and every member of this audience can listen to the recording. It's 54 minutes long. It's all in public. You can Google it right now and listen to it.
And listen to it all.
Why'd you help them?
First of all, I didn't help them.
You did help them.
No, I did not. I certainly didn't.
You're saying you didn't do anything for him. You didn't.
Well, wait a minute.
I already have my team working on this again. That's not you?
I have my team assisted with the information that led to the prosecution and conviction of these people.
No, you didn't. You didn't lift a finger to prosecute them. No, you did not. You didn't lift a finger to prosecute them.
Federal prosecution.
You had, BS. You had whistleblowers come to you as early as 2019.
You're the one talking BS.
Hey, listen, it's my time.
Doesn't know what you're talking about, sir.
No, sir. You now have encountered the truth and you don't like it. Why'd you take their money? Why'd you take their money?
I didn't.
You took $10,000.
No, that's a false statement.
$10,000 9 days after the meeting.
False statement.
You took $10,000. Here's what happened. They went to your office.
Bro, the most effective argumentation tool that these guys have at their disposal that they deploy over and over again is just know you, know you, know you, know you. That's it. That's all they got, baby. Know you, know you, know you.
They solicited money from you. They solicited help from you.
That's also wrong.
They came to your office. It was your official office. You met with them for 54 minutes.
No, they
asked you for help. You pledged it to them, and they talked repeatedly about money. In fact, it's all they talked about. Money, 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 money. They said, we will put our dollars in the right place. We will support candidates that will fight to protect our interests. You replied, that's right. They said, if you are securing your donor base and securing your power base, you can act the way you want. You replied, money is freedom. They said the amount of money circulating, I'm reading the transcript, the amount of money circulating in our community today is powerful, and we haven't realizing it in a meaningful way. And you said, give me the specifics. And 9 days later, you took $10,000 from people who were then indicted. It's in your reports. Why'd you do it?
Sir,
was it worth it?
You know what? This is a theatrical performance.
This is the truth. This is what accountability looks like, of which you've had none. You helped fraudsters defraud your state and this government of $9 billion, and you got a fat campaign contribution out of it. You ought to be indicted.
True. Well,
that's the truth.
A fat campaign contribution of $10,000.
I think we've made the point. Let's keep the tenor just
for the record.
I'll ask how I want to.
He's lying, and that's the truth.
Oh no, this is all on the record, sir. Did you bother to investigate where the money that you facilitated their fraud for, where it went? Do you know where it went, what it was used for, the fraudulent money? I do, because we just heard testimony about it yesterday.
Because we were key players in the
hundreds of millions of dollars to terrorist groups, to transnational criminal organizations, to the drug trade, to drug trafficking, to child trafficking. And you took $10,000
That's a lie.
And helped them do it. You know, the other thing is, whistleblowers came to you as early as 2019. Let's look. As early as 2019, whistleblower. Don't talk over me. As early as 2019, it's my hearing, pal. As early as 2019.
Don't call me
whistleblowers came to, well, I should call you prisoner because you ought to be in jail.
Well, see what you can do
about it. In 2019, whistleblowers came to you in your office and referred to you fraud allegations from Feeding Our Futures, and you blew them off. Listen, your own state newspaper investigated it. The Minnesota Star Tribune, the Partners in Nutrition, brought its concerns to the Attorney General's office in 2018 and in 2019, and you did nothing. You did nothing for years. The only action you took is, once all these fraudsters came to your office and asked you to get involved and offered you money, then you got involved. Then you took the money, and then you got involved.
They did not come to my office. You're completely wrong about that.
You met with them for 54 minutes, and you took $10,000, and they also gave your family money. They gave your family thousands of dollars in campaign contributions in addition to what they gave
false
you.
Statement.
Let's put the
this is completely untrue.
The New York Post.
Yeah, we know the New York Post.
Minnesota Keith Ellison, AG, accepted campaign donations from individuals linked to the $250 million COVID fraud scheme after they were in your office. The donations came on December 20th.
Sir,
you met with them on December the 11th, and on January 20th, the FBI knocked over their headquarters.
No.
That's the sequence of events here.
No, it's not.
You've been right at the center of this fraud thing from the beginning, and you've enabled it. And sir, you should resign.
And sir, you should resign. I was thinking the same thing about you.
Should resign.
I was thinking the exact same thing about you.
I'm sure after encountering this truth, you are, because it hurts to have accountability, doesn't it?
Because after this parade of lies and presentation, I think you should be ashamed for misrepresentation.
Time has expired. Senator Moreno.
The Minnesota Lieutenant Governor encouraged people to put their bodies on the line.
I can't imagine
encouraging somebody that supported me politically to go and put themselves into harm's way. I can't imagine that, particularly when you know that these law enforcement officials had been shot at, a couple of illegal immigrants inadvertently killed because people were shooting at ICE officers. Their vehicles have been rammed by some of these peaceful protesters, probably the trained activists.
By the way, having this kind of attitude right now, like especially right now, when the body camera footage that just came out is in fucking sanity, okay? It is absolute in fucking sanity. These people are trying to shoot at ICE officers. You fucking bullshit, okay? Not only is it unimaginably unpopular, even Republicans are looking at it and going, yeah, I don't know, this one maybe is a little bit too much. The video I'm talking about, we will be watching in a little bit. Okay? But, yes, I have seen Bovino's horny tweets. That's besides the point. That's like not the most consequential part of the story. Hold on. I want to show you the, oh, it's in the next video. Okay, we'll watch it. Yes, I saw the GQ post. I'm going to talk about China maxing as well. Hold on. Okay, this is a woman that was shot by Border Patrol agents in Chicago. I think Maria Martinez, if I'm not mistaken. It is fucking insane.
We've had
another person that they lied and said was like a terrorist or whatever, for the record.
Rocks thrown at their vehicles. I can't imagine encouraging people, put yourselves in harm's way. Get out there and record that. I, as a government official, would have said, back off. Let us work with ICE. Let's cooperate with them. Let's see if we can't de-escalate this. But Attorney General, you did the exact opposite. And 2 people are dead because you encouraged them to put themselves into harm's way. And now you're exploiting those 2 martyrs. That was a tragedy.
Martyrs?
It never...
Wait, so they are martyrs. Nice.
Should have happened. Now, we can investigate, but I can't imagine...
He either called them martyrs or called them murders, in which, both are correct.
Being a law enforcement official, where I know my colleagues have been shot at, their vehicles rammed, that their trained activists deployed. And by the way, we know at least one of those activists had a semi-automatic pistol with extra clips. So now you're an ICE officer, you're doing enforcement action, you've got a team behind you trying to protect you, you've got all these trained activists behind you. Is it any wonder they're at hair trigger alert? A tragedy was going to happen, and you encouraged it. And you ought to feel damn guilty about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This kind of political posturing rings hollow when you know the actual confrontations with ICE lead to fucking murders over and over again. None of this shit matters. We love Second Amendment, except for the fact that when someone is doing open carry, yeah. The government claims she rammed Border Patrol agents with her vehicle before an agent shot her 5 times. But the new body cam video shows the agent turned his steering wheel towards Maria Martinez and that he was congratulated for excellent service after shooting her. This is in fucking defensible, chat. If you haven't seen this, let's take a look.
This is newly released.
By the way, notice how he goes cameras on. That's another thing that is really frustrating about the body camera conversation, is though like the body cameras are something that these guys are at odds with. They're not, okay? That's a fucking lie. Any kind of like reform in the body camera position is not actually moving the conversation to a place that we need to move it to. They're just using that as a way to just give modest reforms, or the idea of modest reforms. The guy that shot Renee Good literally was filming himself with his phone camera. It's awesome. What's next? Oh, at least he could use both hands when he fucking murders other people like Renee Good next time, because the body camera will do the filming process for him.
Body camera video. A team of 3 Border Patrol agents is driving through a Southside Chicago neighborhood. 2 have guns drawn. Maria Martinez an American citizen and school teacher, is driving next to them, honking her horn, warning people to the presence of federal immigration enforcement.
Like, this image should be posterized everywhere as a somber reminder for those who are oblivious that when ICE is around you in your neighborhoods and whatnot, they got their fingers on the trigger and they're in the car with their fucking gear and their weapons, okay?
Another vehicle is behind the agents, also honking the horn.
All right, it's time to get aggressive and get the out because they're trying to box us in.
It all happens in seconds.
All right, we're fine.
See something there? You see that? Do you notice something there? They fucking lied and said Martinez was the one who actually rammed into the ICE car as a terrorist. Okay?
It all happens in seconds.
These tactical dipshits are straight up running around acting like they're in Sicario. It's time to get aggressive. It's time to get kinetic with them. The people that they're getting kinetic with are fucking American citizens, by the way.
All right, we're fine now. All right, out of the car.
Be advised, we've been struck. We've been struck. Get out.
Martinez was shot 5 times and survived. In this surveillance video, you can see the front of the agent's SUV come to a stop. 4 seconds later, Martinez's silver Nissan drives off, she says, fearing for her life. The Department of Homeland Security was quick to accuse her of attacking federal law enforcement, saying Border Patrol agents were, quote, ambushed by domestic terrorists that rammed federal agents with their vehicles. FBI Director Kash Patel.
Yeah, it turns out, once again, I'm going to show you. Look.
Enforcement.
Do something.
Another
something,
vehicle
bitch.
is behind the agents, also honking the horn.
All right, it's time to get aggressive and get the out because they're trying to box us in.
It all happens in seconds.
Look. You see that? You see that?
It's time to get aggressive and get the out because they're trying to box us in.
It all happens in seconds.
ICE rams into her car and then shoots into her fucking car, dude.
She says, fearing for her life. The Department of Homeland Security was quick to accuse her of attacking federal law enforcement, saying Border Patrol agents were, quote,
what do you mean? See what? Can you explain what is happening? He's swerving into her car, ramming her fucking car. He says, we got to get like active. They're trying to box us in. Ridiculous. Okay. Swerves into her car to ram into her car and then subsequently get out of their vehicle and shoot her. You see it in the video.
Ambushed by domestic
we need to get aggressive. Sorry, it doesn't say active. He even says we need to get aggressive.
terrorists that rammed federal agents with their vehicles. FBI Director Kash Patel posted on social media about the incident, quote, attack our law enforcement and this FBI will find you and bring you to justice. The post also included a link to video of a car ramming, but it had no connection to Martinez's case. And the body camera video tells a different story. In the lead up to the collision, you hear agents say they are going to collide with Martinez.
We're going to make contact and we're boxed in.
And just before the moment of impact, it's Agent Charles Exum who sharply turns his steering wheel in the direction of Martinez. Proof, according to her attorney, that they hit her vehicle, not the other way around. And as for the claim of being boxed in, this surveillance video calls that comment into question, with nothing in the path ahead of the border agent's vehicle. The court also released text messages and emails from after the shooting, including one message from Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino, just hours after the incident, offering to delay the retirement of Agent Exum, who shot Martinez.
Good afternoon. I'd like to extend an offer to you to extend your retirement beyond age 57. This will be your second extension, and we'd like to consider this if feasible. In light of your excellent service in Chicago, you have much yet left to do. Joe Would you have staff work with Mr. Exum to accomplish this most illustrative endeavor? Thank you.
In light of your excellent service in Chicago, you have much left to do. And then a text message exchange between Agent Exum and someone whose name was redacted. Are they supportive? Someone asked. Big time. Everyone has been, including Chief Bovino, Chief Banks, Secretary Noem, and El Jefe himself. In various texts to and from fellow agents.
You need to understand, by the way, some of these guys are other like law enforcement officers from different branches too. They know what to say when the fucking body cameras are on. That's why it's important when they go, oh, cams are on, by the way. So they can try to create plausible deniability or try to create reasonable grounds for the court case that will come up after. They're chasing a fucking legal kill. Just understand that, which is why I keep repeating, like, the body camera, the body camera situation is not actually the reform that you think is going to solve this problem. Okay? They have full control over when the body cameras are turned on. They have full control over what to release and what not to release. There's plenty of instances where for as many successful cases of prosecution against bad cops that like accidentally turn on the body camera, forgetting that the cameras can actually record the 30 seconds prior to you turning on the body camera and whatnot. There are a million different instances where they actually use the body camera to their advantage to make it seem as though they actually had reasonable fear for their own safety. That is what they're doing in this circumstance when they say, oh, they're trying to box us in, regardless of the additional evidence that you can see with your own two fucking eyes that they weren't getting boxed in at all, to make it seem like there is no reasonable grounds for this kind of violent escalation. Okay? They will lie. They'll say we've been struck. They will make it seem like someone shot them. Yeah, it seems like the agent who was recording was trying to cover the body cam with his weapon, but missed the fact that the high FOV of the cam was showing Exum through the trigger guard of the gun. Yeah. Like, it's only fortunate that we actually see the wheel, like the wheel steering in the direction of the car. Like, he was trying to fucking cover it up and it didn't work.
Mood was celebratory. Good job, brother. You are a legend among agents. You better effing know that. Beers on me when I see you at training. That's awesome. You did real good. Damn it, man. Good shooting. The day after the shooting, Martinez was indicted. According to the complaint, she, quote, forcibly assaulted, resisted, opposed, impeded, intimidated, and interfered with an officer of the United States. After her attorney viewed the body camera footage and other evidence emerged that undermined the government's version of events, prosecutors made an extraordinary move and asked the judge to drop their own case. The judge agreed, but not long after, she told me the shooting still haunts her.
I don't want to remember that day. You're laying there at night and you're just thinking about it, like, what's gonna happen? Like, it's really emotional to me. So it's like, it's hard for me to talk about it, but I'm trying.
And that's part of why Martinez pushed to get all of this information out.
Dude, anytime there's footage of these fucking animals, by the way, you get to see their mentality. Like, gracias, hitting them with this fucking bitch, all this stuff. Like, it is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy, like, the way that they operate. They're fucking animals, okay?
Because she believed it allows people to have a greater understanding of how agents might react after something like this, no matter the city, and to further clear her name, because the Department of Homeland Security has never retracted its accusations against Martinez, even after the case was dropped. Now, the shooting agent, Charles Exum, Customs and Border Protection, said he's been placed on what was described as routine administrative leave pending further investigation. Anderson.
It's wild to me. Are we watching the same video? This is CNN parroting a lawsuit complaint for the sake of getting an emotional exclusive interview to rile up their 53 viewers. They should drop the charade and hire a reporter as co-counsel. Once again, CNN demonstrates complete aversion to the truth. Border Patrol. Dude, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't fucking deal with this shit, dude. I like they are actively designing a world where the truth doesn't matter. There's no consensus reality. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say about it, you know? I appreciate the response, but the agent himself testified he wouldn't consider this a ramming, and this is also his vehicle in the highlighted circle at the time of the shooting. Do you assess this as boxed in? Like, what are you debate lording? You're the Department of Homeland Security. This is the one where the cop joked about her having 5 bullet holes for her 7 holes. Yeah, ever wonder why on earth the Labor Department kept posting Nazi memes? Apparently, it's this guy, and now he's at the Department of Homeland Security. He raised alarms among colleagues at USDOL for social media posts that echoed white supremacists and neo-Nazis. So now he will handle social media for Department of Homeland Security.gov. A great scoop by Evan Gorlick for the New York Times on the 21-year-old behind all those weird memes on government accounts. That's right. The administration looked at all of his like white supremacist posting at the Department of Labor and thought, well, this would work better for our more white supremacist Department of Homeland Security.
Tell me how you define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Certain types of Anglo-derived culture that comes from our history.
Bro, why do they always look like this? Why do they always look like this? This is not the 21-year-old, I don't think. This is a different guy. There's many guys. Right? This can't be the 21-year-old. You will never convince me that that guy is the 20. Yeah, Peyton Rollins is 21. That's a different guy. This is Mr. Jeremy Carl. I'm sure Peyton Rollins also looks like shit too. It's crazy how fucking ugly these people are. Don't give me this body fascism nonsense from the left, by the way. I'm sorry. From this day on, body fascism just means you have the worst fucking body if you are a fascist. Okay? Hasan, this is eugenics. No shot, man. I've seen far too many motherfuckers that look like this that are like, we are the master race. Bitch, you are the master bait. What the fuck are you talking about? The master raised my fucking ass. I swear to God, hate makes you fucking rot from within and it just comes out in your outsides. This is the little 21-year-old Nazi who's now in charge of digital comms director at DHS, Peyton Rollins. There it is. It's crazy, man. It's so funny. These guys are constantly worried about declining white birth rates. And it's like, well, okay, well, don't look like that. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Look at like Bad Bunny and then look at you. Who do you think people are going to want to fuck? You could even the odds a little bit if you didn't have such a repulsive worldview. Okay? But let's be real. You ain't getting no pussy looking like that.
History, there's
and with the worst ideas of all time.
Let me think about this. Senator, I would say if you were to look at the book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that, that would be one example. Obviously, you could have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and those are in many ways more.
Yeah, but you're worried about white culture. You're not worried about, you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me the values that stitch together white identity and that make it different than black identity.
I would say that the white church is very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average. Food ways could often be different.
Dude, It's awesome. Yeah, Irish people clown on Irish American chuds all day. Yeah, this is so fucking sick. Interrogating these guys' worldview and putting it on the fucking main stage is so fire. Because 1, you get to see them. 2, you get to watch tears behind their eyes as they tearfully talk about white identity. Like, there is no pathway for this. Okay? If you think that the average, like, suburban Republican or even, like, the most racist fucking ruraloid is going to look at this guy and be like, well, you know, he's speaking my language. Like, no, there is no cohesive, coherent white identity that leans into this Euroid style of white supremacy and white nationalism. Okay? American white supremacy revolves around proximity to blackness, and that's it. Okay? We ain't black. We ain't black. That's what it is. That's all this is. These guys try to do this like European style of like fascist nationalism that revolves around white identity, but the white identity shit in and of itself is also still positively European. Or, sorry, the white identity thing is actually very American. Europeans, for the most part, at least historic fascism in Europe, has not always revolved around white identity, right? It's revolved around like ethnic boundaries. That's the reason why European fascism historically is considered Slavs to be not white, whereas the American whiteness has expanded over time and considers many of these other subgroups that historic fascists despised and wanted to ethnically eliminate, eradicate, as a part of the white in-group. But if you look at like real European nationalists right now, real European fascists, like they hate Polish people, for example. They fucking hate Polish people. They don't consider Polish people to be white. So when you start talking about fucking, when you start trying to merge like white nationalism, white identitarianism with European style fascism, you kind of have this mishmash, this mix of both of these different variants, and it kind of fails. It fails in America. It fails to reach like broad consensus. You would not be considered white in Europe. Exactly. But I'm white as fuck in America. That's my point.
Music could be different.
And those are being erased.
Music could be different. If you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in English this year.
So our ability to access white churches or white food or white music is being erased?
I am concerned with the majority common American culture that we had for some time that through particularly mass immigration, I think has become much more balkanized, and I think that weakens us. And again, I'm not running away from that comment. I'm not apologizing for it.
Well, I'm way over my time. I think you're struggling to answer this question, right? Because underlying your beliefs is a sentiment that white culture is just simply better.
Mm-hmm. I love that shit, dude. Injected directly into my fucking veins. I love seeing these dumbasses be like, This was Jeremy Carl, top Trump State Department nominee, deleted thousands of social media posts, many with inflammatory commentary, including incendiary posts about race, claims that peaceful coexistence with Democrats is impossible, even a call for Randy Weingarten to be executed. One deleted tweet said Capitol rioters on trial had it worse than black people in Jim Crow, Mississippi. Carl asked the Internet Archive Wayback Machine to remove his tweets, but seemingly forgot to request they remove his previous username under the same account. Carl also repeatedly wrote about the Great Replacement, a conspiracy theory that posits that there's a plot to intentionally bring non-white immigrants to the Western countries and replace them with white populations. Imagine thinking the Great Replacement is a conspiracy theory, he wrote in September 2021. He mocked George Floyd's death and said he was looking up from hell and called celebrating Juneteenth a surrender to white people. This is also part of the reason why, like, leftists in general never shut the fuck up about their true positions, their ideology, as opposed to right-wingers that constantly have to shelter their ideology. Because when push comes to shove, their endpoint is fucking insane. Our endpoint, you might consider to be not manageable, not realistic, but is nowhere near as violent as, like, the fascists are. It's not. It's not violence at all, unless you're a Capitol owner, at which point you think it's something worse than fucking death, which is to become a working class individual. A fate worse than death. An unimaginable trigger warning for the petite bourgeois and the Capitol owning class. I said, you might have a little bit of equality. You ever try being honest with yourself? All the time, baby. Guess what? I don't have to fucking sit in a room and constantly think, oh, I should be honest with myself. I'm honest with myself every day. What you see is what you get. I don't have to change my outward posture in any meaningful capacity. That's why it's always really funny when people go, Hasan, this guy Hasan is a socialist? I thought he was just like me. I thought he was a liberal. It's like, bitch, what do you mean? I say I'm a socialist all the damn time. Fuck you talking about? I even go so far as to say I don't give a shit if people call me a communist. Sure, great. I think communism as an endpoint is fantastic. You know, it's awesome. What do you mean? You got a problem with the notion that like we could evolve as a society into no longer having to worry about any sort of class, any sort of borders, any sort of money? That's great. I love that. That seems far better than what we have as an endpoint under capitalism, right? You groomed the 37-year-old man, Hasan. Will you ever take accountability? I know. What do you mean this guy hit his Malbook when he first met Ethan Klein? Yeah, like, I don't give a shit. And your people's ideology tends to evolve as time passes, as they respond to the political forces that they're experiencing, that they're seeing. They look at different attempts towards building socialism, and maybe some of your positions harden throughout that time. But ultimately, I've never actually shied away from my political worldview at all, right? I testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee. I discussed the largest fraud in the history of U.S. immigration system perpetrated. This is David J. Beyer from Cato Institute. This was 5 minutes of absolute fucking bars, by the way. I mean, there are some moments where he's like a little libertarian and a little weird, but overall, you know, I love the fucking free movement libertarians. I love the anti-imperialist libertarians. Really, I love the anti-cop libertarians. They still exist, and many of them work at the Cato Institute. Obviously, take with a grain of salt what he says about like what the true fraud is, right? Is Mao good for beginner leftist readers? I mean, he has very simplistic prose. It depends on what you're reading, I guess. A lot of what happened in China is just simply not applicable in the first world. So I wouldn't say yes. I think you start with Lenin. You start with Karl Marx. You move into Lenin. And look, I've had a diverse ideological diet. I've read Kropotkin. I've read Chomsky. I've read anarchists as well, for the record, before people fucking yell at me. But it depends on what you're trying to learn. It depends on what you're trying to understand. If you're trying to understand, like how modern China came about, like what the processes were. But I would definitely say, yeah, Rosa Luxemburg is fantastic. Reform or Revolution by Rosa Luxemburg is a great one for beginners. These guys love writing, okay? They were intellectuals first and foremost before they were revolutionaries. Let's be fucking real, okay? Don't read Das Kapital. I mean, it's dense. It's very, very dense and very, very, very heavy in theory. I mean, it's all theory. That's all it is. But analysis of the way that capitalism operates is probably one of the best. If it is the best, let's be real, it's the best. Karl Marx's analysis on how capitalism works is the best interpretation of capitalism, is the best analysis of capitalism. It's just literally describing capitalism. That's what Das Kapital is all about. I like Parenti. The super easy introductory, like, American way of understanding, like, American imperialism, I would say Howard Zinn is great. Read Frantz Fanon, yes. I mean, as far as like reading Mao or understanding like the Mao, it's good to understand China, and you must learn about Mao to understand what what the conditions look like. Settlers by Jay Sakai. Okay, calm the fuck down, okay? What's a good Lenin book? All of them. Communist Manifesto enough for normies? Yes, Communist Manifesto is a super easy read. It's nothing. It's like basically a fucking pamphlet. I'm just saying, like, diving into Mao out of nowhere and then like trying to appropriate Maoist thought. No, it's been tried before. Especially in the Western world, in developed nations, in the first world, it's not really applicable. The conditions are not even remotely similar, and the closest like contemporary interpretation, or at least at the time, the closest interpretation and the most successful application of Maoist thought was the Black Panther Party, and the reason why was because at the time, especially during the civil rights struggle, the conditions for black people were I guess like one that you could interpret in a similar fashion to the peasant class, even though it still wasn't. It still was not a one-to-one comparison at all. And not only that, but also I would say that, yeah, like if you're an American, Mao is a historical fascination, I think. I mean, don't get mad at me for saying this. Like I think it's very interesting, but at the end of the day, it's not. It's truly not applicable. It's not applicable at all. It also has the capacity to go very wrong if misinterpreted. Yeah. And Mao was just the okay Dengist. That's crazy. Without Mao, there is no Deng. Without Deng, there is no Xi Jinping. This is an evolution that is ongoing. Normies will never identify as peasants. The treats are too good, even though they're diminishing. Normies are not even remote. Like Americans, listen, the labor aristocracy's material conditions do not even remotely resemble the peasant class in fucking China, in pre-PRC China. That is ridiculous. Okay? It's not even a thing. It's just not, you're not even close. You're not even remotely comparable, dude. The Panthers also identified as Marxist-Leninists as well. So did Mao. The closest you can arrive in the continental United States, the closest you can arrive at like a Maoist rebellion would be the undocumented migrants. That's like the close conditions resembling the peasant class in this day and age. Not the fucking lumpen pros in the Appalachia. Anyway, oh my God, want to distract a group of leftists? Ask them what the best book to start learning theory. All right, let's continue. Capitalism, Realism, Techno-Feudalism, and the Myth of American Idealism by Nathan J. Robinson and another author, great for beginners. Yeah, I mean, the other author is Yanis Varoufakis.
Member of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. For nearly half a century, the Cato Institute's research has shown that people of any ancestry, background, or birthplace can be assets in a free society. America's immigrants exemplify this truth. Despite often leaving terrible conditions abroad, immigrants work, start businesses, and invent at higher rates than the U.S.-born population.
Oh, the other guy is Chomsky. Yeah, the one with Nathan Robinson. Yes, that's I forgot. I didn't understand the joke you were making. You're right. Nathan J. Robinson wrote that with Chomsky. I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about Yanis Varoufakis' book.
Cato's recent analysis shows that immigrants reduced deficits by $11.5 trillion over the last 30 years, including about $140 billion in Minnesota. Although welfare fraud is a serious problem, immigrants aren't to blame. Non-citizens account for just 5% of welfare fraud losses, 31% less per capita than U.S. citizens. Rather than targeting entire ethnic groups, Congress should end the broken welfare systems, namely the oversight-free aid to states that led to all the fraud in Minnesota. But let's be clear, DHS isn't anti-fraud. DHS is itself openly carrying out the largest fraud in the history of the U.S. immigration system. DHS and the State Department are raking in billions of dollars in immigration fees and not providing the adjudications that applicants are entitled to. For individuals for over 90 countries, half of all legal immigrants, the administration...
He's a libertarian, though. He's a libertarian. He's a libertarian. He's a libertarian. But he's not wrong, though, as far as like the Department of Homeland Security conducting fraud by taking money from hard-earned dollars from immigrants and their American family members to refuse to fucking process them. That is true. Speak on it, King. My goat. Now, of course, he goes back and forth and he's like, all matter of you know, all of the regulatory forces in the federal government are technically doing fraud by existing. Now, when you go there, I'm like, okay, well, maybe you're a little crazy, but, you know. But speak on it.
Is simply not processing their applications. The burden of proof is already on these applicants. DHS and state can deny anyone who fails to make their case. Instead, this administration is pocketing thousands of dollars from hardworking Americans and their relatives, including spouses and minor children of U.S. citizens, and then not even looking at their applications. This is a scam. It is fraud. DHS's entire Minnesota operation is another kind of scam sold to the public on lies. DHS hasn't criminally charged anyone with fraud there, and 60% of its immigrant arrests in Minnesota have no criminal convictions or charges. DHS itself classifies just 8% of its arrests in Minnesota as the highest threat level, and 3/4 of arrests it classifies as not being a threat at all. Instead of arresting fraudsters, it's seeking to jail 5,600 legal vetted refugees, nursing mothers, single parents, long-term residents, already dragged away from their families without any evidence of fraud at all. Rather than a law enforcer, DHS has become the biggest lawbreaker in America today. In less than a year, DHS has attacked the First, the Second, the Fourth, Fifth, Sixth, Eighth, 10th, 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution.
Stop working and go enjoy Canada, dork. Man, what are you talking about? I'm literally about to do a speech.
The writ of habeas corpus, the independent judiciary, and much more. Every day, masked DHS agents detain Americans based on their race and demographics. They arrest legal immigrants for criticizing their foreign policy and Americans for recording them doing it. They threaten, assault, and even shoot people for exercising their First and their Second Amendment rights. They break into our homes without judicial warrants. They sentence legal immigrants to foreign prisons without trials. They are trying to strip the citizenship of Americans born in this country. They detain people without lawful basis, and they ignore court orders to release them. And of course, they lie about all of it. Combating fraud and upholding the rule of law is important, but the public cannot have faith in that effort by an administration that regularly gets away with fraud, lies, and lawlessness. Even the FBI supervisor and the 14 U.S. attorneys in Minnesota who were responsible for leading the welfare fraud effort there lost faith. They quit because of DHS's operation there. We need accountability. The Supreme Court has said Congress hasn't authorized Americans to sue immigration agents for constitutional violations. So fix it. No more absolute immunity, as the White House says. The new standard, absolute accountability. Anything.
Fucking, I mean, he cooks, even though he literally is like, hey, you want to cut welfare fraud? Stop giving money to the states, which is insane. Like, listen to how shocked Senator Kennedy was. I should have clarified more how it's actually 3 different overlapping policies: the presidential visa ban, the USCIS benefit suspension, and the State Department immigration visa suspension, leading to the theft from applicants.
Mr. Byer, am I saying your name right?
It's Mr. Beer.
Mr. Byer, am I saying your name right? You strike me as a country bumpkin, Mr. Byer. No, I'm a simple country folk. I ain't never seen nobody with glasses that had any dang good thing to say, Mr. Byer. I'm a Rhodes Scholar, by the way. Went to Oxford. You heard of it? Now, I'm a illiterate country bumpkin, Mr. Byer, but you look like a fella that knows what's going on.
Mr. Beer. I like beer better.
Most people do.
Tell me that, I think I heard you say that some people, some folks who've come to our country and are trying to get status to stay, have applied to the Department of Health of DHS, and they've paid money, and DHS is doing nothing?
Oh, that's right. Yep, they're sitting on their applications, not processing them.
That's a pretty bold statement. How many people, I'm not saying you're wrong, I don't know. How many people we're talking about?
About half of the immigrant flow right now. So 90 countries are affected by the State Department ban.
How many people is that?
Well, it's at least 300,000 abroad and probably twice that when you consider the people already in the U.S.
So you're saying that 300,000 folks have gone to DHS to seek some kind of permanent status or semi-permanent status to stay. At least 300,000, and they paid money to DHS, and DHS has done nothing. Is that what
That's right. Yeah, they're sitting on their applications.
Well, who at DHS is
putting
doing
them in the
that?
trash?
Who at DHS is doing this?
Oh, it's Joseph Edlow. He's in charge of it. He came up with this policy to just.
Who is he?
He's the head of USCIS. Joseph Edlow is the head of USCIS. He came up with this policy
DHS?
where he is just.
Slow down a minute, man. You've had too much coffee. Is he he's at DHS?
I'm just from New Jersey. So.
I understand. Great state, too. Who does he report to?
Secretary Noem, of course.
Okay. Does Secretary Noem know whether this...
I don't know what Secretary Noem knows, but she's aware of the general tenor of this administration.
What's his name?
Joseph.
I like that he is expressing the same level of shock and dismay that he did when he was reading smut on the congressional floor. Who are these people? Who's Secretary Noam? Who's this Secretary Noam lady? What's next? You gonna tell me she killed her puppy? Why I oughta?
Edlow.
Mr. Edlow, who's his boss?
Secretary Noam.
Oh, okay. And you can document all this?
Oh, absolutely. They put out a memorandum saying we're not processing these people.
Late, but my oldest bro loved the combo with Bob. He's gone from moderate to more left. My Irish Catholic mom, always conservative and even voted Trump before, but is now anti-Israel, anti-ICE, and purposely has pronouns for patients you care for. She's happy I'm dating a Palestinian. You always say people can change, and it's true. So you and Welch are right. Hell yeah. Also, subtle, but not so subtle flex. I'm dating. Okay, Andrew.
And Secretary Rubio.
Okay, girlfriend haver.
Is involved as well when it comes to the
Would
State
you send me that memo, please?
I will absolutely send that to you.
I went way over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, John.
I appreciate.
My cousin works for USCIS, and her department approves the application, and the department was cut in half. Half was sent to ICE enforcement, and the department's already behind so many applications. Yeah. And then they fucking have the audacity to be like, well, come in the right way, brother. It's like, dude, you're arresting the people that are coming in the right way. Like, that's what's so fucking nutty about this. It's like, come in the right way, come in the right way. It's like, well, you're literally killing the right way. And then you're turning around and then actually killing the people. You're deporting the people that are coming the right way, doing the right things, making it virtually impossible to come in the right way anyway. It's just designed this way so that people have no options. And then, of course, lo and behold, you have this side of the story where the fucking dipshits that are being funded to brick this system that was already fundamentally broken, brick it even further. Are going around shooting people.
Did the federal government lie in a statement it made about a Chicago woman shot multiple times by Customs and
The
Border
answer is yes, is always yes.
Patrol agent?
Today, attorneys for Miramar Martinez took the wraps off a trove of evidence they say proves it did. NBC5's Charlie Wojciechowski joining us from the newsroom with the details. Charlie, there's a lot of evidence to take a look at here.
There really is, Stephen. 3 body cam videos, more than 200 pages of photos and text. And you may remember that CBP Chief Craig Bovino, Homeland Security Director Kristi Noem were quick to label Martinez as a domestic terrorist. Weeks later, all the charges against her were dropped. Her attorneys say this evidence shows why.
We're going to make contact and we're boxed in.
We are boxed in.
Federal agents recorded on their own body camera video the day one of them shot Miramar Martinez 5 times.
We've been struck. We've been struck.
Now her attorneys have the permission of the courts to release this video and hundreds of pages of evidence that was to be used against her in court if the case had not been dismissed.
You got to see why it matters that people can actually see the real evidence as opposed to the false claims by our government. I mean, we live in a strange time right now where we cannot trust our federal government.
While she watched...
I mean, I don't know if it's a strange... I mean, I get saying that. Because, like, you know, it gives you a stronger point here, but I don't know if it's a strange time.
Martinez's legal team laid out a series of statements made about her by the government. Statements they say the evidence disproves.
To have your own government call you something as hurtful and as harmful as a domestic terrorist when you know you're not is just unacceptable.
They say Martinez was among those who honked their call horns to warn neighbors about ICE and that she did carry a holstered gun in the bottom of her purse. But they deny she had tried to attack the officers, pointing to shots that pierced her windshield and blew out her back window, where a bag of clothes that she was on her way to donate can be seen. They point to a series of texts between the officer who fired the shots and his posse, congratulating him on the shooting, and an email from then CBP Chief Greg Bovino offering him a promotion.
They don't know whether Miramar is going to live or die, and he's being promoted. I mean, that's disgusting.
Now Martinez is planning to bring a civil suit against that officer and his supervisors. something that can be challenging when a federal agent is involved.
We can hold them accountable monetarily, and we'll be asking for damages in the tens of millions of dollars when we do get our day in court.
Martinez herself did not speak, only addressing one question about being afraid. I am not afraid of anyone, she said in Spanish. The only thing I fear is God. Patrol saying CBP is dedicated to the highest standards for training its officers. It says that this is a matter that is currently under investigation. And as far as Officer Exum, the person who did fire the shots into that car, there is an investigation into him, according to the attorneys for Martinez. The Customs and Border Patrol folks asked us to ask the Justice Department about that. Reporting live in the newsroom, I'm Charlie Wojciechowski. Stephen Marion, back to you.
All right, Charlie, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Oh, Black Panthers. Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you.
All power to the people. Hello.
Hi,
All
Julia.
power to the people.
Nice to meet you.
Power to the people. Power to the people. Skip.
Nice to meet you.
All power to the people.
Aren't these guys no longer called Black Panthers, but like Black Lions or something? Is the National Black Panther Party the historic continuation that I would say has become a Fed-coded version of what it once was? Is now telling the Black Panther Party to cut it out, or these guys to cut it out because they're pro-immigrant, which is crazy because the Black Panther Party historically is a Maoist, Marxist-Leninist Maoist party.
Is it all ready for you to come in?
Yeah.
No, these guys
Chairman
aren't feds.
Paul
As far as
Burns,
as far as I know, I don't think these guys are feds. But I don't know. It's just
self-defense. I'm Comrade Jazz. You can call me Skip. Or the Black Panther Party of Self-Defense.
We met the Black Panther Party for self-defense at their headquarters in Philadelphia. Okay, what's in there?
AK-47 and the AR-12.
Their popularity has surged in recent weeks, especially following the death in Minneapolis of Renee Nicole Good, killed by an ICE officer.
They just killed that lady right there in that car, y'all. This is my response to ICE right here. You know, the United States of America hates this gun. This is a Polish AK-47.
What's your message to ICE?
Fuck around and find out. Try doing that shit to me. See what happened.
Look around. Look around. Look what he's doing to our peoples. No matter what your skin color, you're our peoples. And we're going to stand right beside our peoples. Every means necessary. And that's what I mean. Black power. All power to the people.
The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense draws inspiration from the Black Panther Party.
This is the real Black Panther Party. They're a continuation of the original Black Panthers, not the psycho offshoot. Yeah, I know. No, these guys seem like. Look, I'm shy about endorsements of this sort. But the other group that calls themselves the real continuation of the Black Panther Party, they're fucking weirdos, okay? These guys, I don't mind calling feds. These guys that are getting yelled at by these guys are the real deal. If that makes sense.
Founded in 1966 in the United States. The movement rejected the idea of a nonviolent revolution and instead promoted armed self-defense to counter police violence. Internal tensions and intense state repression led to the party's dissolution in the early 1980s.
Come stand with the ancestors. All power to the people. All power to the people. No power to the pig.
Online, some people question whether Paul Birdsong truly has the legitimacy to carry on the mission of the Black Panthers. Others fear that his approach could spark an escalation of violence.
I was in the Bloods.
They don't seem to have the numbers right. I always see them in small numbers. What do you mean? All of this stuff starts with tiny numbers.
know what I'm saying? And I knew eventually the revolution was going to catch up to me, but I ran from it for a long time.
Birdsong was mentored by former members of the party. They were the ones that allowed him to use their logo and philosophy in a state where open carry of firearms is legal.
This is the Black Panther Party for self-defense, right? That for self-defense part is the pinnacle thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to attack us first. You throw one shot at me, I'm throwing 30 at you.
Okay,
You know
so it's not even eye for eye. It's like eye for
it's
30
like,
eyes.
It's like, no, what it is it's like...
I don't think any of the current parties are actual continuations. The original Black Panther Party died in the 90s after being merged into the Rainbow Coalition. A lot of groups now claim to be the successor. Some are weird right-wing groups. Some are actually pretty base. Check my logs. Yeah, I know. It's a tricky area. Because there are living, breathing, existing former Black Panther members, and even their current politics is all over the fucking place. The original Black Panther Party was a Marxist-Leninist, Maoist formation. Okay, they were very disciplined, they were very organized, and they had a very clear message. Okay, the OG Black Panther Party that the American government considered to be a terrorist group, basically, like that. It's very clear what they were. Now, a lot of the new formations of the Black Panther Party in general, well, they've been all over the place. It doesn't matter. I care about what people do, okay? I don't care about I will talk about the legacy of the Black Panther Party, but I care about what people do currently rather than the identifiers or their associations with the historic continuation of the Black Panther Party.
Our training is to make sure that if you do fire a shot at us, you and nobody next to you that has your back has the ability to fire another shot going forward. You know what I'm saying?
You are all ready for that, ready to...
Straight like that.
I got it locked.
Is this a full-time job for most of you?
Yes, we
You
here
do
every
this
day.
Every day?
Every day. It's a lifestyle now. 24/7 is a lifestyle.
It's a commitment.
Commitment. Gotta take a oath. Feel me?
Huey Newton's granddaughter that denounced Birdsong as a Trump supporter? No, I know. That's why I said, it doesn't, it's whatever. The BP you showed earlier is largely made of Hoteps and Pan-Africanists that remove the leftist roots of the OG party. No, they're not even Pan-Africanists. No, these guys are literally not even Pan-Africanists. I think these guys are ADOS.
Our stance is,
This is a different formation. I think.
For illegals.
Yeah,
We're not
you're saying illegals. Okay.
gonna step in front of that. That's not our fight.
Yeah, these guys are just pure reactionary. They are. It is a mess. Oh, I thought they were FBA, Foundational Black Americans or something, and not Pan-African nationalists. Pan-African nationalism is an entirely separate subject. More often than not, Pan-African nationalists are also Marxists themselves. Not all of them are. I know there's a big saga talking about Pan-African nationalists not being Marxists or whatever. It doesn't matter ultimately because they are anti-imperialist, anti-colonial in their politics, first and foremost. FBA, ADOS, African descendants of slaves, Foundational Black Americans, those offshoots are pure reactionary formations that have nothing to do with Pan-African nationalism in general. As a matter of fact, they kind of separate themselves from that movement in its entirety. They literally don't even like development in Africa in general. They think they have a whole bunch of different ideas. It's too complicated to get into.
Has nothing to do with us. We're not going to step into that fight and going through the community defending.
Which is, whenever you see someone that calls themselves a Black Panther or something, but then they turn around and they regurgitate reactionary propaganda about migrants at a time when the migrants that are in the crosshairs are more often than not Black migrants as well. Just understand that they have no consistent worldview. They have no coherent position. They're not you know, they're just silly. They're silly reactionaries.
Somebody that we didn't even want to be here. You know what I mean? We got brought over here. We didn't want to be here. And this is a problem we've had since our shackled feet have hit the soil. So we've always had the SWAT teams coming in our communities, doing whatever they're doing. And sometimes, yes, they do pick up the wrong people and things of that nature. This is the same situation. It's just...
Dude, come on, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. Yeah, sometimes SWAT comes into our communities and picks up the wrong people. It is what it is. Like, Jesus Christ.
Got a different name. It's a raid. It's just a different name. And so, yeah, we're not in that fight. But as far as our other brown folks and things like that, we do stand up and defend, you know, the citizens and the poor and the things like that. But as far as illegal immigration, yeah, we really, that's not our fight. That's not something we need to get into. Our stance is, you know, for illegals. We're not...
For illegals.
Yeah. And for how long will you be doing this?
You said for how long will we be doing this?
Yeah.
This is different. That I just showed you is a totally separate. This is totally separate from that other thing that I showed you.
Apart.
These people, at least, from my assessment from afar, and I haven't looked into it too much, but from my initial, like, firsthand glance, they seem to be more serious and closer to the original Black Panther Party than any other group that I have seen.
I was a Black Panther back in the day.
Led by Paul Birdsong.
Your grandfather was a Black Panther?
Yes, my grandpa was a Black Panther, yes. I mean, that's why I said it's in my blood, literally. I mean, I get in. We could walk in any hood at any given moment, anytime. They love us, literally.
So what's the plan now?
We're patrolling.
All right.
And you watch the channel.
Like we said, in your hood, in a hood near you.
Listen, yeah. You know what I'm saying? You guys, it's your first day. So brothers is gonna make you into some lethal ass motherfucking revolutionaries. If you're scared of that, walk away. But if you're ready to step to that car, you're tired of this shit and you're ready to actually do something about it, we're gonna chisel the fuck out of you.
With rising tension around ICE operations in Minneapolis, the Panthers have increased the number of patrols and intensified their recruitment. Their goal is to protect the community against all forms of police violence. During the election campaign, Donald Trump promised to carry out the largest mass deportation in U.S. history. Over the past year, his administration says it has deported more than 605,000 undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, them fucking pigs out here. Yeah, y'all ain't know my fucking boy.
Just kidnap them motherfuckers. That shit is illegal. You know what I mean?
Shit'll get you shot over here.
Yes, the fucking will. And it's wrong because it's like they think they're above the law. They can do what the fuck they want because that's cool. They think they're above the law because Trump's stupid ass. Come on now, how you gonna wage war on your own fucking country?
Y'all for being out here doing everything y'all doing for us. Because these cops ain't doing nothing for us. My little cousin almost got raped two nights ago.
Where?
On the Broad Street line.
We'll be on the Broad Street line from now on. I'm sorry to have
I appreciate you.
Yep.
I really appreciate y'all. I've been waiting to see y'all. I heard like y'all been doing what y'all gotta do, and I appreciate y'all very much.
Tonight after the patrol, when we start the patrol, we'll go get on the line and write it down in the... You guys can go in.
During the patrol, the Panthers stopped for their traditional smoothie break.
You know, over the last couple of weeks, we've had a lot of people reaching out, but this is what my inbox looks something like. And this is just 29 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, an hour ago, 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 10 hours ago, 16 hours ago.
Back at the headquarters, someone hoping to join the Black Panthers was waiting for Birdsong. In the short time we spent with the party, this happened at least 5 times.
No one's going to be there to protect us. We have to protect ourselves as well as our loved ones. Because everything that's happening right now is just, it's just ridiculous and it's out of control.
And you have around how many men? Can you tell me, like, approximately?
A little under 100.
Okay.
In Philly.
Because I was hearing about.
Here, I'll give you the original 10-point program, and then I'll give you the current Black Panther Party that we're looking at. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense 10-point program. You can figure out whether they have liberalized or not. Okay? Original 10-point program established by Bobby Seale and Huey Newton is Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale in 1966 for the Black Panther Party. Was a living document. Multiple versions of it were published. We want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our black and oppressed communities. We believe that black and oppressed people will not be free until we are able to determine our destinies in our own communities ourselves by fully controlling all the institutions which exist in our communities. We want full employment for our people. We believe that the federal government is responsible and obligated to give every person employment or a guaranteed income. We believe that if the American businessmen will not give full employment, then the technology and means of production should be taken from the businesses and placed in the community so that the people of the community can organize and employ all of its people and give a high standard of living. We want an end to the robbery by the capitalists of our black and oppressed communities. We believe that this racist government has robbed us and are now demanding the overdue debt of 40 acres and 2 mules. 40 acres and 2 mules were promised 100 years ago as restitution for slave labor and mass murder of black people. We will accept the payment in currency, which will be distributed to our many communities. The Germans murdered 6 million Jews. The American race has taken part in the slaughter of over 50 million black people. Therefore, we feel this is a modest demand that we make. A little bit Ta-Nehisi Coates there. We want decent housing, fit for the shelter of human beings. We believe that if the landlords will not give decent housing to our black and oppressed communities, then the housing and the land should be made into cooperatives so that the people in our communities with government aid can build and make decent housing for the people. We want education for our people that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society. We want education that teaches us our true history and our role in present-day society. We believe in the educational system that will give to our people a knowledge of self. If you do not have knowledge of yourself and your position in society and in the world, then you will have little chance to know anything else. We want all black men to be exempt from military service. We believe that black people should not be forced to fight in the military service to defend a racist government that does not protect us. We will not fight or kill other people of color in the world who, like black people, are being victimized by the white racist government of America. We will protect ourselves from the force and violence of the racist police and the racist military by whatever means necessary. Alternative, we want completely free health care for all black and oppressed people. We want an immediate end to police brutality and the murder of black people in the United States. We want freedom for all black men held in federal, state, county, and city prisons and jails. We want an immediate end to all wars of aggression. We want freedom for all black and poor oppressed people now held in U.S. federal, state, county, city, and military prisons and jails. We want trials by a jury of peers. The reason why they're talking about like not serving in the military is because, remember, this is time specific. Okay? Some of the quotes are, of course, some of the demands are, of course, timeless, especially because the racial wounds have not healed, never been addressed. But others specifically are demands being made around Vietnam, being sent to prison for refusing to participate in the draft. Just understand that. We want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, peace, and the people's community control of modern technology. This is the governing document. The current Black Panther Party for Self-Defense 10-point program from Paul Birdsong is: we want power and freedom to determine our own social, economical, educational destiny and to establish a homeland for descendants of American slaves. We want an actual ethnic identity as opposed to being labeled and being lumped in with people who aren't. Wait, what? No, this isn't the right one. Is it? Is this actually Paul Birdsong's shit? No, I don't think this is it is the right one. Wait, he's like a fucking ADOS guy? Oh, what the fuck? It is. This is his account, isn't it? Yeah, now it's called the Black Lion Party for International Solidarity. That's a bit weird. Anyway. We want an actual ethnic identity. We want our reparations. We want them to be tax exempt. We want disenfranchisement of our people to be illegalized and ended immediately. We want the federal rent subsidy to be created, target, and decrease the black homelessness crisis in America. We want decent housing fit for shelter of human beings. We want the immediate illegalization of red line monopolies and ethnic cleansing and gentrification of black communities. We want lineage-specific education and free admission to any and all schools established via the slave trade or slave labor. We want federally funded financial aid for all HBCUs. We want exemption for all Second Amendment, all anti-Second Amendment legislation. We want federally funded felony forgiveness program that offers pre-release job training. I mean, even a lot of the demands are like watered down. We want immediate end to police brutality. We want black police and black communities across America. We want police to only be allowed to patrol communities they live in. Okay, that last part is good. But yeah, they had to like change the name of their movement because the Black Panther Party said, no, that's not.
All power to the people. As everyone knows, I'm Paul Birdsong. I got a message from Aaron Dixon today saying that he no longer supports us. That after he gave me orders to make a video saying that him and other members were coming, that he withdrew his support. And that he said that this situation is unimportant to him, even though my comrades have risked their lives and spent thousands of hours of their time and dollars in life standing behind a cause. You know, he said he's going to make a statement saying no one has the right to call himself a Black Panther going forward. I told him to make sure that he put in that statement that he did, in fact, give us the right to call ourselves that, because I still have the messages where he did, just in case he doesn't. And I put in there also, make sure that you put in there that Emory Douglas did give us the right to wear that emblem, because I still have the messages where that happened too. But as it stands, because of that, because of me and my comrades risking our lives and all the heat that we went under, because of the counter-revolutionary practices, because we don't believe in black nationalism, like Bobby Seale said in the video that I shared on my page earlier, that black nationalism is acquiesce to racism, and that we don't stand like that we're internationalists and intercommunalists, just like Huey Newton said.
Okay, but I don't understand. So they're internationalists, but also at the same time they're saying like we want a specific designation between African descendants of slaves as opposed to all black people. In any case, I also don't like that. I mean, I don't know. I just, I'm in support of anybody that's trying to fight back against this government. You know what I mean? That's my position. So, good on them.
We will no longer identify with this flag. We will no longer identify ourselves as the Black Panther Party for self-defense. We're going to take OG from the town's advice. We're going to take the name that he decided to put out there. We're going to call ourselves the Black Lion Party for International Solidarity. Reason for the international solidarity is because we will stand with the immigrants. We will stand with the people being terrorized for ICE. We will stand with any oppressed people across the world. We will keep feeding every single day, keep offering food every single day. We will keep patrolling the community with guns. We will keep stopping drug dealers, keep stopping sex traffickers. We will keep stopping police brutality. This little plaque that I got, it says Paul Birdsong, and as a Panther, it says since 2020. I don't regret the work that I've done because it's brought me to this point. But going forward, these Panther patches will no longer be on my uniforms. Me and my comrades stand independent. We're willing to work with any organization that stands for the rights of every living person. Any organization that stands against imperialism, attacking immigrants. Now, if you're out here raping people and killing people and selling,
I mean, this stuff is good. Like, this stuff is actually valid. It's good. You know,
drugs and different stuff like that. Yeah, deport them. But those people out there that are just working hard, trying to provide for their families, trying to skip.
Wait, what the fuck?
Me and my comrades stand independent. We're willing to work with any organization that stands for the rights of every living person, any organization that stands against imperialism, attacking immigrants. Now, if you're out here raping people and killing people and selling drugs and different stuff like that, yeah, deport them.
Yeah,
But
okay.
those people out there that are just working hard, trying to provide for their families, trying to escape the
I
guerrilla
just heard
warfare
deport them, so you know.
and the cartel warfare that's happening in their countries, to come for that promise of the American dream that the United States of America Incorporated lies about, we feel that they shouldn't be bothered, and we're willing to stand beside them to ensure that they're not. All power to the people.
All power to the people.
Oh.
Most people don't know how base the OG Black Panther Party political line was. It was legit the most base political movement this country's ever had. There's a reason even third world Marxist movements respect them. This is why it's a really huge task to claim their legacy. I feel like it's much easier to just make something new and say you're inspired by the Black Panther Party. Still got to respect the grind, though. Yeah. Yeah, there is nothing. Dude. It's fucking... It's hard to compare. God, American politics used to be so much more radical. Straight up.
January 31st, you can still come out. You know, we're willing to sit down and talk about solidarity, sit down and talk about unification.
Anyway, we looked through the 10 points. It's fine. Like, it's whatever. It's like I said. In the U.S., kids are eating lunch in school right now because of the Black Panthers. Yep. Please read my logs regarding ADOS. It's because there's a ton of confusion within the Black community about why some of these names were chosen. This came to a head 3 years ago during the updating process. ADOS has been somewhat co-opted by some Black people who wanted to differentiate themselves from African immigrants. This was because of the ongoing misconception some immigrants have about Black people who did not immigrate here. Overall, I think their heart is in the right place. It's hard not to get that takeaway from the way they're talking about it. At its height, the Black Panther Party's free breakfast for school children program fed over 10,000 to 20,000 children every day across the United States.
ICE recruitment, they like tripled their budget. They recruited more than 10,000 people.
I'm wearing a suit
why you need
today.
stuff like this.
But then there's escalation,
actual
because that's
suit.
always the question. Do you believe in nonviolent revolution?
It's possible, but the threat of violence has to be there.
But I mean, if Trump sends like hundreds of ICE agents, are you ready for that?
Absolutely. Sure.
Yeah?
Send them.
At night, the Panthers patrolled one of the city's main subway lines.
They let us through. Come on. Don't worry about it. Come on. Don't worry about it. Come on.
The ticket inspector let them in for free.
Oh, it's you again. You might as well take your ass right back upstairs. Black power, motherfucker.
What just happened?
The pigs came down here.
Police came down and tried to
They came because people had guns. And then they went back upstairs because the Black Panthers got guns and they ain't go shit about it.
No,
As soon as they saw who it was, they took off. They don't want to fight, man. They don't want to fight, man.
In Philadelphia, open carry is legal in most public spaces for those who hold a license to carry firearms.
Oh, Black Panther Party is back. For real. What is you guys' plan? I mean, what is the goal?
Black liberation.
Black liberation? I thought I was liberated already.
Yeah. Well, ICE came on here, like walking on here.
Yeah.
Because they come on train. So imagine they came on here, looking around, and they saw you,
But
and they wanted
aren't
to.
you guys afraid that the police is going to start confronting you guys?
The police are afraid of us.
Is this legal?
The police are terrified of us.
What you doing?
Yeah, and the police are terrified of us.
Literally, we make them leave. We make them move.
Soon as we approach cops, they take off running.
Okay. Power to the people. I don't want to get shot by no police.
No,
Okay.
not while we're around.
No, but ICE need to stop though.
Yeah, we on that.
Okay.
We're
ICE need to
anti-ICE.
stop.
We're fire.
All right, cool, guys. Thank you.
Y'all heard him. He's the chairman, man. He speak for the people that don't have a voice, man. And y'all, I mean, he speak facts, man. For the people that don't defend themselves. Y'all see what's going on?
All power to the people.
All right. Y'all see what's
We contacted the city of Philadelphia and its police department for comment on the presence of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense on their streets. They did not respond. So far, there have been no major ICE operations in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, the party is gaining momentum and spreading to other cities like Boston and New York. A few days after we left Philadelphia, Paul Birdsong released a video.
All power to the people.
Birdsong's former mentor and a member of the original Black Panthers, Aaron Dixon, who had supported the use of the Black Panther name, withdrew his support for the group. As a result, the group renamed itself the Black Lion Party for International Solidarity, though its mission and activities remain unchanged.
New fallout from that combative 5-hour hearing with Attorney General PAMBONDI on Capitol Hill. Pressed by lawmakers on both sides about the investigation into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
In her opening statement, Bondi addressing the survivors of Epstein's abuse.
I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster.
Some of those victims seated just a few rows behind Bondi, but she did not address them.
Please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
Bondi asked if she would apologize to the women for the DOJ's initial failure to redact all victims' names from the documents released.
It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize.
The Attorney General defiant.
Witness is interrupted. In the gutter with this woman. She's doing theatrics.
As Bondi faced questions from Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, photographers capturing this image. Bondi holding what appears to be a list of what Jayapal searched in the Epstein files when she viewed the unredacted documents at the Department of Justice. This morning, Jayapal accusing Bondi of spying on her, saying it is totally inappropriate and against the separation of powers for the DOJ to surveil us as we search the Epstein files. During the hearing, Republican Congressman Thomas Massey, who co-sponsored the bill that led to the—
Brother, I run a bespoke clothing store here. Come through and get a suit. Okay, well, that's not going to happen. What do we think, chat? It's a little bit tight on the legs, unfortunately. Is that a clip-on tie? No, it's not a clip-on tie. I went to school in Turkey. Dressed up for Canada, fuck you. Just caught a fellow rider on the DC Metro watching the stream. We are everywhere. Yeah, we're going to be leaving soon to go to the University of British Columbia. But this is the fit. And these are the shoes. Well, it is tight. So I don't know. Look. A little bit tight. my ovaries exploded. I was wondering if I should wear this or if I should wear the turtleneck that I have, like with the black outfit that I had. But I feel like most people are gonna say this, right? Not completely ruin it by wearing the Doc Martens. No, I got the YSLs. Whatever you're most comfortable in. You're blue. You're the blue. We're voting no matter who. Log's important. Thank you. Anyway. Yeah, let's continue. I don't feel very comfortable in this, but it's fine. I think I can suffer through it for a little bit. Where a barrel drip is bourgeois decadence.
The release of the files, asking Bondi why certain names of powerful men were initially redacted.
Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700.
You look like him.
And we invited you
Show the
in.
video.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician.
Democrats pressing about President Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who, after insisting he had nothing to do with Epstein, testified that he had visited Epstein's private island with his family well after Epstein was convicted of sex crimes.
Has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
The Congresswoman demanding to know answers.
The American people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I can't believe she tried to tell her that she was anti-Semitic. Like a pro-Israel Jewish person who has literally immediate family members that died in the Holocaust, and PAMBONDI tried to hit the "you're anti-Semitic" line on her. That is crazy.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell.
So quite feisty there, and lawmakers also asking why Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a low-security prison after speaking with the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who once served as the president's personal lawyer. Now, Bond.
Yeah, the Israel-aligned Republican approach to Jews the past 3 years is roughly analogous to the woke Democrats' approach to African Americans and Latinos. Let us lecture you on what's good for you, and if you don't agree with us, you ain't black. Zaid has culture war brain poison, okay? Don't ask him on anything that's culture war related. He will always take it back to woke somehow. It's just, it is what it is, okay?
As the Attorney General said that she did not know why. She says she hopes that Maxwell dies in prison, but Maxwell has made it absolutely clear she wants clemency, and President Trump has not ruled that out. Michael?
Yeah, so many questions that you're completely unanswered there, Rachel. Thank you so much for that.
Billions of pages of documents related to Jeffrey.
Okay, there's allegations prompting a new Epstein, New Mexico ranch investigation, but I do want to talk about Tumbler Ridge.
5 children, 1 adult killed at school. 1 child, 1 adult killed in a home. And the 18-year-old shooter dead, police say, by her own gun.
An individual confirmed to be the shooter was located deceased with what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
There are very few places in the entire country that have ever seen mass shooting violence like this.
How? How is this possible? In Tumbler Ridge? It's just completely unfathomable.
So in Tumbler Ridge, BC, tiny remote town, some 2,400 people living in the foothills of the Rockies. This was seismic, and for the first 24 hours, almost completely opaque.
It wouldn't be fair to speculate on that. We're still making those determinations. I think we will struggle to determine the why.
But now we know the suspected shooter, more about her history with police, more about her victims, and more about the sequence of events. Let's go through it.
The alarm went off that I've never heard before. And our principal goes throughout the halls and she's saying, people close your doors, lock down.
What we know of the story from the RCMP is that it starts at one end of town and ends at the other. We know the most about the ending. That's here, Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Student population somewhere around 160. At around 1:20 p.m. Pacific time, police get a call.
RCMP received a report of an active shooter at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School.
An alert goes out, describing the shooter as a female suspect in a dress with brown hair. The standing order to the public, shelter in place. Because when police arrived, they themselves were immediately in danger.
Upon arrival, there was active gunfire, and as officers approached the school, rounds were fired in their direction.
From this point, we learned three important things from police. One, they never shot back. The shooter appeared to kill herself at some point after police arrived. Two, there were casualties. More than 20 people with injuries, at least 2 of them life-threatening, and 6 people dead. One of them, an educator at the school, the other 5, kids, some as young as 12.
Most of our victims are quite young. Most were born of the students, most were born 2013 and 2012.
Then the third thing we learned, police also found guns, plural, a long gun and a modified pistol. Guns we would later learn the shooter may have had a license to use at one point, except at the time of the shooting, her license had already expired, at least a full year prior.
I believe it was in 2024. She did not have any firearms registered to her.
But I said earlier, the school, victims found in the hallway, in the library, this was the end of the story. Police say it started at some point earlier at this home right here, about a 2-kilometer drive away. This was where police would only later find 2 more bodies, those belonging to the shooter's mother and stepbrother.
We were called because a neighbor, there was a young female at that home that...
I'm going to be honest, it just has the workings. It looks like it has the workings of a Order of 9 Angles style radicalization. Like right off the jump. As soon as like people started speculating that the shooter was trans, I was like, oh, there it is. Like another terrorgram hit, seemingly. But we'll see.
Went to the neighbors, and that's how we learned that there were 2 deceased at that residence. So the neighbor called the police.
Besides the fact that the shooting rampage started in the family's home, then moved to and ended at the local high school, we know from the RCMP a few more things.
What is the Order of 9 Angles? There have been instances. There have been instances where people get radicalized on these sorts of like insane. The government's official designation is like the government's designation is like violent nihilist extremists. Order of 9 Angles is like a white nationalist front that focuses on like radicalizing people. Is like occultist Nazi, like occultist satanic esoteric Nazi ideology. They recruit through Roblox. Sounds fucking stupid, but they recruit like kids, oftentimes like kids with deep mental health complications, through Roblox and things like that. No, I'm not putting gel on the hair, man. Calm down. Lock in. Some of their they operate in Telegram groups called Terrorgram. And it's like basically the most nihilistic, most insane version of like what you think neo-Nazis could believe. Like these, like it's worse than Nick Fuentes, if that makes sense, where they just straight up celebrate mass shooters. Their goal is to try to actively radicalize one another into and egg them into engaging in an active, engage into some sort of like mass shooting.
This story contains
helpless, vicious cycle that these two government-known hate groups and terrorist organizations across several different countries. On Reddit, there was
like they've had a hit in Turkey and numerous other places. The murders of two people outside of LGBTQ bar plus first looked like an act of a lone shooter. A ProPublica frontline investigation shows they were, in fact, the culmination of a coordinated international recruiting effort by online extremists. It's pretty wild because there's literally like, I mean, they're traceable. They're trackable. I suspect that there's feds in these groups, but I guess maybe not, or maybe they know and they don't give a shit. But they celebrate, you know, the Christchurch shooter. They celebrate Anders Breivik. Some of the telltale signs that that this is yet another version of that usually is when you look at the shooter's guns and their posts. They will sometimes inscribe famous high-profile white nationalists and white supremacist shooters all over their gear.
About the shooter. Like I said at the start, 18 years old. Her name was Jessie Van Rootselaar. Female, but apparently born as a biological male. Began transitioning about 6 years ago. Had a history of mental health issues.
Police had attended that residence on multiple occasions over the past several years, dealing with concerns of mental health with respect to our suspect. I can say that on different occasions, the suspect was apprehended for assessment and follow-up. Concerns regarding mental health, self-harm.
Police would even go so far as to say some of those...
Yeah, the Telegram groups are too decentralized. They have no like centralized command structure, nothing like that.
Those concerns involved guns.
Police have attended that residence in the past, approximately a couple of years ago, where firearms were seized under the criminal code. I can say that at a later point in time, the lawful owner of those firearms petitioned for those firearms to be returned, and they were.
People will look at like guns, repeated mental health visits. This should have been a red flag. How do you process those?
Well, the big question is red flagged up to a certain point, and how many red flags do you need to act? And because you have to bear in mind that the RCMP has to operate within a certain legal framework.
But what police have already admitted they may struggle to figure out is, in all of this, the why.
There's going to be a lot of legwork that will need to be done by investigators on the ground to try to determine whether or not there were signals, there were flags that should have been picked on and were not.
They did say there didn't appear to be any specific targeting of any specific students at the school, but that may change as police learn more. And they pointed out the shooter wasn't even a current student at that school. She dropped out of school around 4 years ago. So on the crucial question of motive, a real mystery, what drives someone to open fire at a school they don't attend? Police don't know.
TMZ's Harvey Levin had...
It's crazy that they're like, of course, the right-wing hogs in Canada are instantly fucking talking about how the shooter is trans. Which, once again, like in a sea of white, cisgender, heterosexual mass shooters, the one time it's a trans person, immediately they're like, oh, it's because it's trans. Okay. So the 99,000 times this happens, or not 99,000, but like, you know, the thousands of times where this happens when it's a cishet white guy, it's also because they're cishet whites. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's totally ridiculous. It's I don't know. I think like, you know damn well this ain't the first time, brother. One time in the United States of America, there have been like 3 fucking mass shooters that are trans, you dumb fuck. What are you talking about? There are hundreds of mass shootings that take place. As far as the school shootings go, let's be fucking real for a second. It's usually cishet white dudes. Okay? The fuck are you talking about? The only reason why this doesn't happen as frequently in places like Canada as it does in the United States of America is because of adequate, usually, yes, if it's 99% of mass shootings being committed by 99% of mass shootings being committed by cishet white men, and the 1%, not even the 1%, 0.01% of mass shootings committed by trans people, if you still think this is a trans issue, so not one time, see ya. Do you understand how math works? Are you that fucking stupid? Yeah, not one time. Okay, 3 total in the entire world, dude. Lol, see ya. Yeah, good point you made, you fucking moron. What the hell is this? Hogs are so fucking brain disease, brother. Holy shit. Yeah, let's swap it. Here. Oh, chatter is stupid professionally. Yes, I'm gonna fucking stream the. I'm gonna continue streaming. Are we gonna have to wait for 6 months to see your talk? No, it's gonna come out immediately. It's gonna come out in real time. Okay. Anyway, I don't know the whole circumstances surrounding this mass shooting that took place. I'll look into it a little bit more, but it just reads, at first glance, it reads like online radicalization, dude, I brought this fucking suit all the way out here, but I'm like less confident about wearing it because I feel like I'm going to explode out of it now. Like, look at how tight it is, bro. Well, you can't change it. If I blow up, if I explode out of this fucking suit while I'm on stage, I'm killing myself in a video game. It's just like... Hopefully the chair that I'm sitting on isn't like one of those low to the ground chairs, because if that's the case, I'm fucked. Like, this is, it's so tight I can't even fucking cross my legs, dude. I should be more worried about getting frame mogged by the ASU Chad who frame mogged Clavicular. What if there's a University of British Columbia Chad that frame mogs me, turns me into a fucking frame cell? I am worried about that. What are you looking for? Oh. You're not bringing the shotgun? No, you should. Really? But there will be people asking questions and shit. Hold on. This is the fit, yo. No, I didn't change. Some guy complimented this jacket. It has a built-in fanny pack, yes. Looking like a Fed. When in doubt, use Twitch and or clavicular terms. It'll make you sound extra smart. Okay, I'll do that. Are we ready to move? All right. I'm going to swap over in a second.
An astronomical number of testimonies from minor children and adults over the generations who have survived this cult. The perpetrators being anyone hiding behind anonymity on the internet inside of these Discord chats. It truly is a helpless, vicious cycle that these children find themselves in.
It is so important that this information is out there. These children are real. They are experiencing real harm.
When I elevated this story, like others, I got a rapid response from the public. And the call to action was encouraging the public to report it to the FBI.
A young lady in the hospital because of one of them.
A few weeks later, the FBI released an extraordinary public service announcement, warning groups like 764 and Cult target minors between 8 and 17 years old, especially LGBTQ+ youth, racial minorities, and those who struggle with mental health issues, such as depression and suicidal ideation. The FBI says the group's end goal is forcing minors into committing suicide on live stream for their own entertainment or their own sense of fame.
The thing that I find unique and particularly disturbing with these groups is the level of violence, just the sheer, the propensity to act out violently in the real world. These are all things that make this stand out to me.
Matt Richardson works with the US-based Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative.
So if you search some of the groups named by the FBI, can we see what shows up?
Sure, let's pick one, CVLT, I seem to remember. But what I'll point out here is that very quickly a Roblox group.
Roblox is a gaming site?
Oh, yes, Roblox is a game that's popular for many age groups. So what they're doing here is saying, hey, this is a Roblox community.
So this is a luring tactic?
Yeah, this would appear to be a luring tactic or potentially an example of a honeypot. People will create servers for any number of topics that weight, eating disorders, poor self-esteem, poor body image, among others. It attracts the attention of people that are vulnerable. Discord's a pretty user-friendly platform. It's easy to create accounts, multiple accounts if one wishes, create and delete servers. The other factor would be the layer of anonymity it affords Because when we create channels on Discord, we can have to make them private or public if they're made private, so predators can avoid detection by police or even concerned parents.
I still didn't know what was going on. I thought she was in her bedroom. She wasn't in there. Then that's when I really got concerned. And I couldn't believe, honestly, that she had left. So I called one of the social workers that we had. And she said, well, just go ahead and call 911.
911, where's your emergency? Inspector came up here last night and took her telephone and her tablet and told me not to let her leave. She has left without me knowing it.
Police had just finished searching Merritt's phone when the 911 call came in.
About the same time that the child pornography was found on his phone, the juvenile was reported missing.
My gut feeling was telling me that he was going to make an attempt to get back to Texas, but there's a lot of things that can occur between Virginia and Texas, you know.
We begin tonight with an Amber Alert.
A young girl is thought to be in extreme danger. 21-year-old Caleb Merritt has abducted 12-year-old Allie Broadway.
When the Amber Alert went out, you know, we were concerned, you know, with...
All right, swapped it.
God forbid.
Swapped it.
God
You guys
forbid.
don't want to know what Marsh was talking about.
God forbid a white boy get a little motion.
You guys... Wait, did we bring the light?
Yeah, I have it, yeah.
Okay.
Don't need it just yet, but I have it just in case.
Yeah, okay.
Starting tonight.
Good to have it. Good to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Hasan, I'll be wearing the silky.
And the bust down?
And the bust down AP.
Okay, where is that from? Where is that from? Explain yourself.
Chad knows what I'm saying.
All right,
It's
don't
because you
think
don't,
Chad knows
it's 'cause
what
you
you're
don't
saying.
know. That's okay that you don't know. You don't need to be on everything.
That was quite the topic change. Yeah, whiplash. I know, you guys were learning about Order of Nine Angles and how they organize and stuff, and then all of a sudden, boom. Back to a car. Out of nowhere.
What did somebody say? I'm gonna execute this chatter. What did they say? Where'd you go? Stop hiding him. Oh my god, I lost him. God damn it.
Wait, what did he say?
He was complaining about the light or something. I'm like, bro, we're pointing at the ground. Okay, I can make it brighter. We're just pointing at the ground. Anyway, mods vaporized that guy.
You should 100% go check out my mom's cafe. She runs it on her own. It's called Casbah de Vancouver. She cooks bomb North African food. If you want the best couscous in North America, you have to visit. She also would probably hook you up with so much if she knew you were Turkish. It's crazy, bro.
Is there solidarity there with the Turks?
Yeah. A little bit. You can go either way. How's BC so far? It's beautiful. Vancouver is beautiful. Yeah. I already told you, this is like a Valorant e-girl server.
Beautiful British Columbia.
It's crazy.
No comment.
Never seen anything like it.
From me.
W ad. Bro, stop. Montreal next. Hasan, you look handsome, but unbutton the blazer. Yeah. Is Hasan ovulating? Yeah, I'm ovulating. All the 2009 scene girls live in Vancouver now. Ha ha ha. I don't know what that even means at this point.
Explains a lot. I'm gonna point at the roof, okay?
What?
I'm gonna point at this.
Why?
Because I want to.
You can show at this point, I think.
Okay. But I just think it's really pretty. Okay, I'll just show you. God damn it. So needy all the time.
No. Dude, look at the creasing. Like, dude, the stitching is coming off. I'm so cooked.
Guys, I got the Giga Ultra Zoom lens for these talks. So you guys they can see every fiber on your pants right now.
If I flex my quads and my hamstrings at the same time, it feels like I'm gonna explode out of the pant. I'm a little uncomfortable. I haven't worn a suit in a minute.
Let the record show I told him to wear the other fit.
You did. The other fit was pretty good too.
I mean, they're both fine.
The other fit was more non-traditional, but I wanted to go with a traditional look this time. But ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. And we are on our way to University of British Columbia right now. And the reason for why we're going to University of British Columbia is because I will be talking. I will be delivering a speech that I did not write for the Phil Lind Society, or the Phil Lind Initiative at the University of British Columbia. We are mostly going to be talking as a part of a series called America First. Hold on, I'm gonna read it out to you right now.
Yeah, he's America First.
Yeah, America First, America Alone, Global Politics in an Age of Uncertainty. That's the speaker series that is started by the Phil Lind Initiative in 2026. The resurgence of America First driven unilateralism is reshaping the global order. As the U.S. moves further from its post-war role as a global leader and consensus builder, the 2026 Lind Initiative investigates the evolving drivers of U.S. foreign policy under President Trump, the weakening of multilateral institutions, and the rise of rival powers like China and Russia. What happens when the world's most powerful country stops playing by the rules it helped to write? And who steps in when it does? From hard-hitting journalism and critical foreign policy analysis to political commentary and provocative art, this year's speakers interrogate the consequences of America's disengagement. Together, these conversations explore the fragility of alliances, the realignment of global influence, the future of democratic norms in an era marked by rising authoritarianism, contested truths, and geopolitical uncertainty. Whether through headlines, histories, or cultural critique, each speaker offers a lens into what a post-American world might look like and who stands to shape it. And some of the speakers, it was Thomas L. Friedman who was the first speaker for this America First.
Who's that? For the chatters that don't
Thomas
know,
Friedman
I know who that is.
he's a horrible neocon. And then it was Charity Whedon, who I'm not very familiar with, and then it's me, and then it's Dred Scott, Rachel Maddow, and Carlos Lozada. Thomas L. Friedman is a 3-time Pulitzer Prize winning New York Times columnist and best-selling author. Charity Whedon is a former NASA associate, administrator, and global space policy leader. Dred Scott, interdisciplinary artist and activist challenging the ideals of American society. Rachel Maddow, Emmy Award-winning journalist and host of The Rachel Maddow Show. And Carlos Lozada is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and opinion columnist for the New York Times.
I can't believe you're opening for Rachel Maddow.
I guess you could look at it that way. The series moderator that I will be speaking alongside is Nojang Khatami, assistant professor of political science at Fordham University in New York City, born in Iran. He is an alumnus of the PhD program in political science at UBC, was a postdoctoral fellow at the Justitia Center for Advanced Studies at Goethe Universität Frankfurt, and currently serves the co-coordinator for Islamic Studies at Fordham Lincoln Center campus. His research and teaching interests include democratic theory, literature aesthetics, revolution and resistance. Khatami's current book, project, Rewriting the People, Exile and Resistance in Comparative Political Thought, examines expressions of dissent against oppressive political structures with a comparative analysis moving from Iran to North America. His public scholarship has appeared in the Progressive and Boston Review, and he is the co-host and the new podcast, Politics and Exilic City. That's who is going to be interviewing me or moderating this discussion. There's a bunch of questions that are going to be coming up about, authoritarianism, rising overseas. Should we be critiquing it? What should we be saying? I suspect that will be a part of the discussion for sure. And more so, American authoritarianism, fascism growing in the Western world, the failure of liberalism and multilateral treaties and what that means for the future of the world, really. So, good stuff that I'm invested in, and that's part of the reason why I'm wearing a suit today, okay? Now, as is expected of me, usually these things start with a speech, I think, that I'm supposed to write, and as is expected of me, I did not write a speech at all. I'm just gonna freestyle off top dome like I did at Trinity College, like I did at Oxford Union, like I did everywhere else, like I did at the Palestine rally in DC. So don't expect anything other than me. I'm Freestyle Andy. You already know what it is. Czech pronunciation of Goethe. Is it Goethe? Are you going to meet up with Avi Lewis, NDP leadership candidate and Naomi Klein's husband? I think so. You look very Turkish from this angle. I don't know what that means. Me and my girlfriend think you look hot. We're both lesbians, so not just thirsting. You're doing great. Less spam, I promise. I will not be meeting up with Ryan Leternio, also known as Northern Lion, the Lion of the North, because he is very much against multilateral treaties falling apart. And as a consequence of that, as a big Mark Carney advocate, Northern Lion has decided, he's putting his foot on the ground. He is no longer collaborating with any American. I'm just making shit up. Ooh, Tim Horton. Tim Hortons. Oh, a cultural institution.
Have you been yet?
No, have you?
I've been many times in my life.
Oh yeah, you've been. Yeah, because you lived here practically.
You know what a Timbit is?
No. What is it? A Tim Tams with coffee or something?
No, a Timbit is basically what us slop pig Americans would call a donut hole.
Oh yeah. I've never been to a Tim Hortons.
Timmy's,
Yeah.
they call them Timbits.
Le bit de Tim.
Le bit de Tim.
Le bit de Tim. Tim's is shit. Do not go there.
It is pretty trash.
Tim Tams are Aussie cookies. Yeah, I know.
Also true, yeah.
Tim's is sucks, but is a must try. Okay, you're giving me mixed signals. Does it suck or is it a must try?
It's like Nando's, except Nando's is better.
Yeah, Nando's is edible. Sometimes the only thing that you can get that's edible in Londonistan.
Yeah, in the sense that it's a nostalgic institution regarded highly by the locals.
All right, while we're here, we might as well read this GQ article about China maxing. Hopefully I can read it.
He's still learning.
Yeah, hopefully I can read. GQ's article title is Why Internet Stars Are China Maxing. No, I meant like, I hope they don't paywall me. By Andrew Fedorov. On the other side of the Great Firewall, there is no YouTube, but there are more than half a billion people who watch streamers. What happens when America's top creators introduce themselves? For the American traveler who imagines he has a borderline healthy relationship with his phone, a trip to China is instructive. First, the Great Firewall cuts you off from the social feeds and algorithms that govern your media consumption back home. Without resorting to a VPN to bypass these blocks, there is no access to Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Gmail, X, or TikTok. As your digital world goes quiet, you realize just how much of your daily intake is noise. But just as you're starting to appreciate the silence, new portals open up. More than anywhere else on Earth, to get by in China, you have to live through your phone. This is true. You pay for almost everything with QR codes on super apps. Public transit tickets come in blocky patterns in the same apps. And ordering at restaurants, that time-honored respite for the lonely, is via QR access mini programs in the apps. Living through Chinese apps, you start to get sucked into their social layers, which automatically translate into English. The hostel is a group chat that buzzes constantly. The guy who sold you spicy rabbit heads keeps sending you memes. Even on the far side of the Greater Firewall, there is no escaping the noise. After 2.5 months in China last year, I started to fantasize about throwing my phone into a gutter. At least one group of Americans is more intrigued than repelled by this thoroughly digitized world: streamers. To the biggest Western content creators and their managers, the business logic of building a Chinese following has long been apparent. There are over 1 billion internet users in China, and unlike anywhere else in the world, live streams have already been popular entertainment for a decade. In 2016, it was recorded that more than half of those billion were regularly consuming the format. Because all American platforms are blocked in the country, it represents a massive untapped market for creators. January 2024, Mr. Beast, the most subscribed creator on YouTube, dipped his toe behind the Great Firewall by posting his first video on the Chinese platform Bilibili. Ni hao, he greeted Chinese viewers. Influencers' excitement over the Chinese market runs against America's abiding policy on China, which involves stoking a trade war and raising fears about a war. But a countervailing tendency was already emerging among the left liberal pundits who envy China's solar panels, widespread electric car usage, and high-speed trains. And among younger Americans, see, this is what I mean, the left liberal dichotomy. It's like, I don't just envy China's electric grid and renewable initiatives. I also envy the power of central planning. I do envy that. The interest in not waging war overseas, costly wars overseas that end up destroying entire countries, but instead focusing on building its own infrastructure, even development. focusing on a more tolerant approach to international trade, or focusing on a more tolerant approach to maintaining international relations, rather than naked imperialism and war profiteering. In January 2025, as their government threatened to ban TikTok, massive Americans preemptively joined the Chinese social media network Red Note. Our generation and younger are so tapped into China in ways that an older person cannot comprehend because of Red Note and TikTok. The leftist streamer Hasan tells me there are spots that they want to go to. Last March, 20-year-old Darren Watkins Jr., who broadcasts more than 45 million YouTube subscribers under the moniker I Show Speed, or Speed for short, became the first massive Western creator to go on a highly publicized tour of the country. I can't believe it. I will never be able to beat that. Like, that's true. He did do that. He acted as another catalyst, changing attitudes on both sides and inspiring boiling envy among fellow live streamers. Piker was so jealous, so sour over Speed's trip that Chinese internet users started calling him Lemon Bro. I've been wanting to go to China for many, many years now, but I think it was much easier to convince people, he says. Speed going was huge for a lot of people in our industry because they saw how sick it was. Speed had dreamed of visiting China since he was a little kid. More recently, he'd seen snapshots of the country's fast-blooming cyberpunk landscapes populating his feeds and sought out Chinese anime. So the People's Republic wasn't entirely unknown to him. And he, in turn, wasn't entirely unknown there. His content had slipped through the Great Firewall, clipped from his accounts on the blocked international platforms and reposted on Chinese apps. Even before he launched his own Chinese profiles, Speed had gained so much traction on Chinese siloed internet that fans bestowed on him the nickname Hyperthyroid Bro, because of an expression he makes frequently, which features bulging eyes and neck, superficially resembling the symptoms of the condition.
Wait,
Most commonly, yeah, you didn't know that? Most common, yeah, they don't have the best nicknames for us, I'm gonna be honest. Most commonly associated with an ICE agent. In Shanghai, Speed met his first Chinese fans within 5 minutes of turning on the camera. Within 20 minutes, a mob had formed around him. He spent the next 7 hours dodging the swarm while trying to discover the city. Every stream is going to be like this. I think Shanghai is going to be the worst, though, because there's so many people here that know me, he predicted. I think other cities will be more calm. He couldn't have been more wrong. In Chengdu, a crowd surrounded him before he'd even emerged from the van in which he recorded his introduction. "Oh my God, China is crazy," he said. As he moved through the city, his bodyguards formed a protective circle, but fans, teenagers, and middle-aged men alike flung themselves through the gaps, grabbing at him and screaming that they loved him. Members of the renowned local rap group Higher Brothers, who were meant to accompany him during the stream, bailed part way through because of the pandemonium. "I want to keep streaming, but you have to calm down," Speed shouted at the crowd. "I can't do what I gotta do if everybody is ahara rah rah rah. You break the rules on Chinese social media, your accounts are just gone," says streamer Jake and Bake. "It's really annoying." In Chongqing, drone footage showed an entire block of people churning behind him. I asked Jackson Liu, a local content creator who guided Speed through the city, what those moments had been like. "Have you seen The Walking Dead, World War Z, or 28 Days Later?" Liu said. "It felt like that. For the local influencers who joined him, the experience was totally unprecedented. That kind of situation I've never seen before," Ryan Chen, a Chongqing native who's built a following in China and abroad as Chinese Trump, tells me. Of course, he's got bodyguards, but the bodyguards cannot completely shelter him. Many of the people who showed up weren't longtime Speed obsessives. They'd simply caught the virus and taken to the streets. The majority of people who are going up to him to yell his name or take a picture, they don't really know who he is. They just saw him trending in China, insanely trending, so they wanted to be a part of that, says Jake Abramson, the American who's been streaming from China as Jake and Bake since 2018 and joined Speed on a cable car ride through Chongqing. He created those fans. The pioneering nature of Speed's trip was part of the reason why fans flocked to him, but his extraordinary ability to orchestrate a crowd, to interact meaningfully on a mass level, must have been part of it too. It was a Western influencer really interacting with Chinese people in a way that hasn't really been done before, said Olivia Plotnick, the founder of Y Social, a Shanghai social media marketing agency. You have celebrities and pop stars visit, but those tours are very out of reach of the public, whereas I Show Speed was going to all these different cities and interacting with people on the streets very freely. Other influencers have hesitated to venture in because of the arcane rules of Chinese social media, which is highly censored in ways that are rarely publicly spelled out and far from intuitive to outsiders. Creators love to do what they do because they get to be who they are, says Zach Katz, CEO of Fixated, a content creator representation firm. If all of a sudden there's this lens of moderation on your self-expression, does that make you want to do it more? No. For creators who decide to invest time and efforts into building a presence on Chinese platforms, a small blunder can be disastrous. You break the rules on Chinese social media and your accounts are just gone, Abramson says. It's really annoying. The Shaolin soccer actor Zhao Wei, for instance, not only had her accounts deleted for reasons that were never explained, but her name was scrubbed from the Chinese internet. Those are the most extreme cases. Sometimes banned keywords like Tibet or Taiwan are simply starred out. To be clear, these hurdles, Speed worked with East Goes Global, an agency that has helped NBA stars enter the Chinese market. They helped launch him on Chinese platforms and initially connected him with local creators like Lu. But the partnership broke down shortly after Speed's first stream in Shanghai. My personal guess is that they think it's a little too risky, says Lu. They worried that Speed was going to do something stupid on the live stream and offend Chinese culture or society. Plus, Lu recalls, Speed hated the first agency. I would have reacted the same. Like, how can you abandon us and drop us after our first live stream? With support from the Asian American record label 88 Rising, Speed regrouped and pressed on. Neither East Goes Global nor Speed responded to requests for comment. Chinese embassy in Washington, D.C. praised Speed's work as bridging cultural gaps. The country's government-sponsored influencer visits in 2025. The country's government-sponsored influencer visits in 2025, but Speed's team insisted he hadn't accepted any state funding, and his broadcast showed sides of the country that state media has resolutely ignored. I'm racist, one woman dressed in an anime cosplay in Chengdu told him. Wait, I don't think you understand what you're saying. Do you speak English, Speed asked her. Yes, I am racist, the woman reiterated. Bro, hell no, Speed said. What the fuck is she saying? Another time in Shanghai, a man shoved a KFC bag at him through his car window. When Speed opened it and found a banana, the man started hooting like a monkey. These weren't the only time Speed encountered such attitudes during his trip, but they didn't seem to be the norm either. Which, by the way, out of all the places he visited, objectively, I would say China was one of the least racist places, even though, of course, racism is, anti-black racism is such a universally shared value. But it is pretty crazy to think, like, I mean, Poland was like a nightmare scenario. They were Falun Gong agents? Okay, stop coping, dude. Let's be real. Anti-blackness is, again, universal. It's a universal experience. You can talk about how it became a universal experience, and that's fair, and how it even made its way to China in spite of the firewall and you know, the Chinese development through periods of time. But the reality of the matter is, it's virtually impossible to fucking ignore. Okay? Oh, to be fair, yeah, he did go to Africa. His Africa tour was the least racist of all places. I apologize, my mistake. On a tourist boat under the, I meant like non-black places he went to. On a tourist boat under the lights of Hong Kong skyline filtering through the foggy evening, Speed met a young woman from Shaoxing. It was the longest he'd been away from the ravenous crowds, and in the stream it seemed as if time was contracting for him. He asked if 10 minutes had passed and was informed that it was more like 40. The woman told him she followed him on Douyin, TikTok's Chinese sister app. Her timbre was high and childish. He called it an anime voice and asked her to say Pikachu a few times, cracking up each time she squeaked it out. She told him she'd been made fun of for her voice all her life. I'm 25 years old, but my voice is like 10 years old, she said. Some people don't like this voice. They always laugh at me. Don't listen to them, he said. That was a beautiful moment.
That was really nice.
Yeah. You just have to stay strong and be you at the end of the day. People are going to hate you all the time. It doesn't matter if you're the best or the most perfect person in the world. People are going to hate. You know what I'm saying? You have a nice voice. She seemed moved. I believe you, she said. They fist bump. People talk about me all the time. People say I've got a big nose. I'm musty. I'm black. I'm trash at football. Like I'm one of the best football players in the world. You telling me? Speed said. They don't understand you, she told him. But we can grow up. We can get stronger. They reached across the divide with a touch of vulnerability. That's right, he said. W speech, bro.
Wow. Feels strong, man.
That's so funny. Okay, yeah, W speech, bro. Speed's trips launched an armada of influencers on their own China journeys. Gaming streamer Pokemon went twice in 2025. Standing across an intersection from the Loewe store in Shanghai, she joked about the resolution of the city compared to her home. It looks like 4K LA. 720p. Over Peking Duck a few days later, she mused, I worry that it's really great now, and in 3 years it'll be ruined by tourism. On his first day in the country, Agent 00 met Jackie Chan. Lacey and Jason the Ween, formerly of Face Clan, swung through too. Even the Nelk boys who'd aligned themselves with Trump in the last election were enchanted. They were nervous when they first got off the plane, inflicting, this is what I told this, I told the journalist to pursue this lead. In our conversation, I was like, look into the Nelk boys, because he was like interviewing a bunch of people that went to China, and I was like, the one that's really interesting is the Nelk boys, because they literally thought it was like North Korea, and then they went and they were like, it's fucking awesome. So I'm glad he did pursue that lead. Who'd aligned themselves with Trump in the last election were enchanted. They were nervous when they first got off the plane, afflicted by the unfamiliar feeling of encountering the unknown in a superficially hyper-connected world. That last feeling like this was, I think, Russia, said Kyle Forgeard? I don't know how you say his name. Nelk Kyle. This is one step closer to North Korea, but after a few days, he declared China is kind of like America, except everything is in Chinese. This is not what I expected. Later, he concluded, China is lit. According to Aj Louis, a businessman from Kunming, who helped plan their trip and party with them across the country, they've discussed plans to return in 2026. For Hasan Piker, China represented more than an untapped market of a shiny backdrop for content. As a socialist, he looked to the achievements of the Chinese Communist Party, which has run the country since 1949, to see what its values and ideals look like when put into practice. He wanted to experience a country where leftists are in charge, rather than the outliers on the niche entertainment platforms. In the lead-up to his trip in November, Piker could hardly contain his excitement. When Joe Biden's former FTC Commissioner Lina Khan approached him in the hallway of the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center in D.C., he bubbled over, "I'm flying to China, and then I'm going to be there for a month," he told her. "I'm going to start distributing videos on Chinese platforms. I've been saying for a while that this is the next frontier of reaching a huge number of people that are like-minded with ourselves." He believed American leftists and people living in socialist China would have a natural affinity akin to the solidarity post-colonial countries often express for Palestine. It's like when you speak with an Irish person from Ireland, not from America, and automatically they get it on certain issues. I don't need to convince you on anything. You already understand it. And in China, there's a similar attitude towards having your government work for you. We hyper-focus on the social repression, on the civil liberties, or not even civil liberties necessarily, but free speech and things like that. But in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. At least they get results. Honestly fair, Khan said. Looking back on this meeting, Piker tells me he might have overdone it. You know when you say something to someone and you think about it afterwards and you're like, what did I do there? Piker says, she was so shocked that I was talking positively about Chinese governance. That reinforced how unusual his position was in America. I love Lena, but I forget that she's a capitalist through and through, he says. That's why her response actually stuck with me. I did. I was like going on and on about how awesome it is when the Chinese government is in central planning, and I was like not receiving the reaction that I thought I would be receiving from her. And then I forgot that like Lina Khan is the pure like trust buster from a purely a capitalist perspective. Piker isn't entirely starry-eyed about the Chinese system. I'm a political commentator, right? I would not be able to do what I do to the same degree in China, make no mistake. I probably could do what I do in China with respect to every other country. But if I had the same gripes that I do with Donald Trump, for example with Xi Jinping, that would not work. Luckily, that wasn't among his problems. On his second day in Beijing, Piker woke before sunrise to stream the same sort of commentary he delivered from his home in LA. In my heart, in my soul, in my mind, in my conscience, I have already become Chinese, he told viewers, before turning to his first impression of the country. It's fucking sick, okay? You have abundant style consumption paired up with centrally controlled economy and economic system that has yielded tremendous development. You have 1950s Soviet-era building blocks next to the Gucci store. If there was ever a country that represented the synthesis of the things I enjoy so much personally, if ever such a country existed, I do not know. When he wrapped the commentary portion of the stream, he and his 10-strong crew of influencers and facilitators made their way to Tiananmen Square to witness the flag-raising ceremony. It was just above freezing out. His friends were bleary-eyed and cranky. I'm somewhat of a vampire where I stay up super late, and we had to get up at 5 a.m. to do that, recalled Will Neff. All the pomp and circumstance aside, I was already like, fuck this. I would never do this fucking shit in any country, let alone China. Piker, on the other hand, was visibly buzzing. His excitement was momentarily checked when a policeman approached them and asked to see their phone. The sound cut out and the screen went black. They turned on the camera back a few minutes later and watched the rest of the ceremony unimpeded alongside Chinese people who traveled from all around the country to see it. It wasn't really a big moment for us, but it was a big moment for Newsweek and all these other news outlets that covered it, where they were like, Hasan Piker, communist detained and killed and arrested and thrown into prison for having a brief 2-minute conversation with a cop at Tiananmen Square who thought we were fucking around, that we were white Westerners who came to make a mockery of this place that's very important, Piker tells me. I've had far worse physical altercations with American cops. I mean, I've been tear gassed by the French police. I've been tear gassed by the American police. I've been pushed around by the American police. I've been arrested, handcuffed, had guns pointed at me, lethal weapons pointed at me, less than lethal weapons used on me. So obviously, if I'm ranking those experiences, it doesn't crack the top 10 worst. Mm-hmm. All right, there. We're here, by the way.
Yep. Gonna Do chest cam for a bit for safety reasons, chat.
Okay, happy birthday, Simone. All right, take a picture with you, man. Quick, we gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta go. Yeah, be quick. Hi, Marsh.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Is that guy hiding behind the dumpster? What was that? Yeah, we're still live right now. Hello. Hi, March. Nice to meet you. This camera is live, so just a heads up.
Yeah, just try not to get our staff.
Yeah. I'll keep it low key till we get to the green room or wherever you're taking us.
Hi, sorry, I'm Becca. Follow me. Get you settled in.
Hello. Hi.
So you're ready?
Oh my God, you got Tim.
Oh, hey. Oh, wow. How did you get those so fast? That was like 5 minutes ago. Is there a Tim Hortons on campus, to be honest?
Yeah.
Wait, there is? Oh, shit. Can I show this room?
We heard you guys.
Is this room fine to show?
Yeah.
Okay,
cool.
Yeah, just try to avoid staff.
Great, sounds good. Thank Are we effing right now?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Oh, wait, this place is like a fucking cement building. Here. Well, there's definitely gonna be Wi-Fi, so let's get on that. Snapchat.
Oh, I lost the GQ subscription. What the hell? I'm on the pack, but I'll get on the.
First.
Oh no, that's the wrong one.
Canada slop. You guys want to get the cinematic look at the Timbits? I got you. Wow. Now to say that again, how is it?
It's delicious. It's
I'm gonna prop it up real quick because I had to meet with the AV team because they wouldn't let me put me some shit.
okay.
So I'm gonna put it somewhere. Can you sit here?
Sure.
Wherever you want.
Oh, one of them has a creamy filling. Oh.
Wait, this is a genuine reaction.
Oh, that one's fire. I mean, I'm on the internet. I'm on like the actual internet of the, and I still can't see. Oh, I can. Is it effing?
We've been effing this whole time.
Is it effing, chat? Signal's weak. L bitrate.
Oh no. Should I step out?
There's fire.
Oh no. Okay. Let's put the pack on Wi-Fi then.
Yeah. It's just a UBC visitor. Already yet? No. I don't think so. I don't know how to do it on this. Fuck.
I'm trying to see.
We're kind of cooked.
Trying to see how it looks. If not, we can step out.
How bad is it?
I'm trying to see that right now.
The glitch. This one is like, this has got a little cut in it.
Wow, it's crazy that you can hack it. I'm gonna go for a little walk. Door?
Opening the door is not gonna help out. Okay, go test it out there real quick.
All right, Chad, we're going for a little walk.
I'll let you eat all the Timbits.
Okay.
To see how we connect to the Wi-Fi on the bag.
Did you see a visitor?
No, I meant like on the hardware.
Okay.
That we
Okay,
have.
you're in.
Yeah, we're back out here. It's just that room.
Pretty universal.
Like out here we're good.
Oh, we're here. We're good out here.
Yeah, it's just the room is too.
That's good.
Too
Yeah, we have
intimate.
a crazy stadium backpack. It's actually quite impressive. We were inside of a Chinese bomb shelter.
And we're able to stream just
when
fine.
we were able to stream totally fine. Yeah.
But the dressing room, yeah.
Welcome for many layers of concrete. It will resemble the ocean.
Yeah. Hello.
From
If you
our
want like more
perspective.
privacy, this space is where we'll be later, and maybe the
Oh, we have to get.
we're just doing a trial to figure out where the connection's best.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, welcome to Canada.
We're gonna be doing a interview here. later.
Yeah, I'm Erica. Nice to meet you. I'm going to be
Nice to meet you as well.
grilling you just like...
Hell yeah. That's crazy. Those are the chairs we're gonna sit on?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm gonna have such a hard time. I'm wearing.
Here,
I
go ahead.
normally don't wear suits.
Okay, I don't really sit. I perch. Like
Okay, I'm gonna perch too. How long is the interview gonna be? Oh, you're live right now, by the way.
Oh, I am? Okay, 20 minutes?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna perch too. I'm gonna be like, that's it.
Looks good.
I'm gonna just be squatting the whole time.
Well, and the frame is sort of here up.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Because you see, the pants are a little tight. You see that?
Did you get a shot of that?
I
That's
did.
what-
Oh, I've been getting that all day.
Yeah, pants are a little tight. So, like, you put a phone in there, and it's just like, might explode.
So we're better in here. But let's figure out how to put this thing on Wi-Fi. There's definitely a way to put it on Wi-Fi.
But yeah, how big is the space?
The venue, the main venue, is 1,400 seats.
Oh wow, and it is sold out in like 3 minutes,
Yeah, we almost crashed the website. So
That's crazy.
Under an hour, 3 minutes.
yeah, the website immediately crashed, and then when it got back online, within a few hours, it was done.
Are they holding? Can you guys hear it or no?
They can.
Oh, they're saying perfect now.
Right, this spot we're good.
Yeah, we're good here. That's crazy.
Well, make sure they got the 3 minutes sold out.
Yeah. Hope we're doing better than Thomas L. Friedman.
Yes, you were faster.
Yeah, you hear that, New York Times?
I'm trying to figure out how to Wi-Fi this through.
Are you Discording the team?
No, I'm just Googling.
I'm gonna try to find the.
The problem is I need to go meet with the AV team super
Yeah,
quick.
you can just leave me with the camera here. Hold on. How do we?
I should seat you somewhere at least.
How do we get on Wi-Fi?
We do it live, chat. We do these things live, okay? Sometimes there's gonna be issues.
But that Wi-Fi is not gonna be good enough anyway. It's a standalone, I don't think.
I think what the Wi-Fi plus the Sims will be good. No, it's not. That's not the problem.
No, the problem is that we don't know how to. This is a newer bag that we've never actually had to like connect to the Wi-Fi on because we've never had a situation where the thick concrete actually impeded on receiving signals. So we're trying to figure out how to even connect to the Wi-Fi, if it even has that availability on the TVU backpack that we currently have.
Also, Chad, I'm intentionally aiming the camera away from any sort of staff or people that aren't Hasan, hence the interesting framing, okay? Like connect the pack to Wi-Fi, yes.
Signal is okay right now? Yeah, but we're trying to figure out if there's, well, is it okay? Is it going in and out?
I'm watching the stream, yeah. It's pretty cinema right now.
That's what we're saying. I can't read the rest of this GQ article now, which kind of sucks, but... Or they were just writing, they were just putting my choice quotes on the GQ article. Did I say CQ?
The backpack people are like, we've never had this issue.
We've never had this issue before with a TV backpack?
I
Yeah.
think there is a Wi-Fi tab, yeah, but it's just a...
It cuts every now and then, and when it does, it's like a brief moment of patchiness.
Hold this for 2
but
seconds.
It's not that
Put
big
your
of a
drink down, hold
problem.
this for 2 seconds.
Wait, hold on. Wait, both the camera and the backpack?
No, just the camera.
Just the camera? Oh, okay. Oh! Almost pulled the camera off. I don't think there's a way to do it. Is he saying there's a way to do it?
But it's just QR code. I'm just going to send him a picture of what I'm seeing.
Okay. We are working on getting...
He said you will send the left QR code and then the right QR code. Got it. Okay, got it.
Is it taking a photo of the QR code going to be enough?
No, I will do it from mine.
Okay.
Just get the left QR code and the right QR code. Yes, sir.
Hold on. I have to have this weird angle, chat, unfortunately.
You did this in a bomb shelter.
This is the difference between 5'11" and 6 foot.
Okay.
You're 5'11", I'm 6 foot.
Oh.
How long is the, sorry to cut you guys off, how long is the intro speech that I have to do? Not long, right? 15 minutes. 15 minutes?
Do you guys have the UBC private by any chance?
I was gonna freestyle. I didn't realize it was gonna be 15 minutes.
The Wi-Fi, yeah.
Oh, it's UBC visitor.
I just asked my boss if we can get you on.
Okay, if not, I'll use.
But the UBC visitor should just have a login
Yep.
page, and you go. Yeah.
No, I know.
It might just
Oh, fuck. No. It's the other space is worse, but this is fine.
This is the better of the two spaces.
Oh God, I forgot it's a 15-minute speech. Oh my God, is it fine if I don't do 15 minutes? Okay.
What's the 15 minutes?
The intro speech.
The intro speech, and then it's a Q&A. So what's
Commentary on American foreign policy.
Yeah.
My boss is on his way to help with any connectivity.
Sure.
We can be in
15 minutes. That's
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I do that. I do 8 hours a day, so I usually lean into that. But there's a difference between just going up on stage and riffing versus writing a 15-minute speech, you know?
And then what happens for the rest of the time? Is it
There's a Q&A. Yeah.
We can go into that as soon as.
As soon as I'm floundering and failing and flailing around. Okay. I'm so stupid. Is it still? Are you still?
Here, you can put the chair over here so you can stand a little bit more comfortably. So the problem is that you basically need to activate the Wi-Fi through the phone.
Mm-hmm.
But because there is a landing page, it's like accept, acknowledge, and all that.
Oh.
That barrier.
It's stopping you from being able to activate it.
Exactly.
So it's better if there is no landing page and you go to like a secure one or whatever that has like an intro login. Yeah.
Now let's go. I'm worried it might be the shoe red.
See if I can find anything less saturated.
Yeah, or can you just go with just white?
Add song and dance to your speech. I'm so fucked. I didn't realize it was 15 minutes. Chat. I'm fucked. I thought it was like, I just go in there, I'm like, hey, America first means everybody else last, haha, and then we sit down and we do a Q&A.
Switch to the land settings there.
Fuck.
Show and
I'm just gonna get up there and start singing Red Sun in the Sky.
Hold this again. This is so complicated.
Mandarin version. White boy speaks perfect Mandarin, perfect Chinese.
It's extremely non-intuitive, but we will get it.
I wish this was a beer.
I'm sure you can get that.
What about the right one?
You scan both of them.
Oh, you scan both of them. That is not intuitive at all.
The first one to put your phone on the bag's Wi-Fi, and then you scan the second one to enter the landing page as the phone or as the bag. And then if you have a landing page that requires authorization, you need to go to land settings, and then you need to do some other bullshit.
That's crazy.
But I think I got it. And then you do the drop down.
It's what you do when you get that ticket. You just go and sponsor a CW.
I can't do that.
We're ready for you. Just read chat. We got you, bro. Sit down and write some bullet points. I can't even sit down. We have to do this camera thing right now. So I can't even like go.
Yeah, if you just give me the password of the private one, that'll fix. I can sponsor you, but it's like you're going just for.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's mute the microphone before, or let me leave.
We're not gonna say any passwords on this.
Yeah, don't say anything right now.
But yeah, why don't you just come with
Okay, March is gone. Hold on. Look at the bag. Oh, that's crazy. It's too heavy. Normally we don't use this arm as much. We only use the arm when it's stable. So yeah, I have a 15-minute speech that I'm going to be delivering, which is not going to be 15 minutes, let's be real. And then after the 15-minute speech, that is not 15 minutes, we will be, holy crap, I got so many notifications. After that, I'll be doing a Q&A. Not entirely certain as to how long this goes, but you look like the worst bodyguard.
Okay, so they're all gonna have landing pages, which is probably gonna cook us.
Did you ask the team what it looks like if there's a landing page? They all have landing pages.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to work through right now. But
Oh, he sent the PDF.
I'm currently doing that.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, notes. Heated rivalry. Timbits. What else? What else?
Yeah, give us like 2 seconds, guys.
No, I'm
Yeah, I just need a second.
all right, you guys talk it out. Powerful middle power alliance. Should Canada lead a global middle power trade, security, and digital alliance? Middle powers can develop sovereignty through cooperative agreements against the domineering force that has been America, the driving force behind the New World Order, the liberal internationalist order that is currently falling apart. These middle power alliances would do best to recognize
Well, it's stable in here. Okay, well, let me try to get this.
Don't sweat it, authors. I have no problem accidentally talking for 15 minutes. This is very bisexual lighting. Yeah, I know.
Is it too dark?
Tom Freeman got a comfy chair at Lamont. No, I have the same stage, chatter. Use your platform to address the rise of freightophobia rampant in our country at this time. Tell the Economist joke, dink donk. Mark Carney's speech at Davos was supposed to
Waiting for them to reply.
signal a different. Yeah, that happened to me too earlier. Okay, good. So I'm not alone.
You just
Mark
gotta
Carney's
tighten
speech
it
at
a little
Davos
bit.
was supposed to signal signal.
Damn, this is bisexual lighting.
Yeah, signal the passage of the former liberal order.
Let's go check how the stream's doing. Hey, stream's stable.
Much like the fascist movements of the past. And then I throw in the Gramsci quote. The old world is dying. A new world struggles to be born from the ashes. Now is the time for monsters. Is that the right quote?
Because it takes over my Wi-Fi to the bag's Wi-Fi when I'm trying to connect it. I can't talk to the Discord guys when I'm actually attempting it. So I have to get an answer from them and then go in and try it.
Just hit him with the J Sakai settlers? Okay. Enable captive portal if you have that option. It's so funny. Chatters are literally trying to...
I know.
Yeah.
I promise you guys what we're dealing with because the package is running when I turned it off. Okay, cool. Should be able to do it now. Hold this again.
Got it.
It's like, I promise no chatter has experience.
You met me at a very
Thing that we're doing
bisexual
right now.
time in my life. How are the chairs on the stage? I don't know. Chat, is the speech over? I fell asleep? No, I haven't even written it yet.
I'm surprised you're writing anything at all. I'll be so.
A new world is birth maxing, and the old worldoids are being monster mogged. Talk about how progressive meat picks can change the world. Mm-hmm. Talk about the ASU frat guy. Don't jester Max on stage. You don't have a team to write this shit for you, dog? What makes you think I have a team for anything?
How's it looking? The UV team just needs your key stream.
Yeah.
Or stream key.
Oh,
Yeah. Do you want to try that?
for what reason?
All you can do, because you won't have
Well,
good.
I think we'll have. If the room is open like this, we should have connection.
It
But
won't be good. I can promise you that.
we have like 8 SIM cards in there. I'm pretty sure it'll be.
He can go test it. He can go into the room right now with the camera.
Yeah.
Not show anything.
Yeah.
Let's go look.
Yeah, I'll check.
Let's go look at it.
Yeah, you want? Well, you stay.
Okay, I'll stay here. I'll. Sure. I mean, oh wait, as soon as you got up, it went green screen. Okay. Yeah.
And can we pull you aside for
Yeah.
just checking in with our moderator?
Okay, chat box. I'm taking you.
Sorry for the B-roll.
Let me.
Well, we'll be
Okay,
back.
follow me.
10.
We can go into your.
I'm
I would love to get this till the moment you walk out and then you ingest swap on stage, but that might be too crazy.
Yeah, I think we're good now. Oh yeah, they can hear you. I can hear you.
You don't believe I've got 105 millimeter.
We were just discussing how impossible this would be to film with just like our phone, I mean not phone, our hand cam setup.
I disagree.
And March disagrees with me and he thinks that we could do it.
One lav mic, one reserved seat in the middle.
This is much larger of a crowd. Cheeks right now too. Hold on. Just stay right there.
I can just look online.
It should be working. Is it paused? Is it working?
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm not getting any internet and I'm on the regular event Wi-Fi.
So am I.
Is it working on yours? Can they see?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good. Or is it effing?
It's a little stuttery. Very unstable.
Oh. I'm not on the event Wi-Fi. It went back to the backpack Wi-Fi for some reason. No, I don't want that. I want the visitor Wi-Fi.
Did you scan the Wi-Fi on the pack?
No.
And that's what's been interfering with my attempts?
No. Use the same exact hardware that like most television channels use, but like the monitoring situation is oftentimes a little bit more difficult, you know?
Yeah.
It's not, is it not working? What's happening?
It literally changes step to step of like where I'm standing.
Okay. I mean, I have internet. It's just Chatterino's not. Oh, it's working now.
I basically just can't move from this spot.
Perfect.
Yeah, right here it's good.
You didn't miss the speech at all.
Yeah,
Super
speech is
unstable. Over. Can't take bro seriously with the suit. Yeah. Oh, also I met some people. I met some fans. Some of you guys that are normally in the chat. And earlier when we were trying to figure out how to like put the feed that you will get that you saw. And they immediately clowned on me and said, nobody wears suits in Vancouver. What are you doing? You look like you're 40. You look like a drunk uncle. Just lasered me, just peppered me with commentary. And it's the one time that I wore a suit. I normally never wear a suit. I never wear a tie, even if I do wear a suit every now and then. And it's like a unique suit. This is the most like clean-cut, normal outfit that I've ever had. And I got absolutely destroyed. And I was like, I immediately shifted the blame onto you guys. And I was like, well, I wore this because like chat told me. And then they were like, why would you ever listen to chat? Which, again, that's like, yeah, why would I ever listen to chat? Devastating maneuver. Oh, this? It's just the lining of the pocket. So, you know. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. My zipper was unzipped. I just realized that too. This is L after L after L. Anyway, we got like 5 minutes remaining. They're going to do an introductory speech, or not an introductory speech. They're going to intro me. They're going to intro the moderator. The moderator's going to intro me. I'm going to go out there. We're going to flip it over. We're going to flip it over to the regular live stream. You'll see us on the regular live stream. And then after that, we'll say our goodbyes and we'll peace out. And then I will do the CBC interview and Q&A with the student fans. So excited for all of that. There will be a Q&A portion. Most of it is going to be Q&A. There's like a small, brief introductory speech where I'll come in, you know, and paraphrase a bunch of quotes from much more intelligent people than myself and butcher them and slaughter them. And then talk about how American dominance is not necessarily great for Canada, nor is it great for even the American working class. And that as the world struggles to find an alternative, I think there are some countries that have focused on their own personal development. Countries, of course, I'm referencing to, such as China. And I'll talk about how I think middle powers, as Mark Carney referenced Canada and many others, have a unique opportunity to go against American hegemony in this moment, not as an act of defiance. What is that? Open presence. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs, Jesus Christ. Not as simply an act of defiance against anti-imperialism, but an act of sovereignty in order to maintain national sovereignty, in order to maintain their cultures, in order to make sure that their citizens don't get the worst end of the bargain, as they have been consistently with American international trade engineering. There are numerous initiatives that are at play right now, whether it be the BRICS nations, but the EU could be a very strong contender as a powerful bloc on its own against the American hegemony. And I think now is the time for self-preservation for these middle powers.
Why are you spoiling the whole speech?
I'm just literally freestyling right now, so I'm trying to figure out how where I will go from here.
Pre-watched.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to remember all that, or just say all of that.
Just pull up the VOD if that happens.
Yeah, I'll just play the VOD. I'll be like, here, this is what I did say. Hopefully I don't just like brick when I see this crowd. People are coming up to me like, are you nervous? People have been saying you're nervous. I'm like, maybe. Pre-speeched.
Yeah, you're gonna be fine. They're gonna have to cut you off.
Sweden has elections in September. Watch Gentleman's Gazette. They have good tips regarding suits. Ah, chatter. Oh, chatter. Okay, perfect.
Okay, cool.
3 minutes. And then when it starts, I'll swap it over there. So we'll do that.
There's water on the stage for your Q&A, and there should be one at the podium. Is there anything else you need?
No, I'm good. We're going to freestyle it.
This is your first time in Canada, right?
First time in Canada, first time in Vancouver, first time wearing a suit, really. I don't really do any of this stuff, so.
Maybe that's how you should open.
That's what I'm gonna. Yeah, so I'm gonna open it. If only I smoked cigarettes still, this would be a good time. I would hit one right now.
Inside the...
Not in here. Go outside, just rip a bogue.
Do you want to hang backstage and get that shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'll do that.
But
I'm just kind of following.
I mean, it's cool you might use your...
Oh, we're gonna swap it over to...
Well, yeah.
oh, we're
Okay.
moving? All right, everybody. I'm swapping it over to the main ingest so you guys can actually get a feel for the crowd to the best of your ability. You'll be seeing me in a little bit. I'll be live.
Thank you. I don't usually get such a nice applause from you guys. Thank you so much. My name's Allison McFarlane. I'm the director of the School of Public Policy and Global Affairs here at the University of British Columbia, and it's really a wonderful pleasure to welcome you all to this evening's event. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that we're gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded land of the Musqueam people. This land has long been a place of learning, exchange, and dialogue, and we're really grateful for the opportunity to gather here tonight. I also want to begin by thanking the Lind family, whose generosity sustains the Lind Initiative and makes these public conversations possible. We're sincerely grateful for their continued support. So, for those of you who've joined us before, welcome back. For those of you who are here for the first time, welcome. The Lind Initiative brings together diverse public thinkers to engage with the most pressing political and social questions of our time. One of the defining features of the initiative is its role as a public forum for serious, open inquiry. It's a space where complex ideas can be explored and debated in public, a space where perspectives are tested, challenged, and interrogated thoughtfully. The purpose of this series is not to deliver settled conclusions, but to create a space for careful, critical examination. Against the backdrop of our current political climate, marked by polarization and increasingly siloed forms of public discourse, this mission feels more important than ever. It's important to be clear about the role of this initiative. We're not here to endorse any speaker's views. We're here to convene conversations with the voices who are shaping public debate. And in that spirit, I hope over this evening and this series, more broadly, you hear something you disagree with. Not because disagreement is an end in itself, but because grappling seriously with competing arguments is central for democratic life. And we are at a university, after all. We ask everyone here tonight to help us model that kind of engagement. Listen carefully, challenge ideas with substance, and treat one another and our speakers with respect. Finally, a few logistical notes. We'll be taking questions later in the event using Slido. You can submit questions and upvote questions by visiting slido.com and entering the code that is displayed up there on the screen. And as always, a reminder to silence your cell phones. It's now my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this evening, Dr. Nojang Khatami. Nojang is an assistant professor of political science at Fordham University in New York, and we're especially proud to note that he's an alumnus of UBC's PhD program in political science. Yes, and he's happy to be back. His research focuses on democratic theory, resistance, literature, and revolution, and his forthcoming book project examines dissent against oppressive political structures from Iran to North America. His public scholarship has appeared in The Progressive and the Boston Review, and he's a co-host of the podcast Politics and the Exilic City. We're delighted to have him back to campus to guide tonight's conversation. And finally, our featured guest speaker this evening, Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker is one of the most prominent political commentators of the digital age. A widely followed creator on Twitch, he reaches tens of thousands of viewers daily, engaging a large and politically active online community in real-time discussions of news, policy, and global events. His perspective has been shaped by firsthand experience with democratic backsliding and authoritarian politics in both Turkey and the United States. His work represents a new form of participatory political media, blending commentary, activism, and community building in ways that are reshaping how younger generations engage with politics. So please join me in welcoming Hasan Piker.
I bet Thomas Friedman didn't get that kind of reception. Anyway, no disrespect to all the previous guests. I'm actually probably going to deliver a much worse speech than everyone that came before me and then everyone that will come after me, including but not limited to Rachel Maddow. Especially considering that I just found out that I'm sharing a stage in a program with Thomas Friedman and Rachel Maddow approximately 10 minutes before I got out of the car. And I walked in, and they told me, "Oh, you have a speech," and I was like, "Oh yeah, you know, like a 2-minute speech, something like that." And they were like, "You signed on for 15 minutes." And I thought to myself, "Well, I done did it again. This is probably like the 20th time that I've done one of these sorts of college speeches where I just come out on stage and start blurting it out, and I have no understanding of what the event is, but I'm gonna try to do my very best. Especially considering that I speak for 8 hours uninterrupted, or usually interrupted with chat. It's not gonna be too difficult, I hope. But today, obviously, we're gonna be talking about one of my favorite subjects to discuss. According to all my naysayers, including the CIJA, I believe. I don't know if they're in the room right now. Sorry, I'm sorry that you guys couldn't stop me from coming to Vancouver. But I'm gonna be talking about one of my favorite subjects, according to my haters, which is America Bad. I think a lot of Canadians have learned that lesson if they weren't aware of this concept, except for the Albertans, that America is, as a matter of fact, somewhat of a parasitic force in the global New World Order. And it was actually one of my only failed predictions of 2025 when I thought that Pierre Poilievre, am I saying that right? Poilievre? Doesn't matter. This college campus is so woke, you don't even... Anyway, one of those guys that's usually... I guess he wasn't really, but usually the Conservative Party from where we're standing in America always tries to be American for some weird reason. And I guess because of Donald Trump, that really backfired spectacularly last election cycle for you guys. And I thought he had a real shot, until I found out that Canadians do value dignity and sovereignty and don't want to be annexed by the United States of America. Which is a very healthy attitude to have, especially considering that I think with this last iteration of our beautiful President Donald Trump's attempts at forcibly annexing Greenland, which is a part of our NATO security cooperation. Someone should tell Donald Trump that. Especially after that, we saw many European leaders openly take to the stage at Davos and say, we'd rather be happy vassals than angry slaves. And I thought about that quite a bit. And I thought about Mark Carney's speech quite a bit. And I think that there is a failure of the previous liberal international order and consensus. And I don't think it's necessarily just Donald Trump, even though we like to talk about him as the harbinger of doom. The reality of the matter is these systems have been collapsing for quite a while. If you're in the third world, if you're in a developing nation, you already know exactly what it's like to be on the receiving end of endless amounts of bloodshed and domination. Now, of course, people of my political background have been talking about this for years. Lenin was one of those people that talked about it quite a bit. Imperialism being an absolute necessity. as a global capitalist order, as profit rates have a tendency to decline. And we've seen this endless militarism and endless domination in the global south, in countries that are in the periphery, at the behest of super profits for international capital. But unfortunately now, America's appetite for instability and all of the potential promises of said instability for international capital has put new targets in its crosshairs, as Mark Carney and many others have talked about, middle powers. We're talking about the European Union, Canada, and many other countries that are stuck between what seems like American domination and the global liberal capitalist hegemony, and potentially the rise of regional powers such as Russia that do not shy away from irredentist action and oftentimes violent military conquest, and the behemoth of manufacturing that is China. Now, as you guys already know, BRICS nations have realized that this bargain of American domination was not always going to work out well for them, and that's the reason why they have sought out alternatives and tried to create different trade agreements and maybe even currency cooperative agreements with China, specifically to, at times, leverage their relationship that they have with the United States of America. And I've been a longtime advocate in developing European sovereignty and developing sovereignty for countries like Canada. And now, I believe, is the time for these middle powers to be able to develop sovereignty once again. And I fear that if these countries don't do it, specifically Canada, I worry that American domination will at first look like the tariffs negotiations that Donald Trump has seemingly haphazardly thrown around, and then, in the worst case scenario, complete military annexation. Now that might sound terrifying to you guys, but we have the most peaceful option ahead of us, at least for the time being, because this growth that we are seeing, this change, this nuclear option of trade, this destruction of international agreements that America was not only the safeguard of, but also the architects of, are coming to a close. What comes next is up to all of us. And by that I mean not just international capital owners of different sorts, petty bourgeois, small business owners, mom and pop landlords and the like. I'm talking about you, the people, the workers, you who comprise the masses. And the quicker we develop sovereignty for ourselves, both in our workplaces, both in our universities, the quicker we organize for ourselves, the easier it will be for all of us to preserve said national sovereignty and to hopefully make it as costly as possible for America to continue dominating the world and engineering whatever kind of design they have. I saw a piece of this in action when I went to Minneapolis, because American domination has often put its crosshairs on developing nations, as I've talked about before, Iraq, Afghanistan, as recently as we saw in Venezuela, where the American government kidnapped the leader of Venezuela and his wife and is facilitating a mock trial, a sham trial at this moment. You don't have to love the Venezuelan, government. You don't have to be a communist or a socialist to recognize what that says for the international order, which was something that many European and even Canadian partners did not recognize initially as they celebrated this action, only to receive the exact same type of lack of autonomy when Donald Trump put his crosshairs on Greenland. It shouldn't take for Trump to go after a white partner country in Europe, a NATO partner country in Europe, for people to wisen up to our grand design. And when I say our, I'm talking about the American government. But the international destabilization that we have caused came back into the home front, as imperialism often does, in the form of fascism. Just as fascism arose from the failures of liberalism only but 100 years ago, the new wave of fascism is no longer seen as a revolutionary movement, but instead a movement away from liberalism. The American Republican Party is now transitioning away from a liberal conservative party to a fascist party. And as fascists often do, they are invested in domination and cruelty for cruelty's sake. And the reason why I brought up Minneapolis, Minnesota, and my experiences there is because as of today, Tom Homan has decided that they are retreating the ICE occupation that unfolded in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And the only reason, yes. And the only reason that happened was because the people got together, they organized, and they protected their neighbors. And while there was tremendous cruelty, kidnappings taking place on a daily basis, and community defense, and people that got shot and killed like Renee Good and Alex Peretti, rest in power, the people did not stand down under minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know if you guys use Fahrenheit here. Minus 35-degree Fahrenheit weather. It was very cold. 60,000 people got together and did a day of direct action, somewhat of a general strike. They call it a general strike. It's not the same as the traditional general strike, but there was a day of action. Small businesses from the community also participated in this blackout. And in the aftermath of all of this participation in community defense, ICE was forced to back away. This is the most peaceful option. JFK has said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent retribution inevitable. And I fear that violent retribution as the last option, which is why I'm here to talk today to you guys about what it means that the international order is falling apart. The old world is dying. A new world struggles to be born from its ashes. Now is the time for monsters. Gramsci said that. I hope I didn't destroy that quote. I was trying to paraphrase it. And on that note, I think I'm ready to go. I did 15 minutes. I don't even know how I did that. But yeah. Okay, should I just go sit down? I'm gonna do that now.
All right. Yeah, that was great, and clearly they love you.
Yeah, otherwise they would not have sat through that. They would have been like, boo, tomatoes.
Right. But no, I know you feel the love in a lot of places that you go. So I know you just were passing through Nueva York or Afghanistan, as you call it, and you
yeah.
You also, you in part helped make it Afghanistan, which, those of us who are in New
Sharia.
York. Yeah.
Inshallah, brother.
Islamic Republic of New York. Let's go.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of love everywhere you go, and I think a lot of people, young people especially, I got tons of students at Fordham University where I teach, and also a lot of students, former students here at UBC who are just so excited about what you do, right? And the fact that you are this massive, prominent voice on the left, it means a lot to a lot of people. At the same time, you got your critics, you got your haters, you address that, and just the fact that,
perhaps too much, that's what they tell me.
Yeah. But I think that, there some of the criticisms that you get, and so what I wanted to do sort of just early on in some of these early questions is just allow you to just address some of those things.
Get it out of the way.
Get it out the way, and then we can come back to the themes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You came in hot. You were like 15 minutes. Watch this.
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
So no, but this is a kind of general question about responsibility. So. Thinking about it in terms of what we do as academics and, podcasters, journalists, and the things that you do, including the fact that you just spoke to this, right, with the anti-ICE protests, the fact that you are very much on the ground and you have this form of activism that, I think is really, really admirable and really important to be doing that sort of work. What I'm wondering is, when it comes to the question of responsibility, How do you see that? What do you think, what would you say your primary responsibilities are when it comes to activism and in the world of streaming and sort of just in online spaces more generally?
Yeah, I try to deliver truthful analysis that's both true to myself and true to the facts on the ground to the best of my ability. And I do think about that responsibility all the time. It's something that I try to maintain to the best of my ability, because I understand that for people under the age of 40, I used to say 25, now I'm saying 40. A lot of people see me as their primary news source, something that's open, something that's on in the background throughout their day. It's almost like an 8-hour CNN broadcast. So I try to not maintain a level of professionalism in my commentary necessarily, but definitely maintain a level of professionalism when it comes to verifiable evidence that I address and back my analysis or build my analysis on top of. Unfortunately, in this age of misinformation, with AI, with bad faith actors, the democratization of media has opened up opportunities for unique voices like myself to be heard. Voices that aren't so unique amongst the masses, but voices that are not necessarily represented in mainstream resources, in mainstream outlets, in legacy papers and whatnot. But there's also the other side of that, where there are a lot of people who lean into bias framing without even recognizing their own internal biases, and also sometimes just lie. Lying is OP, as I say all the time. Like, people, you would be shocked if you are unaware, if you only get your news from, I guess, CBC, or that's what people, oh damn, not a lot of CBC fans out here, okay. Well, regardless, if you're only like reading The Guardian and New York Times, I mean, those are biased. They have different biases as well, but overall, they have an interest in trying to maintain a truthful compass to the best of their ability. Sometimes they lean too much into the State Department side of things, for my taste. But there is a whole world out there of people that take advantage of this information vacuum and just kind of make stuff up in whichever way they see fit. Right. And I try to combat against that to the best of my ability as well.
Right. Yeah, again, just real sort of testament to the importance of the kind of stuff that you do, right? So there's also this lingering question a lot of people, have been wanting to ask. And so you've been very clear that your criticisms are, when you talk about Israel, for example, that your criticisms are aimed at the Israeli government and not Jewish people in general. And I know that you have many Jewish followers who agree with you on a lot of core issues, right? But even among those who agree with you on the issues, there are some that say that sometimes the way that you express that or the language that you use is, for some, it's not productive. And so I wonder sort of how you think about that trade-off and how you approach it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a question I get all the time. And the way I see what I do, oftentimes people will say this is a cop-out, but the way I see what I do is I'm an entertainer first. And as someone who tries to make this information as palatable as possible, I'm always going to engage in hyperbole from time to time and try to crack jokes, even though a lot of the subject matter that I'm covering is very serious stuff. But I think I want to make it as accessible as possible. So in an effort to do so, there are going to be moments where I'm joking around a little too much, and then people don't like it. But I think that's a valuable trade-off. I think that's totally a valuable trade-off. Another part of the equation, of course, is the constant back and forth communication I have with everyone. Anyone that follows me right now on Twitch, please subscribe, by the way, because this is being streamed on Twitch as well. Piker Broadcasting Service. Anyone that follows me for 10 minutes on Twitch can talk to me in real time. And whether I have 300,000 live concurrent viewers or 30,000 live concurrent viewers, I'm constantly monitoring chat to such a degree that anytime there's a journalist in the room that's covering what I'm doing, they're like, this is the most insane thing I've ever seen. How are you paying attention to anything that's going on? And I have this free flow back and forth communication style in my coverage as well that I bake into my coverage as well. And that creates a unique opportunity for bad faith actors from time to time to like really piss me off. I mean, you're a lecturer. It's you. I'm sure you have bad students sometimes that are just annoying. You know what I mean? They come up to you. They're like, "Nah, that's not what happened. Actually, I know better." And you're like, "I'm your teacher."
It does happen.
Now, of course, there's professional safeguards there. But sometimes, like, imagine if you could just like mute one of your students. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's awesome. You should try it. You put them in the dunce corner.
We got online classes, virtual classes.
But yeah, just click, Zoom, kicked out of the room, that sort of thing. But of course, in that dialogue, there are moments that are very passionate because the issues that I'm talking about, I feel for, and I get very impassioned at times. And of course, there are going to be moments of anger that might be unproductive, but that comes with the territory. And I feel like the medium itself has been so good in allowing people to have a say in the process and also learn and be entertained along the way, that I think that's a totally reasonable trade-off for someone like myself.
So would you, just a quick follow-up, would you say sort of provocation too? Is it important for you to be provocative to generate responses?
Provocative as far as my commentary, yes. I mean, I used to have a show on the Young Turks called Agitative Propaganda. I think it's important to do agitative propaganda to unlock the class consciousness among the masses, which is missing from this equation, I think, especially in the Western world. Yeah. But as far as like being provocative to say something crazy, no, that's not beneficial. I know people think that is like the reason why I'm saying certain things, like, you know, whether or not America deserved a certain specific day. But no, that's just coming out of me sometimes when I'm just really angry. But you know what's interesting is, in my experience, what I've found is that other people also share that same resentment. Other people also share that same anger. So when I'm yelling at like a transphobic person, for example, I don't even know if I should say what I yell at them, but or like a white supremacist racist, or someone who's, you know, denying the genocide in Gaza. Sometimes there are moments where I lose a little bit of control, and you know, then I get a 7-day ban. It is what it is. Yeah. But that's not deliberate. There's no like, if I had the option to not have those moments, I would choose not to have those moments, for sure.
Well, so I mean, since you just mentioned Gaza, and so on Palestine, I have this question, which is, in his book, One Day Everyone Will Have Always Been Against This, Omar El-Akkad powerfully articulated this idea that with regard to the atrocities that have been suffered by the innocent in Palestine, this is how he puts it. One day, things will change. It is not so hard to believe, even during the worst of things, that courage is more potent than contagion, that there are more invested in solidarity than in annihilation, that just as it has always been possible to look away, it is possible to stop looking away. So how do you align yourself in relation to what Omar expresses there? And do you agree with his position? And is this why you have been so vocal about Palestine and about Palestinians?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think people are good people in general. I think everyone is a kind person, but they are sometimes deluded or sometimes propagandized against certain positions and are made fearful of alternative visions of a better future. So I try to remind myself of that all the time, that everyone is, at the end of the day, a victim of social conditioning. And that definitely guides my first principles. It guides my commentary quite a bit. I've been an anti-Zionist, an avowed anti-Zionist, for the last 12, 13 years of my professional media career. And there was a time... See, it shouldn't even receive claps, really, because this is the most normal position. And I know it's shared by every single person in here, except for some plants maybe in the audience. But that is just, it's a humanitarian position. It's born out of being anti-genocide, anti-fascist, anti-apartheid. It's what I've learned. And I think that a lot of people have that a lot of people's starting point is that, and then they work their way away from that with tremendous amounts of social conditioning. So I think it's actually much more difficult to make people turn a blind eye to these atrocities. And there's been a tremendous amount of success in bringing people back to that position of empathy, to that humanitarian perspective. And it's only because of the bravery exhibited by the Palestinians that were even in their final moments, showing exactly what Israel was doing. And I thought of myself living in the imperial core as someone who was profoundly privileged and profoundly fortunate, that the best I could do was offer a voice to that voiceless, offer a voice to that perspective to the best of my ability, in spite of all the setbacks set by, you know, numerous advocacy organizations, lobbying efforts in deplatforming and censorship, because it was the least I could have done. Because I knew that inevitably people were going to wake up to what was happening, and I think we're there now. We're there, that the overwhelming majorities of even Western society have now realized that this is untenable. A 14th century style siege taking place, a live Holocaust taking place in real time on people's phones that they can see in real time. I mean, this is completely unacceptable, and I think part of the reason why I do it is because I don't want those who were slain to die in vain, and part of it is because I want to preserve the safety and security of those that remain.
So well said. Appreciate you speaking to that. So, I mean, we want to get to the, a lot of the core issues, and I think some of these were things that you addressed already in the introduction that you gave. And so, part of this will be kind of circling back to things that you said and then just kind of elaborating on them. So, of course, we're going to want to talk more about Canada and about U.S. foreign policy in particular. So, again, you already spoke about this briefly, but when it comes to the views on Canada and the current government and the direction under Mark Carney. Mark Carney has openly expressed a desire to shift away from the U.S. toward China and other nations.
Vis-a-vis travel to China, baby. Can't beat it.
And so you already said this sort of in the lead up about the liberal international order and how that is in a sense in decay, right? And so Stephen Walt of Harvard Kennedy School, he saw this, Mark Carney's sort of fairly recent comments as an example of a significant moment of rupture in the whole liberal international order, right? And you also said in January, and again, kind of just repeated it here, that liberalism is essentially falling apart. So, the question is, for you to sort of elaborate on that, to elaborate on your perspective, again, why you think that is the case, and especially why Canada and the Canadian government's recent position is a good sort of indicator of that.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I hope that Mark Carney follows through on that promise and it's not simply empty posturing, and he's simply saying that so that he can cut a better deal with Donald Trump at the end of the day. Because it is a matter of life and death. It's always been a matter of life and death for those in the global south, because the liberal international order, the New World design post-World War II, was very quickly and very effectively developed as a way to whip up support against this new front in the Cold War, against communism, against socialism. And that was a dual polar world back then. And it's obvious that in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, it was a unipolar world. It was the American hegemony. And since the 90s, I attribute a lot of the accelerated demise of Western liberal capitalist countries to the lack of competition. lack of ideological competition. I don't know if that's like a unique perspective in general. I feel like many people understand it to a certain degree, whether it be the expansion of welfare states in social democratic countries that are close enough to the USSR in order to not succumb to the threat of a good alternative, a scary alternative that might work. But I think the accelerated Thatcherite, Reaganite ideology of neoliberalism, what some people call late-stage capitalism, happened because of that lack of competition. And basically, I'm saying is that capitalists are victims of their own success. They Sigma grindset it too hard, and now they have endless appetite for profits to the best of their ability, and for that reason, they have been dominating the most malleable aspect of production, which is labor. First, they went out and sought out markets that had cheaper alternatives for labor, and then they decided to continue dominating their own domestic labor force to the best of their ability. So I think what I'm trying to get at in this long-winded answer is that this design was never beneficial for many countries in the periphery. It actually meant endless militarism, instability, puppet states that were established, and complete domination and bloodshed, sanctions at times. And now, I think Europe and Canada are getting a little bit of that same taste as well, in ways that they never thought, perhaps due to Western chauvinism, never thought that they would experience. So I hope that it's, like I said, not empty promises from Mark Carney, but a real testament, a real commitment to making sure that we find a more peaceful path forward for every single party involved, and not just an opportunity for middle powers to basically secure better trade negotiations and continue business as usual politics.
So would you say that when it comes to your position as being on the left, essentially socialist, Marxist, Marx famously said that capitalism is going to produce its own gravediggers, right? Yeah. It is already when he wrote that at the time. So when it comes to the sort of the actualization of that, do you think that it is still, do you look at it kind of similar to Marx as an inevitability, especially under these current conditions and, as you just described it?
Yes and no, because I think the expansive welfare states have given a lifeline over and over again to thwart domestic instability, and it's been very effective. America has destroyed labor militancy. I promise you, it's so bad in the United States of America that we have, I think, 9% labor union participation in the overall workforce, which is 6% lower than Chile, a country that we specifically dominated because they had they made the mistake of voting for a democratic socialist. We couped them and we installed Pinochet. And it was a neoliberal testing ground. And even then, right now in modern Chile, they have a higher labor union participation in the United States of America. So it's been very effective in undermining any sort of left mobilization. And so for that reason, I think, capital owners are very effective at engaging in class warfare and have been able to delude even regular working class people into believing that they are simply not an exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires. So for that reason, I think there is still, no matter how much domination exists, there is still this attitude amongst the dispossessed masses that things are probably fine. I can go to Tim Hortons down the street and get what are they called, the little Timbits, little Timbits, or I can go to McDonald's and get a Big Mac, and there is some truth to that. I think treats play a big role in sedating the masses for sure, but conditions haven't worsened yet, I think. Conditions have not gotten to the degree that it got to during the Great Depression, for example. But it does worry me that the right-wing forces internationally are aware of the collapse of the previous order, and they're trying to get ahead of it to the best of their ability by organizing in a fascist direction as fast as possible.
And I mean, we've been seeing that in parts of Latin America, right? And so, I mean, this is a good sort of pivot to this question. And since you just mentioned Chile, right? So the U.S., of course, has had a long history of intervention in Latin America. Anybody who studies this and knows about it, we know it has a long history. Guatemala in 1954, Chile in 1973, as you said, Nicaragua from 1981 onward, and just like the list goes on, right? There's almost no country in Latin America that has not been touched by U.S. military intervention. There is, though, in the case of Venezuela recently, there seems to be something really different in some ways, right? Because a lot of those interventions, that's like the ones in the 20th century, they tended to happen largely through, covert operations, the CIA, and, forms of subterfuge. And it was often sort of like, it wasn't out in the open. But what we just saw in Venezuela just over a month ago, right? And again, you already spoke to this, just the way that the U.S. operated in that situation, and Trump's like very brutal kind of bluntness about why they were doing it, literally coming out and saying we're going in for the oil, there's something sort of different in a sense, right? And how the U.S. is conducting itself abroad, and again, especially in Latin America. So, you've spoken about this issue, I know, at length. And you've addressed it many times, and not to mention on the importance of Cuba and what's been going on there, this horrible sort of the embargo and the blockade and the effects that that's having. What do you think these cases of, the recent case of Venezuela and then also what is going on in Cuba, what do you think this says about how U.S. foreign policy operates nowadays?
I mean, it's vulgar imperialism. I mean, in some ways, it's out in the open, and the brazen ways in which Trump operates, saying the quiet part out loud, I guess makes my job a little bit easier. And that's a weird thing to say, because like these are things that I've talked about for years. American imperialism didn't happen overnight. It didn't start with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has basically brought it to the forefront, and doesn't try to hide it under some kind of liberal international order patina that previous iterations of American governance has done, whether it be George W. Bush going out with Colin Powell and lying to the entirety of the United Nations, and at least like presenting a reason as to why military intervention is a necessity, and utilizing the mainstream resources, mainstream media in an effort to justify what came after. Trump is not doing that. He's just saying, look, I'm going to Venezuela. They got oil. I'm going to take it. And there's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes he tries, it'll be like, oh yeah, they are narco traffickers. And then they drop that immediately. And they're like, no, actually, just kidding. They're not narco traffickers. I was just playing. I just wanted to get the oil. And in a way, I think it's a really tough time to be one of these like NATO Atlanticists or one of these like liberal analysts that writes for Foreign Policy magazine, because everything that Donald Trump is doing is a play-by-play of what Lenin has interpreted as the necessity for imperialism. And I don't know where we go from here as far as like whether people recognize that as wrong. I try to exhaust the contradictions to the best of my ability to explain to people, like pointing to previous examples of failure with the global war on terror, even though it was very successful for the military-industrial complex with ballooning contracts. It was great for Halliburton. It was great for development in the region and extraction of natural resources in the region for all of these massive conglomerates. Americans, by and large, didn't experience that economic prosperity, right? The concept of labor aristocracy is valid, it's true. Having said that, Americans never really got to experience the benefits of American empire all that much. So I try to use that to the best of my ability to say, look, what we're doing in Venezuela, what we're trying to do in Cuba, this vulgar imperialism is not even beneficial for you. So we must organize against it. We must chart a different path forward, one that focuses on international cooperation rather than endless domination. I don't know if that message is being well received by the right. I will say many of them voted for Donald Trump because they thought he was anti-war, or at least that's what they tell me. And then Donald Trump will come out and be like, we're invading Venezuela for oil. And then boom, you see the approval rating on that military action. It skyrockets on the right. They're like, oh, that's awesome. That's what I wanted, actually, all along. I really wanted Exxon to have a better quarter. That's what I wanted all along. I don't need to pay rent. I don't care about that at all. I forgot about the grocery bill. So not sure what it will do. I think maybe we'll see more and more people self-identify as fascists, or maybe self-identify as whatever the MAGA train looks like, whatever the MAGA movement looks like. And we are kind of seeing that even here in Canada with the Albertan separatist movement. Oh my God, it's just, please don't give Alberta to us. I know many of you think, because I'm sorry, Canadians are either some of the best people that come to America or the worst, and nothing in between. Okay? You either, you get like, he's right. Steven Crowder, Stefan Molyneux, half of the New York Times op-ed writers. I think David Brooks, right? He might. Tom McDonald, oh my God. That's what I mean. Ted Cruz. What the hell was that? Yeah, Jordan Peterson. Okay, you guys are dunking on your own country too much. But yeah, there are too many Canadians in America ruining, leaning into American fascism a little too much for my taste. But I forgot where I was going with that. As soon as I start thinking about all these right-wing Canadians, I'm like, build the wall. No, I'm kidding.
Not such a bad idea. So, okay, I had a follow-up about Venezuela and this general criticism of the U.S., right? And that's, I think, part of like the thread that runs through all this. So, you've been, of course, very critical of U.S. actions abroad in general, U.S. foreign policy. And one of the things you also talked about, though, when it, again, as it came to the case of Venezuela, was, they have been facing a very repressive government. As you said, you don't have to necessarily agree with or want somebody like Maduro in power, but you could be critical of what the U.S. has done there, right? So could you maybe say more about and just elaborate on why you focus most of your criticism on the U.S., on its allies, and even sort of like on the West more generally? And what do you think about sort of what happens on the other side in terms of like the fact that there are, a lot of very repressive authoritarian governments? And so on, just that whole question of like liberation and supposedly going into like help these nations that have repressive governments. What are your thoughts on that? What happens on the other side?
I don't think America wants to help any of these countries. Let's just get that right out of let's just make that very clear, right? So I think that's a transparent lie. When America says, oh, we're coming to help out, just run, okay? They're not coming to help out at all. They're only there to prop up the Chamber of Commerce and get like the agribusiness sector leaders to run the country, as they've tried to do in Venezuela many times over. Sometimes it's sometimes is a vengeance quest. In the case of the endless destabilization in Haiti, or even in Cuba, our strangling of Cuba in its final iteration, but even in the aftermath of the successful revolution in Cuba, just punishing them because our ally that propped up sugar plantations failed, right? In this like incredibly repressive structure that existed. But as far as like repressive regimes around the world, I have a different outlook on this than the average American does, because I grew up in Turkey. And what I saw in Turkey, which is, again, a country that is the second largest military in NATO, a country that has had tremendous amounts of intervention, oftentimes overlooked by America, in an attempt to create a bulwark against the USSR and directly place missile bases in the vicinity of the USSR, in the immediate area that the USSR existed in. And because of that, our domestic politics has never been the same. There was a complete destruction of all sorts of different revolutionary Kurdish movements, workers' movements in my country, communist movements, socialist movements that were effectively destroyed by ultranationalists, which is a story that has played itself out in virtually every single Western European NATO ally country as well, to varying degrees. So I come from that background, and I recognize that American intervention oftentimes works with some of the most reactionary forces in the country to create some semblance of stability that is cooperative with American interests around the globe. And outside of that, though, I also recognize that when there is any additional attempt at intervention, like the coup d'etat that failed in Turkey that I wrote about for the Huffington Post, which is part of the reason why I can't go back to Turkey. They didn't like that, even though I said it was a CIA operation, which I believe it is, propped up by a CIA asset named Fethullah Gülen, who is understandably branded as a terrorist and a terrorist movement. This coup d'etat failed, and in the aftermath, there was more repression. And there was also a hardening of the otherwise the government that was falling out of favor leading up to this coup. So that's usually what many countries around the world experience. Whenever there's any sort of like direct Western instability and Western intervention, a lot of the more repressive forces come out and say, we are the only people who are truly anti-West. And in the region that we're both from, that expression is oftentimes fundamentalist, right? I think you know where I'm going with this, with the Iranian Revolution. Yeah. The justification for the repression that came after, especially like the destruction of communist movements and all of that. Before that, it was a popular revolution against Western intervention and a Western-backed puppet, and we here in the West don't have the capacity to interpret that. We don't have the capacity to analyze that. We just look at it and go, "Oh, those are barbaric Muslims. Those are barbaric third worldists and people from the third world. They don't understand. It's just they're too invested in Islam or something, right? And they can't comprehend that, like, for a lot of people, the wounds that they experience, the loss of life that they see, the sometimes torturous conditions that they're put through as a direct byproduct of American intervention is the reason why they lean into some of the more repressive elements in the country, because those repressive elements might be seen as liberatory. And that's my analysis whenever I talk about like more repressive forms of governance that are in the periphery outside of the security umbrella of the United States.
Yeah, and I feel you on that. So when it comes to Iran, this is something that I've been thinking about a lot, and trying to articulate what is actually happening and what has happened in the latest protests, especially since early January. And there are all of these elements in those protests that have taken place recently in Iran. that are, you know, a lot of them are very troubling, right? There's this question of like, to what extent are they organic in terms of like what people in Iran are actually demanding and how much of it is from foreign interference. But there's of course the reality that, you know, a lot of that has been long in the making, right? There have been waves and waves for decades of protest movements within Iran, but again, those have grown organically, right? They are demands that Iranians have been making against their government. And so I'm also of the view, like, I mean, I completely see what you're saying when it comes to that case against foreign intervention. You know, we have today in the Iranian diaspora especially, there is a noticeable kind of split, right, between these pro-monarchist groups or those who at least, you know, have come to believe that the so-called crown prince, Reza Pahlavi, who's the son of the late Shah, that he somehow represents, you know, liberation, right? And that he's...
He wants to chill in Maryland. That's like, I don't think he even wants to do it. I feel like Lindsey Graham went to him and was like, you got to do this. And he's like, come on.
He has not had an actual real job. He knows. So one of the things that, you know, has been, I think, really troubling about this kind of discourse has been that the people who have been sort of backing him among the diaspora, again, think that there's something like a viable alternative there, right? And that somebody like him, he's going to bring about supposedly a secular democratic Iran. And this gets back to that point about, like, you know, on the flip side of it, it's like, oh, it's like, if you disagree with that, then you are a terrorist supporter, et cetera, right? And
I mean, I'm used to it.
Yeah.
I'm like, whatever, you know,
socialist,
at this point.
Socialist-oriented Muslim man, like who would have thought that you get heat? But I mean, so again, I feel you on all of that. The question I think that remains in the case of Iran and that I think is really pressing is that because so much of that actual, you know, resistance that is happening within Iran, the organic resistance by the people themselves, you know, there are legitimate claims that people are making, right, in terms of like forms of freedom that they genuinely want to fight for, and they don't necessarily want foreign intervention. And I know this to be the case for a lot of Iranians who are actually inside the country, who I'm always communicating with. And so, what do you think of that when it comes to this question of like legitimate resistance on the part of the people themselves, you know, without foreign intervention, and fighting for a more sort of democratic future, but on the people's own terms?
Yeah, I think American, and in the case of Iran, Israeli intervention especially, which is just basically American intervention, let's be real, ends up harming the movements, at least in terms of like the way that the majority, or not even the majority, but like a significant chunk of the population sees the legitimacy of it. And I feel as though, like, at least in my advocacy, I focus on trying to do my part as an American citizen. Oftentimes my statements fall on deaf ears, but I think the best possible thing we could do, and I know a lot of people will disagree with me on this, is to try and stop starving the Iranian population through the sanctions regime that we have implemented. Because I do believe that Western intervention legitimizes the, like, I don't believe it's legitimate what the government is doing, but I do believe that, at least in the eyes of their own, like, loyalist population, which is a significant percentage, right, 20 to 30%, it legitimizes the violent actions that they take anytime. And then it's not an accident that when Mike Pompeo comes out and says, oh, like, Mossad agents are in the crowd with you, of course the Ayatollah is going to use that as a talking point to say, see, we had to slaughter all these people because they're openly admitting it themselves. And I feel as though if the people had more of an opportunity to be able to organize to the best of their ability without having to suffer starvation as an impact of these sanctions, they would have a better opportunity to bring about legitimate, sovereign, secular democratic result for their own country. Maybe I'm too optimistic, but That's the only pathway that I can see, is at least judging by like my own personal interactions with Turkish people and how much they despise the country and how much they rallied around the Erdogan administration in spite of their overall hatred for the Erdogan administration when the coup happened. So I think Western intervention is often not going to yield the success that Western nations want, and it's better to allow people to have their own real revolution, especially considering that, I mean, Iranian people are very resilient and maybe sometimes not even invested in any sort of outside help, sometimes to a detriment. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that like there was a reason why the Iranian Revolution took place, and it would behoove the IRGC and the Ayatollah to remember that when dealing tremendous amounts of repression and suppression to the public, instead of listening to their demands and trying to find a more manageable solution, if that is at all possible at this point.
Yeah, and you've now that you mentioned this point about revolutionary optimism, and we're going to come back to that point. There's also, just as you were speaking, to that point about sanctions, which I think you put really well in. There's a book called How Sanctions Work by Vali Nasr and Nargis Bajogli, who I think really goes to illustrate that point about how so much of what has been happening in Iran for a very long time now is due to that pressure of sanctions and the economic hardship that has fallen on people. And I think it's great that you've also pointed to the importance of the fact that people are fighting for freedom, and this is a genuine sort of movement as well. So there's a question, and I want to also include audience questions in here. I also have questions from some of my brilliant students at Fordham, and there was this one question from Sophia who asks, this is getting back to on the role of social media, and how speaking about all of these types of issues, including American foreign policy, but also just in terms of political mobilization. This is how the question is framed. So on the role of social media, we're constantly witnessing political crises, violence, and collective mobilizations unfold in real time through our screens, which can create the sensation of hypervisibility and participation. At the same time, and I don't know if you want to speak about what's happening on the far right on certain platforms, but the far right movements continue to grow, right? In part through similar digital platforms. So, what do you think about how we confront this kind of contradiction between digital visibility and the simultaneous strengthening of exclusionary authoritarian politics?
Yeah, I think the far right's mobilization on digital platforms still stems from the fact that they get a lot of financial backing and are not seen as antagonistic to the right-wing administrations. Left-wing mobilization, on the other hand, requires grassroots support and is often antagonistic to liberals, which is the only expression of major left-flank politics in the United States of America, at least. So, for that reason, I mean, any opportunity that we have as leftists, we should seize on. So I do think that the digital grounds for organizing is still good, as long as there is still a focus on meeting one another in the real world and participate in regular society. Otherwise, all you're doing is posting on the internet. And as a prolific poster myself, I recognize that it might feel good at the time, but you're not really accomplishing any serious results doing just that. But I think overall, like I said, you have to take every advantage that you possibly can, and I do think that the digital space has created opportunities to build communities that are sustainable. Communities that can be productive. I try to use mine to the best of my ability. I try to urge people to organize. I try to urge people to move in the direction of labor unions and community organizing in general, and do fundraisers and try to participate to the best of our ability in both broadening people's awareness on certain injustices that are taking place, but then also directly get involved as well. As far as right-wing mobilization goes, I mean, they're somewhat rudderless, they're somewhat directionless, because they are reactionary at the end of the day, and the only way that they organize is at the state level. But that is, from at least my calculations, that's just backed by capital in general. So they're going to do that no matter what. So I say we focus on our own initiatives, and we focus on creating community defense, and hopefully bring back labor militancy to a certain degree.
So very much that importance of, it's got to be accompanied by on-the-ground activities, right, and activism. So I'm going to bring in sort of more audience questions as well. As I got one more question for you that's from me. So this is on belonging and in-betweenness, right? And since you also spoke about, being from Turkey and things that you've experienced. So Edward Said, who, I take a lot of inspiration from, he memorably wrote about this experience of exile and sort of being in between and the experience of migration. And this is something that, I think about. I have also recently been venturing into this world of like podcasts as well. And so, I addressed this with one of my colleagues and friends. We have a podcast called Politics in the Exilic City. Just quick plug on that. So you were doing your plug. I'm gonna do my plug too real quick. And it's essentially inspired by this whole sort of this question of like why that is significant, especially for us, for people like us in this day and age. And the way that Said talks about this in relation to his identity as a Palestinian and being displaced from Palestine. He had this experience of course, moving to the U.S. and having this whole academic career there. But when he made that move, right, and especially when he was in New York City, he described it in these terms. He said that belonging to both sides of the imperial divide allows you to understand them more easily, right? Both sides. And that it creates these kinds of generative possibilities for what he called a double perspective. So I'm wondering, like in your case, having made these moves, do you think in any way along those terms, between your experiences between Turkey and the U.S., would you say you think about that in similar terms? And also, how do you envision your place in the U.S. And in the world generally in the years to come?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I look and sound American to a fault, right? Even though I grew up in Turkey until I was 18 years old, and that's somewhat of a product of American culture exported everywhere around the world. And I grew up, I call myself a Marabou, like a weeb, but for America. And I grew up being fascinated by American culture, the American dream. As many people who migrate to the West also have a similar experience. And those dreams were shattered as soon as I got the first hospital bill. I was like, this is ridiculous. That's crazy. You guys don't know that here in Canada. We yeah. Can't relate. Well, yet, unfortunately. Because you also have the same, capitalist forces that are doing their very best to implement austerity and then bring the private sector in. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's devastating. When you go down to the south, when you go past that border, is really bad. I don't need to tell you; you probably know. But anyway, my perspective is totally guided by my experience growing up in Turkey, and then living half of my life at this point in the United States of America. And I think it gives me unique insight, but I think it also helps me become a more effective communicator, because I have the capacity to, I guess, somewhat disarm the Western audiences by, talking like an American, but with a very different framework that I operate off of, especially as it pertains to what I consider to be this last bastion of American defense, which happens to be imperialism. Most people just take that for granted or don't even think about it, or are conditioned, at least in my experience, to go, oh, you don't like American military action, you're an outsider, you're an enemy. I'm very fortunate that I have a wonderful audience that has been much more open-minded than I ever thought they would be as far as hearing this perspective. Having said that, that's how I use this duality to my advantage. My experiences growing up in Turkey that allows me to develop a different understanding of being on the receiving end of American intervention, and then my experiences in America as an American citizen make it easier for me to communicate with Americans.
So I had one audience question that is specifically about this, actually, which is on the differences between Democrats and Republicans in the United States. So you've often said that when it comes to, for example, coming back to the question of Gaza and Palestine, that also on questions of foreign policy, that a lot of times, Democrats and Republicans don't really seem that far apart, that there isn't like a major difference between them. Yeah. So, for people who
Liberals get really mad when you say that.
Yeah.
They get so mad, and it's like, well, okay, where's Chuck Schumer? Like, where's Hakeem Jeffries?
But you got some people who, as you say, they get kind of angered by that. And then there are people who kind of like might find, they have sort of like a criticism of that, right? And this is sort of what has been popping up in some of the questions in the audience. So for people who say that kind of tends to flatten the differences, right? Or it is equating like Democrats and Republicans. Like, what's your response to that? Do you think that we should also think about what actually separates them? Or, do you think that it's actually necessary to frame it that way, that they're not that far apart on a lot of issues like that?
Yeah, I mean, from the perspective of Hossam Shabat, who unfortunately was assassinated by the state of Israel under the watchful gaze of the Biden administration, it doesn't make a difference whether or not Raytheon is flying the LGBTQ banner or is anti-woke, right? From the perspective of the victims, it's all the same. It's more death and more destruction. And obviously there are differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, but when it comes to foreign policy, I'm not actually flattening that experience. It's just I'm looking at it from the experience of the recipient, the victims of empire. And from their perspective, there doesn't seem to be a lot of difference. Otherwise, I'd ask the people in Yemen if it felt different when Obama was bombing them, as opposed to Donald Trump bombing them, as opposed to Biden bombing them, as opposed to Trump bombing them again, right? It makes no difference to them whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, because every president has to bomb Yemen. I think. I don't know if it's in the Constitution or not, but that's just what they've been doing so far, and that's basically what it is. I think a lot of Americans don't want to recognize that, and they also don't want to understand that what I want is a real anti-imperialist party. So when I communicate that to my electeds, when I talk about this with people who are consulting for the Democratic Party, when I talk to politicians both on camera and off camera, this is what I try to communicate to them, that if you want people to see that you are different, that you're charting a different path, then you have to communicate that. You can't be shy about saying it out loud. And I think that having demonstrating this moral backbone will be beneficial down the line, even from an electoral perspective. We've seen that now with the tide shift that took place on Gaza. I think before October 7, you would get punished if you actually were outspoken about the plight of Palestinians. And now, if you dare to say that you're pro-Israel, at least on the Democratic Party side, a lot of people are going to yell at you and might not even vote for you. I mean, we're seeing as the midterms are coming up, we're seeing this be a major point of contention, a way to show that you're earnest, show that you're different from other politicians. Many people in the primaries are positioning themselves as being anti-Israel. So there's electoral benefit as well. Not only is it the morally correct position, but it's also an electorally beneficial position too. So I try to stress that to the best of my ability, and hope that maybe one of these two major parties will truly present an anti-imperialist path forward, one that recognizes the dignity and sovereignty of nations and doesn't see them as simple collateral damage in our endless profit seeking.
Right. Yes, sir. Yeah. So, I mean, this is a very related question that's popped up a lot in the audience questions. So, at the level of institutions, when it comes to countering those kinds of things, do you think that universities generally should be looking more at divestment? So, for example, UBC, other universities.
Absolutely. Yes. You're going to get in trouble. Yes, of course. I'm a massive advocate for boycotts, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel. 100%. I know that it's the least we could do. And it's been successful in the past. I mean, this is exactly what happened with apartheid South Africa. And unfortunately, apartheid South Africa's close ally, apartheid Israel, recognized how devastating that was for South Africa. So they took the initiative to make sure that it doesn't work in the Western world. But absolutely, I think profiteering off of these war crimes is morally unconscionable. And once again, it goes back to the argument that I was presenting earlier. It's the most peaceful solution to sever ties with Israel to the best of our ability, to participate in cultural boycotts, to, at least in the most peaceful ways, punish the state of Israel for engaging in these heinous crimes. If we're really anti-genocide, we have to do that. It's the bare minimum, in my opinion.
So this is kind of, again, this is going to lead us to thinking about the question of real, genuine things that could be done for the betterment of the world and of those who suffer under these kinds of conditions. One of the things that tends to predominate in a lot of ways these days is the question of doomerism, right? That so many people find it really difficult to maintain a sense of hope in the face of everything that is happening around us. So how do you think, and then we'll kind of approach the question one more time in a different way after this too, but generally, how do you think we deal with doomerism?
Solidarity. Solidarity is the antidote to the poison of divisiveness. Our capital overlords want us to be fighting one another all the time, neighbor against neighbor, sectarian conflict, ethnicities, all of this stuff. But in my experience, I feel alienated when I'm at home, when I'm in front of a computer. But in my experience, going all around the world, participating in protests, tasting the tear gas and pepper spray of French police and American police and, police of all different backgrounds, I can tell you that when you're in that crowd with like-minded individuals who are singularly focused, who recognize right from wrong, solidarity is the closest expression to love that I have ever felt with my fellow man, no matter where I go. And that's precisely how I maintain revolutionary optimism.
So, the last question I want to ask you is to really delve into the the meaning and the ways to actualize that kind of revolutionary optimism, right? And what it means to you. And I know that you have spoken about this, you know, very, very powerfully in sort of speeches that you've given. What would you say it looks like? Like, what is, if you had to elaborate finally on this question of revolutionary optimism, what does it mean? What does it look like in the future?
I think we have to recognize the small victories that we take and hold on to them, and recognize that in order to build the society, the future that we want to see, the future that we all envision, that is better for everyone around the world, we cannot cast aside small victories, no matter how silly it may seem. It can be converting one of your close loved ones, bringing them back to reality. It can be receiving a better contract at the end of a strike, work stoppage, or it could be participating in activism. It could be participating in these mass demonstrations and then getting the American government to pull back from occupying your streets like we saw in Minneapolis. It can also sometimes even mean voting for a candidate for the first time that makes you feel like your voice mattered, in spite of all of the odds stacked against Zohran Mamdani in New York City. Both the establishment Democrats and the entirety of the Republican Party came after him, and people went out in the streets, they went out, they protested, they voted for Zohran Mamdani, and now at the heart of Capitol in New York City, you have a 34-year-old Muslim socialist, anti-Zionist mayor for the first time ever. So while things feel hopeless overall, I hold on to moments like that and remind myself that there are more of us than there are of them. There are more of us out here that recognize right from wrong than there are of those who seek to divide us. And that is what's important, and that's what helps me maintain my revolutionary optimism. Solidarity forever.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Thank you. Thank you. This was fantastic.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right.
Are we getting up? Thank you for coming, guys.